you know, I figured that I would start off stream with an absolute banger today. I believe I have chosen the wrong career because as of yesterday, I learned that I can apparently sing not terribly. And so I realized I should have become a singer. That's what I should have done. Instead of going into health and fitness, should have just became a singer. That would have been a different life. Could have been good. I missed out on some opportunity. But oh well, hindsight's 2020. And with this newfound talent, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Probably sing a little. I'm just kidding. I couldn't sing. I've actually never been able to sing. I've always thought that I had a really bad voice. But now all of a sudden, yesterday there was a small clip, like 2 days ago. There was a small clip of me singing 25 seconds. I listened to it and I thought to myself, that wasn't the worst thing I've ever heard. How interesting. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just send that over there, do some stream setup stuff, and then we are good to go. I made a purchase yesterday when people funnel in. I was actually really excited about the concept of an IRL Thailand stream. So, yeah, what's on the agenda for today? What's up, Mr. Dude? PTR Keys, definitely. Guardian Druid and /or Prop Pally. Might test Pally, but that tank is broken right now. I think that it's almost unfair to test with Pally. The tank is doing... They fixed it as well, but I don't know if they fixed Guardian Druid Apex, so we're going to basically just play Guardian. I want to see some of the returning dungeons. I want to know how they feel. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Current, let's see, all, here, let's pin this today. All gifted subs, bits, subs, donations count toward, Thailand stream. Yo, what's up, Grand Cherry? Good morning. I'm actually very excited. I realized that I wanted a better microphone so I could do some more IRL streaming stuff or just hang out with people. And I bought one this morning. I did some research, basically was like, I think this one will be good. And I spent money. I am allergic to spending money. I'm very bad at that. Dark Dude, do you know anything about audio and video recording? Have you ever tried to film something before? What's up? Did I play some Prot Warrior? Yeah, I played it earlier on PTR. I haven't changed it since the recent buffs to Colossus. I do think that it was necessary because when I played Colossus earlier, Mountain Thane still felt much better, and I think they want to push you toward Colossus Prot Warrior. So, yeah. But that's it. What's up, Sir Doodle Rave? We'll see how the tuning ends up. Prot Warrior is kind of a big tuning metric, and also based on dungeons. Like, Spell Reflect is still very OP, and just whether or not you can play Warrior has such a factor in how the incoming damage pattern is, what you need from a tank. Do you actually want to play things that benefit from attack power? I think that like Warrior is kind of in a tough spot because it relies on too many other factors instead of independently being good. I mean, it's possible that they just decide Warrior is going to be tuned very high. You never know. They do that sometimes. Like they did that with Monk this season where, you know what I mean? You didn't actually, for example, you did not play Monk because you needed Mystic Touch. You just played it because it was good. So it's possible they do that with Prot Warrior, but I find it to be unlikely, you know? Later Woo. Yeah, I'm starting today with some steps. Yeah. What part of Thailand am I at? I live in Bangkok. I live in like the big city. I'm a city enjoyer. I've been here for a while now. I have thought about moving to up north to the mountains or down south even, or like to a beach. Maybe at some point. It's a consideration. But I've always been kind of I'm attached to the city even though I never go outside. It's a very strange thing. How to properly gather mobs as a warrior. So gathering on each tank is interesting. I would love to answer that question, Mickers. The best thing to understand, and I really just realized I have to I gotta call you something else. Mike. Can I call you Mike? I'm gonna call you Mike. As I said it, I'm literally just reading your name. All right, Mike. Mike it is. Mike. Each tank has a pretty unique way to gather, and the skill of that individual gather is something that you progress and get better at but I can't say that I can tell you exactly what to do because it kind of depends on where the packs are. It depends on where the danger in the pack is. So for example, if there's one thing over here and this will kill me, but I can grab these two, it's possible that heroic throw this might be the right option. It's possible that I should charge here and leap here, but when I leap, how close to the pack should I leap? These little details are ultimately what decide if I'm going to be successful at gathering. And there are a few fundamentals. I have made many videos, but I would have to make it individually for each tank. So I've made one for Prot Warrior. I believe it's on Patreon. I made one for VDH. Last in the beta cycle, I made one for Blood DK. I made one for Guardian Druid. I made two for Guardian Druid now. I made one for, like, many things. And I made one for Prot Pally. And I don't think I ever made one for Brewmaster. Brewmaster is something I even had to learn about. But the idea is movement speed is very important. You don't just actually walk, throw, and taunt. It's kind of important that you know how to use your charge and your heroic leap. I think that those are important things. All right. Question is whether or not I want to keep strafe enabled or whether or not I actually want to change my keybinds properly. I didn't think about it this way. Yeah, so if this is your first season tanking, just know that many times when you watch tanks and they make it look easy, dude, I've been playing tank for many, many years, right? You're welcome, Russell. Just want to say thank you for your guides. I got to 30. Nice, nice. First time tanking as a druid. If it's your first time tanking, both Russell and Mike, let me ask you a question. Did you have fun this season? Can I ask you that question straight up? Have you enjoyed tanking this season? It's a good question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think Bear will perform next season? You can almost certainly say that it will not be as dominant as it is right now for a few reasons. The easiest reason, though, is just historical data. They never let tanks be meta 2 seasons in a row. Because Bear has been dominant for the majority of Season 1, the likelihood that we maintain that dominance is very low. However, we might be better going into the season because community perception is still high, because Bear is basically still going to be considered very good, and I don't think it's bad. But Blizzard will tune almost by the middle of the season. I'm sure we're not going to be the meta tank. I have a feeling we'll be just fine. Like, I think we'll be solidly second or third choice right now. Does that make sense? Maybe third choice, but we won't be the worst tank. We just probably won't be the top choice. I can tell you based off of patterns what looks to be the meta tank right now, but it's way too early to say. We don't actually know. Keep in mind, Bear was not the meta tank going into Season 1. It was Brewmaster, and Brewmaster was so dominant that you saw a 94% representation in the top 2,000 keys by week 6. Like, of all of the top keys that were done, it was 88% Brewmaster, and then the next week was 94% Brewmaster. So just know that really has, like, a large factor, and it changes. So it's not as obvious, right? I'm the drink better. Let me see. And that is important to know. So Bear was buffed mid-season. Bear automatically became... And right now, with the special thing about rare... Yeah. Well, no. It wasn't in the raid. It had a special place because of how its Apex functioned with the damage amps for Bellerin and Lura and stuff like that, Dark Dude. So 100% Bear had a special place in raid from the get-go. But in keys, it was just good. I would just say Bear is good. It just wasn't the best tank that everyone wanted. People wanted Brewmaster, regardless of buff. When they buffed Bear, I was around week 6, 7, 8, not quite halfway through the season, just like right before that, about 2 months into the season, they buffed Bear. They gave it the notorious 200% buff to direct thrash damage, 100% bleed damage, or was it reversed? Was it 200% direct thrash damage and 100% bleed? It was like some wild number. They didn't realize that there was a build that I was playing. It was the no Apex build. Before that, all Bears were pretty much playing Apex. I actually enjoyed no Apex, and I was pushing on Bear just because I found it fun. But it was doing a little less damage. fair bit less damage. I enjoyed it. I got to we were pushing like reasonable keys at that point. Early on, we had like Resil 18 with no Apex, and I was chilling. It wasn't a problem. Then when the Thrash buffs came in, within like 2 weeks, everybody was playing it. So I think it's an interesting debate, and I think it's an interesting conversation, just straight up to have. Is it good that we could re-roll that easy? Like, is that something we want? It's a good question, isn't it? What is this? Stuff from the last 2 bosses on the trinket vendor. Wait, wait. What? Wait, they completely changed some of the trinkets, or what happened here? They added new trinkets? Dungeons. The first pages. What do they add? Stuff from the last 2 bosses. Did they add things? I'm being told that there are new trinkets or new effects on the trinket. The first 2 pages, let's see. What are we looking for? There are new items? I don't see any new items. These are the same ones we had before. The last 2 bosses stuff. I see I see a ring. Damage taken. Wait, where's this ring from? Mythic ring. Another ring. This is just the venom, deadly venom. There's the chain. Oh, this is is there the crit neck? Amulet. Yeah, it's this one. This is the crit effect. I see. They've put all of the cantrip items, which are going to be a pain to get. Ah, got it. Got it. I guess we could play with them. So the redesign for Bear, Dark Dude, will basically take its raid identity away from it, to be fair, because the Apex going into Season 2 will not have that crazy burst profile that it has right now, for what it is worth. Mr. Terezi, yo, long time no see, man. How's it going? How's your season been? And let me respond, by the way, for the people who were saying, I asked you if you enjoyed tanking. Tanking unlocks something different than just DPSing for you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And I have limited playtime, so you can play a lot more as a tank. I think that's true. I think at the highest level, if you're playing an off-meta tank, you have less playtime, to be honest. But I think at most key levels, tank queue is the fastest, right? So if you want to have the best queue times as a pug player, I think tank is probably your best bet. It could get stressful with toxic groups, that's true. Is the top 1% going to be 3950? I have a video that I need to make very soon. I have a video I'm going to have to make. I need to clarify what is going to happen with the 1% title. We don't know. Just to clarify, just so you know, Mr. Nick Van on YouTube. But it is not going to be what you think. If you've never pushed for title before, you might not realize that it isn't a static number. So there's a lot of people who are constantly asking, what is the 1% item? What's the 1% score going to be right now? Higher than you think. All I can tell you is that it is way more than you think it is. If you think it's going to be around like 3,900, it's probably closer to 4K, if not higher than that. I'm almost positive that it is going to be way higher than that, actually, because of how that system works. So many people have not experienced the jump that happens in the last 2 weeks, and I think that will be interesting. All right, let's play with this new rare head item that I will never get. Nice. This is why I liked playing on the PTR, because I can't ever do this. So I get my Venom Cursed headpiece at 337. Nice. All right, and let's put the neck piece on. What's this? We got a special cantrip neck item. Yeah, this one. This is the one that gives me Giga Crit. Nice. Solid. Very powerful. What's up, Ekamon? It's a nice emoji. I like that. That's my style right there. That is indeed. You've correctly identified the target audience for that one. Is my Druid or Pally looking better next season? Terezi, I can answer only based off of speculation. I can answer based off of historical data. I cannot actually tell you what it's going to be. And I think that that's important. I think it's very important for me to clarify. If anybody tells you what is definitely going to happen, they are wrong. We don't know. They can tune at any point, just push a lever, push a button, this thing buffed 200%. It'll be what it'll be. But right now, Prop Pally is clearly dominant. If you were going to take a tank on PTR, I think Prop Pally is the one. And the reason it's the one is because it has received 3 reworks in the last 3 weeks. Normally, based off of data. Okay, listen. When they give a class in World of Warcraft a giga amount of attention, it does tend to mean that they want that thing to be good. Very rarely, it has happened, I think, once or twice, but very rarely do they invest so much time into working on a spec, reworking the entire talent tree multiple times over, and also giving it crazy patch notes with values and stuff for it not to be played. And so Prop Pally has gotten, I think at this point, 8 times the amount of notes compared to any other tank going into next season. So it seems likely that Prop Pally will at least see play, if nothing else. Yeah, they gave it, that tank has been very much bought. It was the biggest winner of the tank buffs of all the things that were compensated. Prop Pally was like by far and large the one that got the most values, so that was good. And yeah, I would say this deserves a cheer. Yo, 1,000 bits, bet. There you go. That's a way to start today. Terezi, I'm torn. I want to do an IRL Thailand stream soon. You know, I don't know if they will. We'll see. Yup, there goes toward the fund. I had to buy a new microphone because I think that I wanted better audio quality for when I do the IRL stream. So I bought a new microphone this morning so I can just take people around Thailand and hang out with people downstairs. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. My only problem is I'm also going to order ice cream today. So normally I have like a milkshake fund, right? Yes, we do. Yeah, let me know, Terezi. I have had a very difficult time keeping track of my own schedule. So please reach out to me if you are on the Patreon and you want to schedule the code. You have to follow up with me about it, okay? Because I am so bad right now at keeping up. Yeah, no, I'm quite rough. I have not been doing a good job. I think Brewmaster will slip under. Brewmaster traditionally has actually been Yum Burrito, kind of in a similar state as Prot Warrior, where it is so comp dependent, as in if you need Mystic Touch, Brewmaster can probably do the thing. But it normally in the past has required you to want Mystic Touch. And right now, this was like the first time ever that you just saw crazy monk representation without actually needing Mystic Touch. Like, Mistweaver was really good this season. It wasn't about Mystic Touch. There have been a lot of interesting things with this. Today, I still have to test Apex. I can't really tell you that, SB, because we can't play the talents we will play. So the biggest thing about our Apex talent, it will give me a little survivability, but it's mostly just for damage. So I can test how tanky Bear will feel right now, give or take. I cannot test how much damage Bear will do, because the Apex will be quite a bit of value just for damage. And so that'll be a little bit weird to test with at the moment. Also, I'm not kitting out my character in the same way a lot of people do. Some people on PTR will go like full enchants. They'll go get a diamond or whatever. I could do this. I guess I could buy some right now because it survives. Exactly. So that's the thing right now, TH. Season 1 had a theme. The theme of Season 1 was you don't need to optimize damage, just live. That was the theme. Season 2 might not have that theme. If Season 2 is actually the timers, or imagine every dungeon. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Terezi. I will add this to the IRL Thailand stream fund. Okay. What if every timer was like Algathar Academy? We don't know. And I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just saying. What if all of the dungeon timers ended up being more like Algathar Academy and less like Mysara Caverns? It would change up the meta a little bit. You would really start to think a lot more about optimizing damage. Because Algathar is a dungeon where you do notice group buffs. Like, I've played my Prot Pally in a 20 on retail, to be fair. I'm not higher than that. But I played my Prot Pally in a 20 Algathar. First of all, ow. I died a few times. But the timer felt really tough because I just didn't provide any offensive value. I was doing on the actual meters less damage than my bear would do, or my brewmaster, but I also didn't provide a group buff. Yeah, Cheeky, I think this is a big situation of you think you do, but you don't. When I first read the notes that DPS were going to have more responsibility going into Season 2, I was like, yes, they've addressed it. Like, finally, you know, we've been telling them for so long, tanking is overwhelming. You got to give us a bone. You can't keep making us do all this. And then healers also had some thoughts like that. And then they admitted it. They straight up, they said in a Blue Notes like a week or two ago, right? Hey, yeah, DPS are going to need to contribute more. We acknowledge that the tank and the healer have too much responsibility in Keystones. And at first, I was hype. I thought to myself, yes, Blizzard is finally listening to us. And then I thought about the fact that my hunter is now going to basically make or break the key. And I thought to myself, no. Uh-oh. And I realized in horror that my Ret Pally will have significantly more responsibility. And now I'm not so sure about these changes. I feel as though maybe they should just go back. Maybe they should just go back. Yeah. I think this might be a situation where we really want to... We thought we wanted this. And then they give it to us. And we realize this is not what we wanted. Also, hi Burrito. Welcome back. I remember you from yesterday. Also, hi Moonglance. Glad to see you guys back today. I have exciting things to do. I'm waiting for Shindig. He said he wants to play, but I think he's at the end of... He's been in King's Rest for 20 minutes on the last boss. Is that how this goes? Prio target is more of a knowledge at that point. Dude, prio target is just... People are just honestly SB. If I may. Bro, they're just bad. Like, the DPS players don't have to learn. Let me be more sincere instead of just... I have some trust issues. Right? I do have some trust issues, to be fair. Oh, wait. There's no B tag message. What the hell? Hello? Why can't I message him? Ah, there you go. Got a dungeon preference. Also purple, you coming? Got a dungeon preference? Question mark. Ruby life pools. I wanted to go Ruby life pools first. I was thinking Ruby. I don't know King's Rest or Temple of Seralis. Not King's Rest because I just did that. All right. No, I'll do King's Rest after Shin. Shin says not King's Rest. Seems reasonable. Purple, you coming? What are you playing? Purple Seer. Vikman. I mean... Vikman just logged off. Damn. That would be a hell of a healer. The biggest issue I've seen is people just too excited to push their buttons while tanks are gathering. So when I do coaching with people, Mr. Dark Dude, one of the biggest things I talk about is how to manage your gather so that you can assist your pugs knowing that they are just going to blast way too early for no reason. It doesn't actually help them. Most DPS will do significantly more damage if they actually just chill. Wait, 17? Do you go 15 right now? What's PTR? Are people doing 17 or 15? Like more than 15? 18? What are people doing on PTR? I don't know. Unskilled Devour's ripping threat, but but one of the things about the DPS players is they don't understand how threat works in game, which by the way makes sense because where is threat explained in World of Warcraft? You guys want to know some crazy things about threat in WoW? Moonglance, if I tell you this, you have to tell me if you knew this, okay? Crancherry cheer 200 bits, bet. All right. I think my tripod will be delivered today. I might want to wait like a few days for the thing. Threat is explained in Classic, kind of. You're not wrong about that. All right, 35. You have to tell me if you know some of this. Did you know that there's an additional modifier if you're in melee range? So if your Devourer is walking next to you and they collapsing star while they're in melee range, there are a bunch of problems with this. Like one of them is that they just have there's a modifier. If you're not in melee range, there's a modifier. Did you know that? Yeah. When I'm playing my Mistweaver, yeah, exactly. So when I'm playing my Mistweaver, oh, Raz wants to come, bet. Yeah, 100%. What's up, Raz? When I'm playing my Mistweaver and I am healing tanks walking into a pole, I will make sure I'm not standing next to them. I have to make sure that I'm far enough away from them, because otherwise I already have to worry about healing threat if they're not gathering correctly. But then on top of that, I want to make sure that I'm following behind. Yep. That's a great question, Cheeky. I don't know if I know the answer to that question. But this is like some random fucking shit. Like who would know that? What was the last book you read? Ooh, Under the Sun. If I told you that, I would get banned. Right. That there are so many little things like that, Moonglance. There's a lot about threat. There are also, okay, so there are some things with Guardian where there are spells that are not considered Guardian Druid spells, and there are some that are considered Guardian Druid spells. It's kind of like this talent right here. If you take a look at this talent in our tree, can you see this behind my camera? Circle of the Wild versus Circle of the Heavens. I think my camera's covering it. Are you familiar with what this actually does? I made a video about it. I've talked about it many times for talents, but I still think that people are unawares. Also, Unda, I got to play with Shin. I caught him on PTR today. Let's see if this works. Last time I tried to collab with him, it didn't work. I think it works this time. Bet. This one worked. I got it. PTR, but yeah, they completely fixed Prop Pally Sergeant Smash. Prop Pally, they complained reasonably. Everybody complained. Immediately fixed. Within 3 days. Within 1 week. Completely reworked the it's all perfect now. Basically, it's perfect. You get everything you want. Bear, Apex talent, bugged since day one of PTR. Not fixed. Can't play it. Untestable. Yeah. So prop pallies get... That's what I'm saying when I say if you want to know what the meta tank might be, it is very possible that it's the one that gets the most attention. Just because that's just how it is. Like, World of Warcraft prioritizes the things if they're putting development time into reworking prop pally 3 times in a row. There was the initial tree change, then there was the second tree change, then there was the third tree change. And the third one is good. The second one was terrible. I saw Cookie Crumbles with Blizzard. Okay. You want to know Moonglance? Oh, yeah, here. So this is like the worst tooltip of all time. Are you ready? All right. Okay, so I'm just checking if you can see this, and I'm checking if the collab works. Poor Holy Priest. Yeah, Holy Priest, when they need some love. Collab working if you want. We're playing with a guy, and he's very good, but for some reason I can't whisper him right now, so. Collab working if you want. Whoops. Healer. Oh, yeah. Shaman. Nice. Perfect. Let's go. Let's roll. I'd love to see what the actual decision-making process for each tank. Oh, I can show you that. That's not hard to do. TH, are you loading a chat? Did you just troll me on YouTube, TH? Wait. Hold up. TH, you put a little loading circle there. Is that... Did you get me with this, or how is this working here? Okay. Let me explain this right before the key starts. Yeah, but I'll talk about that in a second, Panzer Pants. All right, here we go. This talent here does not actually say physical damage dealt increased by 5%. This talent here does not say magical damage dealt is increased by 5%. Because if it read like that, you would always play Circle of the Heavens. Pretty much all your damage is magic, right? Because your Thrash is now arcane because of Elun's Chosen. Otherwise, your damage is Moonfire, Lunar Beam. These are clearly magic damage abilities. What it actually says is Guardian Druid spells increase by 5%. Physical damage dealt by your abilities. Abilities, what it means is anything that is a Guardian Druid spell. So this buffs Thrash, but it also buffs Lunar Beam, because Lunar Beam is not a Druid spell, it is a Guardian Druid ability. Fun fact, The reason you play Circle of the Wild is because even though all your damage is magic, this doesn't do what it says it does. It actually does Guardian Druid abilities. Whereas this one is only the spells, and the only spell you have as a Guardian is Moonfire, because it is the only thing that you press aside from Regrowth, which is not a Guardian Druid specific spell. It is actually just a Druid spell, and therefore it is considered a spell. Does that make sense? No. Is that how it works? Yup. That is why you always play the Wild node, even though all your damage is magic. Yeah. Like, what? I just don't think that makes a lot of sense. Doesn't even know the loading amount? No, I knew that. Spells and abilities being the key word, correct. Yeah. A lot of Guardian Druids have made that mistake. Is it the biggest change? Nah, like, it's okay, but... Okay. I don't remember these two Earthshapers being here. Let's see if this is as bad as I remember it. I don't know. We get to play with Razem. Interesting guy. We also get to play with Mr. Shindig, who is also pretty cool. If he wants. Accepted. Did it work? Not sure it went through. All right, we try again. Dude, this is going to be interesting. This is certainly going to be interesting. All right. Let's see if this works. I'm going to see if I can get this collab going so that you guys can meet Shindig. And it's just a nice thing to do for stream. What was my first poll? Well, the first poll, the way it used to work, was that if people didn't kick, your tank was dead. That's how it used to work. Specifically, the first pull of Ruby Life Pools was the Ice Lance, the cast that went through. But you also, for that season, remember, you had VDH toward the end. And so VDH was just Sigil, right? Problem solved. Problem solved. All right, we are now streaming with Shin. Earthshaper, but a 35% increased damage on you and it stacks. Good luck. What do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, what? Do you shroud the start? Do you think you still try to skip this guy? Is he stealth? Does he still have this? Oh my god, they put stealth on him again. They put the eye. God, they really gotta let us start just actually stealthing past things. All right, let's see if this works. Can I take part of the bet? I mean, TH is a mod. If you want to put like a little prediction up, you can. Let's see how Guardian Druid feels. Let's figure this out. Big strong bear. Let's go. I want to say I'm not that concerned, but I also remember Dragonflight, which gives me, unfortunately, some level of confidence that I might not deserve. We'll find out. Okay, Ruby Life Pools. Let's do 15 and just see how it feels. This will be my first time seeing this. They have made a lot of changes to this dungeon. I read a lot of the changes as being very positive, but let's see. One thing that I have been doing, and I will expect for what it is worth, I'll tell you this. I made a short this morning because I was just like, hey, a lot of people are very negative about the changes coming up. And you know what? Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. There are some systems they've introduced for Season 2. The dungeon pool, the raid systems, all that. It is very fair to criticize, but I also think that WoW has a problem of being overly negative. So I'm going to try to post some positive videos to maybe see if I can counteract a little bit, just because there's also a lot of good things they've done. Increased visual indicators, the supposedly reduced RP in some of the dungeons that were pretty problematic. This is going to be the first test to see if they have actually landed good changes in a dungeon, or if this is going to get a treatment like Mists of Tir Scythe and Algathar, where somehow, and it shouldn't be possible because I remember Ruby Life Pools back in the day when it was current and I mained healer. It shouldn't be possible, but would they somehow have made this dungeon worse? This is my first time seeing it since the supposed rework. All right. First thing right off the bat, those frost bolts are hitting my DPS players. I immediately don't think that's a good change. That I actually think it is significantly better when things just hit the tank. Like, these types of mechanics should actually prioritize the tank. I don't think it's good that they hit everybody else. This happened in Halls of Atonement, where your tank, it would have been better if those guys just actually spam bolted the tank instead of everybody. Okay, so there's still the ground effect here. I get a stacking debuff from Tectonic Strike. This is the Earthshaper. And we need to kill this then. So now it's a DPS race. All right. This is exactly what they said they were going to do, but I'm still upset that they've done it. Does everybody get hit by it, or is there a way to ignore the stacks? Because that right there, that's a DPS check. And they did specifically say that they were going to put the DPS checks in. So maybe it's okay. Like, that is something they said they were going to do it. Yeah, but originally on beta, to be fair, Moonglance, that actually only hit the tank. And I straight up think it might be better if bolts are just tank mechanics. All right, this guy has a stacking shield. He's got the ice shield, so you can purge that or maybe spell steal. Is it purgeable? It doesn't look like a magic dispel. Bro, what is this shield? Oh my god. I've just noticed that shield is for his entire health bar. Okay. It does not look purgeable. So we used to skip this. Let's get like a range kick on that. Okay, so you're going to probably pull maybe like these guys. And then here. That was a pretty big pull. That was a pretty standard Ruby life pulls, except for the fact that, okay, so this is the Tectonic Slam. It's now instant and unavoidable, so not telegraphed. That's a physical hit, so Bear would be absolutely fine against these Juggernauts. It used to hurt other tanks a lot more than this. Okay. We're experimenting. May I ask why Crit Flask? Because it's the first thing I saw on the vendor. What's up, G-Dub? How's it going? How's it going? We're testing for the new season, and we are hoping and praying a little bit. Just a little bit. Where Blizzard, the company that makes this game, the one that we all love, has received recently some criticism for potentially not actually listening to what we want. They have made some changes. There have been questionable changes. Some people are happy about the changes. Other people, like myself, are maybe not so happy about the changes. But this is a good test to see if they have done a good job. Like that right there. That's a good change. As silly as this sounds, that is actually an Omega change and makes me very happy to see. Okay. If you did not play this dungeon when it was current, you do not remember the actual nightmare of people dying after you skip the first guy because the charge from this dude, you had to actually look. That is a massive change. Look how obvious that is. Okay. Little things like that make me very happy. Thing I don't like, there is now a wall here, and I don't think I can progress to the first boss area until I kill him. I don't like that. That seems bad, actually. Because you used to fight him in the first boss arena, and this will mean that we're going to get, butt pulls. I was about to say. So now you're just going to get a bunch of butt pulls in this area. Because you used to drag him into the room. Yeah, you actually used to have to pay attention to this. Now, keep in mind that sometimes when they make changes like that, on the surface, it seems good. I don't know. I think in general, they're good changes. They did this to Halls of Atonement, last boss. You remember? Last boss, you used to have to look what directions the statues were facing, and then when they brought it back, you didn't have to look at all. That being said, it also made it like a non-mechanic. I want to say it did, but actually a lot of people still got hit by statues. It was still a thing that happened. Yep. So when they brought it back because it had a visual indicator, I expect that no one would get hit by that charge, but then again... All right, this is now an interruptible cast. Also kind of an Omega change. They changed how this works. The cast from this boss is now interruptible. Yep. So you're going to stack, and then... Would I still soak any of this as a tank? Yeah, so you can... Okay, here's the Chill Storm. Is this as bad as I remember it being? This boss is... I remember it being a lot worse than that. Is it? Are we just tuned high? Is this too low of a key level? Because I'm not really noticing anything right now. The Tectonic Slam seem bad. I think that we're scaled now, right? Oh yeah, we are Omega overgeared for this. Okay, so we should probably be testing on like a 17. Second boss is rough now. Did they fix the third boss? The second boss was rough for the main reason of you had to kill ads, and as key levels got higher, people didn't kill ads. All right, so you got aggro on the whelps. Oh, you used to... Oh, wait, you pulled this. They did raise the item level, so I'm noticing... I think we're just overgeared for this, because I'm not noticing... There's, like, 0 danger right now. I mean, I'm not the healer, so we'll see. How are you liking Guardian for 12.1? So my abilities are still so bugged right now, it's actually hard to say. Oh, this shield is not breaking. 10 stacks, 11 stacks. Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait, 14 stacks? Okay. It's hard to say exactly how Guardian will. So I can tell you how tanky I feel, and that is the only metric that I can really tell you, because one thing I cannot tell you is how much damage or what the tuning will be like. Damage does matter for tanks. So we wanted to grab some funnel here like this. The circle here is much smaller. The area of effect damage, we are also playing with 20% avoidance. Keep in mind, I think that is applicable right now. Nope, they reduced it to 0. Good. That's smart. I love testing PTR. Don't get me wrong. But we do have to take into account that it's hard to say exactly how things will feel because the Apex talent for Guardian is still very bugged right now. Okay, so if you can kick this boss and the circle is now that small, this boss is now a non-issue. This boss actually has 0 danger. All right? You just grab threat. It's just going to be the frost shields, and they are percentage-based, not time-based. And then as a tank, you would need defensives on these frost claws. But also, this one will feel easier. King's Rest and Temple of Sothralis will probably feel really bad. Has anybody tested those yet? Because I didn't get to play BFA. That was when I first moved to Thailand, and I was not actually being a degenerate. So for a little bit of my life, and I know this will shock you. I mean, prepare yourself. Did you know? At one point in my life, I was social. I went outside by choice, not by need, by choice. Very interesting. You might ask yourself, woo, why would you do that? The reason is simple. I had no PC. The second that I had a computer that could run World of Warcraft, it was over for me. I actually used to, there was a point in my life where I was like, what is it like to be a normal person? I want to know. What is it like for somebody to say, hi, how are you? What's your name? And for me to go, starfish, instead of quoting random aquatic animals as an introduction, I actually just go, hi, nice to meet you. And they're like, what do you like to do? And I'll just be like, bars. And they'll be like, well, you see the game last night? And I'll be like, yeah, the red team did like really well. And they'll be like, yeah, I know. Can you believe that play that happened? And I would be like, dude, it was unbelievable. I can't believe that happened. And they'd be like, yeah, I know. And then all of a sudden I would have a best friend. Just like that. That's how it works, I think. I'm not like 100% certain, but as far as I know, that's how it works. Yeah, I saw that ludicrous display last night, Cheeky Monk. Did you see that ludicrous display last night? And while everybody was focused on that ludicrous display, did you actually see that Snoop display? It's a music reference. No, I mean, look, I will say that one of the more masculine qualities I have is I like American football. I do. I will clarify it's American football, but I do enjoy watching American football, which is a surprising quality for me. But I grew up with it, so I understand it. I think that when you talk about sports, Cheeky, a lot of it is understanding why the thing is entertaining, because sports are cool to watch, as you can joke about it. I'll joke more about the whole gathering at bars type situation. That is an interesting thing. But there's really some fun stuff, but you have to understand what's happening on your screen. Otherwise, it does just look like a bunch of people running across a field for no reason. It's also, I mean, it's not that different than gaming, right? Like when I watch League of Legends, I've played MOBAs before, but I've never really played League. So I don't enjoy watching it because I don't really understand the nuances of it, right? I just don't really get it. It doesn't fill me with a special sense of joy when I'm watching the people play their matches. I'm like, I don't fully understand what's happening here. But when I watch the game that I used to play, which is ROV, or Arena of Valor, the Thai version of it, then I'm like, whoa, this is crazy cool. I had to understand it, right? Okay, so the Fire Dragon's here. Do you, out of curiosity, do you skip him? Do you try to walk right? Does he have stealth detection? He does have stealth detection. Can you, what would happen if you try to walk right? Oh, no, he pulls. I don't know, I don't think he pulled. I don't think he pulled. I swear he didn't pull. Wait. I'm very confused. I am very confused. Whoa, look at that breath frontal. Dude, that's actually epic. That just looks cool. I don't even, wait a second. That just actually looks really cool. Whoa. He was, I don't, whoa, look at that. Wait for him to do it again. Look at that. Look at that fire breath. I didn't even know he did that before. No, I did not. I like to watch chess, but cannot imagine some. Exactly. That's a really good example, by the way. Because if I were to watch chess, I just would not understand, right? Oh, you have to take them now? Gotcha. I grew up in an NFL household. Most fans are like Chicago Bear fan, but I'm a Pats fan. I'm a Chargers fan because that's how I grew up. And, you know, I think that it's very fair to criticize many of the systems that we have today. And I'm not going to get into a heavy conversation about some more nuanced topics here, Ghost Shade. But ultimately, sports are a way for people to come together. They're divisive because your team is your loyalty and you must defend your team's honor, et cetera, et cetera. I get it. But also, it's actually a way for people to connect. It's something that my dad and I can do because we both enjoy it, but it's not something that I check. Like, for example, if we're watching a game, part of the experience is saying, as a group, oh, come on, I can't believe they did that. Oh, my, what the, you know what I mean? Like, part of the experience is having those reactions because we are bonding over an activity together. Does it actually? Like, do I feel it that strongly? Not necessarily, but I absolutely love watching games with my dad. To be fair, I do like watching games on my own too because I like the game itself and I can understand the nuances of what's happening. I learned how to read the plays and whatnot. But it's easy to criticize. Oops. It's easy to criticize systems without realizing that things have pros and cons. Anything that's tribal or divisive like this can bring people together as much as it can tear people apart. There is violence because of sports. There's also joy because of sports. Same for a lot of things like this, right? Because it's literally faction divided. I mean, it's just factions in WoW. Are sports really that different than the Horde and Alliance? Kinda. These don't seem nearly as bad as I remember them, but I wonder if we're just getting kicks and stuff. Then the referee, despite... Okay, to be fair, though, it does seem like the referees in a lot of sports have taken some money, right? I mean, Cheeky, does it not, like, Ghost Shade, when you're watching football, what inspired you is a walking pad treadmill? I had the flu, I was sick, it triggered some autoimmune conditions, so all of a sudden I went from going to the gym like 5-6 days a week and working out a lot to working out zero and not moving much at all. My daily activity went from really active, feeling very fit, to nothing because I got ill. That illness, I realized I don't think that's good. I work in health and fitness. If you are not moving, you are not healing. But I couldn't go outside. It's very hot here. It's incredibly hot in Thailand. It's not easy to just decide to go for a walk out. It's like if it was raining outside, it's not so easy to just walk outside. So I realized, hey, instead of having to walk outside, I could just get a little walking pad, put it under my desk while I try to play WoW. And that's what I decided to do. There are some tanks. So is that a physical hit or magic? Because that doesn't hurt me that bad. I think we're just over-geared. I think we got to test this on hierarchies. If there are even more people who will lose it over reasonable calls. Yeah, but I think, Cheeky, one thing I've gained an appreciation for, and I know this might be a bit of a hot take, but Conan, have you ever had the experience of watching something with people you care about? Just as an example, watching even a movie or even something collective, even an anime. Your name is from Naruto, I imagine. Dude, the scene with Conan, so that feeling, I want to share that feeling with people. If I care about somebody, I want them to experience what I experienced when... You don't watch Naruto? Oh, okay, never mind. Then you won't understand this reference. But basically, there are some very hype moments of Naruto with your name. What's your name from, then? The barbarian? The detective? What's your name from? If not, I just assumed, actually, that it was a Naruto thing. What's up, Just Blinks? Oh, look at that visual. Oh, look at that visual. That's good visual. I just thought it sounded cool. That is a hella coincidence, actually. So your name is a pretty direct reference here. Oh, this is going to be a terrible tank mechanic still. I bet you it's still coded as a bleed. Now you don't have to use space on this boss. Whoa. Okay. I have a hot take. I am developing a take as we're doing this key. I know I argued against this a few days ago. Visuals in WoW are so important because this just looks visually so much more epic than it used to. Like, look at that massive beam thing in front of her. I don't know if I'll appreciate it midway through a Mythic Plus season, but that's kind of awesome. Okay, so you need a defensive for every single bleed here, like before. Yeah, well, it used to be really rough here. It used to be even worse with the trees. That's a pretty cool beam. I think that makes it look way cooler. Hi, Checker. Do I speak Thai? It could be better. It could certainly be better. I would not say that my Thai is fantastic. I should speak better Thai. Here's what I can tell you. Have you ever lived in a separate country from where you grew up? No, you will need to defensive this as a tank. Can I read? A little bit. Tiny bit. Have you Just Blinks? Where did you grow up / where did you move to? Because I grew up in America and I moved to Thailand. There were a lot of things I've learned living here, but the language has been probably the hardest thing. Because Thai is a tonal language. You have ma, 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 ma. Dude, there are some sentences that are really difficult to say. Let me tie this all in together. Mr. Burrito, are you still here? There was a dude, Burrito was here. You told me about al pastor meat. Okay, so you moved to Austria from that. Okay, so what languages are you currently able to speak, and did you have a hard time assimilating? You're still here. Excellent. If you get a burrito, you want that shit to be flavorful, right? Like, that's part of the experience. Is you're getting a burrito to enjoy a burrito. But sometimes you get like a really good dish. And one thing that can make or break a dish is the sauce, correct? I need to clarify that what I am about to tell you in Thai is educational in nature. I am not saying this for no reason. It is a strong clarification that the following words out of my damn mouth are educational. I am attempting to educate. This is not inappropriate. This is educational. Thai is a tonal language. The way that you say a word directly impacts the meaning of said word. So, ma, 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 ma are 5 different tones. One of those means horse. One of those means mom. One of those means come here. One of those means this, like one of those means dog. They're not very similar. If you go to a restaurant and you're in Thailand, so they have some good food here, and you, for example, were to think to yourself, man, I would love some sauce with this, and you ask the person at the restaurant for some sauce. Ka nam jim kap. Versus ka nam jim. One of those is, can I please have some sauce? One of those is, may I have some pussy juice? You might ask me, oh, woo, why would those two things be remotely similar? How could that ever happen? I don't have an answer for you. All I know is that I'm very cautious when I ask for more sauce at a restaurant because they sound exactly the same. It do be rough out there. Yup, Ming, that is right. If you are not careful, you will have an interesting restaurant experience. Let's put it that way. On their sushi rolls, I wonder if that's why. No, that's probably just marketing. Like it's not like all words like that, but there are just some things that I just know I'm not supposed to say in public, you know, because I have to be careful about the tones. How do the DPS rankings look like? Epic Game, be very wary. If anybody tells you they know what the DPS rankings are, they are lying to you, immediately be suspicious. No one actually knows what is going to be meta right now. We are in our initial testing stage. Their first set of tuning has come out. I can give you predictions, and I can tell you what's currently happening, but just know that the best DPS on PTR for the first 2 weeks of testing was Frosty K. Yeah? Okay, so for what it's worth, right? Exactly. So now Frosty K has been nerfed a lot. How good is it? I don't know. This is the first key I've done today. I would not be able to tell you. Okay, so dragon, we have to do this thing. I think we have to stand in the center. This is how you do the dragon. Stand center. Stand center. Center. He flies, he'll come to the center, no? Does he always fly to the edge now? It used to be in Dragonflight here, though. Ravage still gets reset to raise. Yep, if you're using, yep. That was the Gore proc. I don't think that's Apex Clappy. As far as I know, that's just when Mangle procs a Gore. When you get a Mangle reset, it consumes Ravage. I think that Apex is still bugged, but I can test it quickly before the next dungeon. Yeah, there you go. You need to bait the dragon to mid. If I ever find myself into Thailand, yeah, Argus. But there are other things that you would say instead. And what's up, Coach Bobber? I don't think so. As far as I know, it is still AoE taunting. I didn't test it in this dungeon. I'm still currently testing with no Apex. And here we go, though. You mean the gory fur talent? I don't think we're going to play it. Prop Pally, yes. Although, epic gameplay, I'm going to be real with you. I hope strongly that VDH is not meta. I really, really, really don't want VDH to be meta. I think it would be bad for the game. I mean, straight up, like, I'll go that far as to say it might actually be, you know, skip season 2 if VDH is meta. I don't think that that is a good tank for pugs. VDH just has issues. Like, if you make it work at the highest level, it's not a good choice for, I think, average keys. Prop Pally has a similar issue, to be fair. Okay, so this boss still works similarly, except that the visuals are way better, which is nice. The wind should be this way now? Up, right? Yeah, VDH is not a good pug tank because of the way that it gathers, the way that it struggles with certain things that it probably shouldn't struggle with. Okay, so you need to... The fire isn't moving as much as it did before. I thought they changed the way this dot works. This boss will still be hard then. So I've split myself, which is a problem. And then you kill boss, and then that's it. All right. Okay, I think 15 too low. That was too easy. That was very easy. Interesting. That was omega easy, actually. I didn't even know. I didn't feel anything there. Pugs demand non-demon hunter tanks. Watching those arcane missiles makes me happy. Do you know the guy, the mage in this group right now? He makes pretty funny YouTube content. He doesn't stream that often, but he does make funny YouTube content. He make me laugh. Laughing good. Yo. Send it. We'll search for him. His name is Razan. Mr. Razan. Same nickname, pretty much. I think if you Google that on YouTube, yeah. What's up, Alex? What Nexus did you time? Why not do skip route without the classes necessary to do skips? I don't think that's actually why. Wish with VDH is based more around it not being good in Pugs. There's Cole. I can tell you a few things here. And yes, Luna, you have to be very careful with how you say things in Thailand. That is part of it. Let me, first of all, I think that I am going to just pause my treadmill for a second. Seth Rallis. What's up, bird? One season of Druid of the Claw. Patrick, fair enough. I don't like Druid of the Claw. I don't like Druid of the Claw because ping. I am actually not a fan of that. Need a few minutes. Also, did Arson want to come? Razan. If Arson wants to game, I don't know if he's currently in a key. Let me just test. Let me just see. I think Arson is actually on PTR right now. He is on PTR right now. Hold up. Well, let me move my treadmill and actually just sit down because now I walked just now, by the way. This is why you should get a treadmill. 5,000 steps. Just like that. DC's more fun. All right, let me cook on tanks momentarily. But give me a moment before we actually do this next dungeon, which is going to be a wipe fiesta, by the way. I have to learn Seth Rallis. I didn't play. I haven't played before. So that will be a learning experience. Need a table that gets up. It's worth it. I mean, if you can play. It's actually not so easy to play WoW while you're walking. All right, give me a second. Neither have I. Okay, great. We're going to learn Seth Rallis. This will be our first interpretation of this. How bad is it? I've heard bad things, but I don't actually want to let the community sway my decision. Is it actually as bad as people say it is? From what I recall, routing Seth Rallis isn't the bad part. And they've made a lot of changes. Ruby just now felt better, but I don't think it was a high enough key level for me to feel how difficult it might actually be. There were a few things I can see that would still be difficult to deal with. We'll get Arson in here. Big collab stream today, damn. All right. Pull mobs, kill them, time keep. Sounds good. All right. Let me move the treadmill back, and then let me sit down for a second. What's up, Apollo? Cole? Coach Bubba? Bubba. Let me tell you why my thought process on VDH and Prop Alley is the way it is. Give me a second to sit down. Maybe I'll walk more in a bit. Also, I want to order ice cream today. Oh. Okay. No, Ravage is still going away. Also, I don't know if Apex is now testable. Can anyone tell me if the Guardian Druid Apex is also okay now? I will play it in this key if I can. I just don't know if it is like playable or not. Smoldering your rage of the current PTR notes for a holy priest. Yeah, Apollo, if you're a Holy Priest enjoyer, it's a tough world out there. You have been just relegated straight up to you're a raid healer. It's the same thing with Prez. And also, Cran Cherry had donated $2 for the Thailand stream earlier today. Let me put that up. Make sure I don't forget. Is it sad how often one of the hero talents is behind? Yes. We'll see. Things I personally didn't like in King's Rest and Temple at least got changed according to notes. Let me go get the key. I think I have it right now. Let's do 15 just to learn. So we'll do Semplis, Athralis, 15. Okay. We Hearth back. We see there's a portal guy who will take us back. Nope, Hearth. Okay. It's a deeper cook. I'm debating on how to say it. I want to make sure I have the right opinion here. I want to make sure I have the right opinion. Actually, fuck it. I don't need the right opinion. I'm just going to tell you my opinion. Great. You know what? Never mind. I don't need to be perfect with this take. I'm not actually going to be perfect with this take. I'm just going to tell you my honest thoughts. My honest thoughts are this. There is a massive gap and knowledge difference between a tank who has been playing this game for 5+ years or 10+ years, or even just a tank who has the skill set and opportunity to play very difficult level dungeons, and a tank who is experiencing the game for fun or getting into the competitive atmosphere of WoW. There is an unbelievable difference between these two groups of people, and we do not acknowledge this. We think, well, of course that top tank is better than me. Why? And that is a very difficult thing to quantify. There are so many micro decisions that a tank has to make at all points throughout a dungeon. It is part of the reason why you feel bad about the responsibility. It is part of the reason why you feel overwhelmed by the routing and the decisions and the pacing and the this and the that. Where to group the pull, where to position the pull, how do you understand the pull? Do you know what your healer needs? Do you know what your DPS need? Can you pixel stack things? Can you not pixel stack things? Did I chain too fast? Did I chain too slow? Did I do this? Did I do that? There are so many factors that go into making a very good tank. There are some tanks that allow you to bypass some of these things, and there are other tanks which highlight this skill gap. Guardian Druid and Brewmaster are the top two tanks that allow new players to get into the role and possibly enjoy it without having the prerequisite knowledge of already being good at the game. Whereas if VDH is meta next season, that tank is technical. There are so many VDHs who will just infernal leap into a pack and die. There are so many people who will have very bad keys that insta-brick because VDH is meta. Straight up. Even though it is powerful. Even though it might be powerful, it probably won't be powerful by 50% because that's not how they tune the game anymore. And even when it was Omega in its best state that it has ever been in, you still had a lot of VDHs that didn't understand their kit and would fail the tank mechanics, not the class mechanics. And when I say tank mechanic, I don't mean, oh, there was a tank buster and I didn't realize that there was a tank buster. More like their gather was poor and they leaped into a pack instead of next to a pack. They didn't have a plan for the gather. And that right there is the biggest thing. It's just the gather, to be honest with you. And that sounds like a pretty minor thing, but it isn't. It is a massive, 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 massive factor. And if VDH is meta next season, you are going to see a ton of people straight floor POV. An example, this is my backup to this point. Are you ready? Guardian Druids do it right now. In my journey to begin healing on my Mistweaver this season, I have gotten to 21s. The amounts of Guardian Druids that just walk into a pack and straight up die is incredible. It happens way more than it should. This tank is super, super, super friendly for gathers. You have so many tools. You have an infinite number of tools, actually, and yet it is still one of the biggest reasons why you lose your keys. Because you have to understand fundamentally how to use those tools, and if you don't understand how to use those tools, you're dead. So yes, Patrick, the amounts of Guardian Druids who walk in without Barkskin or just think, I'm just going to, casually walk from pack to pack, imagine that those people played VDH. They would not get anywhere near the key level that they're currently at, which some might argue is a good thing, but for what it is worth, there's just a fundamental lack of knowledge about how to tank in World of Warcraft. The game does a very bad job of explaining it to you, and you progress through a system which allows you to progress through that system without teaching you the things to get to the higher level. It's a very poorly designed progression path because you're fine, then you get to your first plus X key, you're dead. You don't realize why you died. I hope that in Season 2, they address some of these things by changing the way that incoming damage works. But there are so many other things about tanking that add on top of this, okay? For example, the fact that there are some packs which sync their melees on you, and there are other packs that don't. If you've ever wondered why sometimes you walk into a pull and you just die, it is actually a long time this. Well, Arson is turbo crashing right now. I'll understand the game now for those that join. I believe, though, what's up, Zacharum Zach? That's a good name. That actually immediately gives me flashbacks to playing a Hammerden. So this is the thing. You can bulldoze your way up to a certain level, and then you are actually challenged. And once you're challenged, you don't really have the resources and ability to learn. And I find that to be very sad. Like, it's a problem that the game does not allow you to have a progression path which actually rewards you. Because the thing that kills you needs to be obvious. I'm going to make a video about this soon. I have a really good take about how to potentially solve or at least address a lot of the toxicity that we feel with the tank role going into the next season. But I've been cooking this take now for a few months. I want to think about it a little bit more, and then I want to make a video. It's going to be like one of those outside videos where I actually talk into a proper microphone and like film it on my phone instead of at my PC, because I've got to cook. I've got an idea, and I think that it's important. I wish the game was balanced around people understanding how to play the game instead of imagining that everyone who plays the game has already played the game for 10 years. That's like the literal worst part of WoW. No, I mean, I genuinely think that it's such a barrier. Like, how do you even get into World of Warcraft as a new player? What are you supposed to do? Where do you learn? YouTube. Do you know how many percentage of the player base actually watches YouTube or should be even required to watch a video about it? So a lot of people are focusing on the RNG elements, Cole, and people to answer the question specifically about VDH being meta. People are focusing on the RNG elements, but I'm thinking to myself, even if they fix that, you only have two things you can press. You have Fiery Brand and you have meta. And if you mismanage those things, you're dead. You have to pull everything. Okay. Yes. I started a WoW podcast recently, and one of the episodes I want to do is with somebody who has never played WoW, but I like talking to them. But I wanted to do an episode where I talk to somebody who has never played WoW, and then I want to know what they feel about the game, what their current understanding of the game is, what are the barriers that have prevented them from trying the game. I want to know all of these types of things because we have fundamentally zero knowledge, I think, of this right now, and it isn't talked about enough. Blizzard needs to understand, and by the way, again, I like Blizzard for what it's worth, just so you know. I'm actually like I'm pretty positive about most things that they do, and I know they have a reason for doing it. But the new player experience for WoW is not good. Is not quite right. It like punishes people instead of helps people. I'll see if Arson can get back. He's perma crashing for some reason. He's trying. Give him a second. Imagine a world where they delayed the add-on disarmament. The add-ons are a big problem, the Burrito. Actually, hearing Ian say that the add-ons were exactly the way he wanted them to be made me upset. He was like, I think the add-ons I think they went well. And I was like, they did? They did? He's happy with them? Really? Really? Oh, did he? I'm sorry. I might have misinterpreted. I didn't actually watch the interview with Cybear, to be fair. I only heard it referenced. Dude, Arson is actually, he's unable to log in. What if I start the key right away? Okay, wait, hold up. What if I actually just try to put key in? Will that help him with let's see if it works. We can always reset. It's beta. I was thinking Maybe if key start, he can come. All right, let's see. Let's see if it works. What if I like change? Why is he crashing so much in this dungeon? Or we could try a different dungeon, I guess. Let's see if this helps him. If not, obviously we can restart or do something else. They didn't care about him. They just wanted weak ores out of their raid. Okay, wait. See if this works. The reason though is important because I think that the whole add-on conversation was just off. I really feel as though the add-on conversation missed some of the fundamentals. Everybody was talking about how it affects Mythic Raid and the fact that Fractalus existed, and therefore, you know, the Fractalus experience was super bad, and I get that, and a lot of the top players had these crazy weak auras that solved a lot of mechanics for them, etc., etc., etc. Bruh, you don't need to design the game for a player like this. If you are doing Mythic Fractalus, you are probably hooked. Like, it's a bad marketing decision. It's just straight up not a good marketing decision to think the person who does Mythic Fractalus needs a better gameplay experience. The person who doesn't know what Fractalus is needs a better gameplay experience. The person who doesn't even know what Mythic Plus is needs a better gameplay experience. The people who have been doing Raid for long enough to get to Mythic Fractalus probably are going to do Mythic Raid again. If you churn 10% of them, you will be okay as a product. It's kind of crazy. The problem is that people don't even get to experience that. If I were just, for example, if I were just to ask you, well, of course, I feel like when they did the add-on stuff, it caused a lot of drama, a lot of pain in the community. And I kind of wish that they would have just, I wish they would have just pulled it and not let it happen at all. Because now what we have is this weirdly, we have a system where you still need exactly what you needed before. It's just harder to get. Like now you have to know to go download. You have to go to, it's the same thing we had before. It's just everything is a worse version. Mini CC is not as reliable as Omni Cooldown. It's less customizable. Every person has a different UI. You can get Arc UI, you can get LV UI, you can get this UI, you can get Ellesmere UI, you can get that UI package. Oh, you should totally download and pay for this person's Patreon so you can get access to their UI package. Literally the same stuff as we had before, except that it's worse. And then on top of that, you need frames. What frames should you use? I think base frames were probably the actual biggest advantage. If you do not play with any sort of enemy nameplate add-on, you are cooked. The base nameplates for dungeons tell you 0 things that you actually need to know. Get Plater or Platinator. How is this different than what we had before? X-Boss is a massive gameplay advantage. It will tell you when tank hits are happening so that you can respond to them. But I'm just saying, like, how is this better for the people who are already it's the same thing, except worse. If not just the same, if that makes sense. All right, maybe try, all right. We try different dungeon. Either a King's Rest or Higher Ruby. Does that make sense? So that's my thought process anyways, is the people who the add-on changes were really going to help probably weren't the ones who needed it to begin with. But let me ask you a better question. And this is going to maybe shock you. This is something that you really should consider. I don't know if it might be. This dungeon is apparently already bugged, as funny as it is. That's actually pretty funny. Yo, what's up, Ray Rose? How's it going? Hello, hello. Ray Rose, we're having a conversation about WoW's history. How long have you been playing WoW? Let me ask you a question. 2 questions for you. And you can tell me both of these answers. Different messages. Question number 1. What is fun about WoW? The way to think about this question is as follows, okay? If a friend of yours wanted to try World of Warcraft, how would you convince them to try it? What would you tell them is the reason to invest in WoW, learn WoW, get better at WoW? Why should they play? That's the question. I think we reform. So that's the question. How do we get back to the city, by the way? I am realizing that I don't have my Hearthstone, and I'm not getting ported. So, yeah, Arson's on PTR. He's crashing right now. I mean, the dungeon is apparently just bugged, as funny as it sounds. We've already had a Sethrillus bug. Just go in? Okay. Okay, the TP's in. Oh, gotcha. I don't actually think I have an Argentina key. What they've done with add-ons has made the gap between newer average players between the content. That, I don't know if it's larger. I feel like it is a better gap. Like, I do think that they've done an all right job. And it's not that they have failed everything about the add-on war, but I wouldn't call it a success. I stand by my question, though. What do you think the answer is? Why would you recommend WoW? A large part of what I would say is that the end game content is super fun. About 14 years I've been playing. That's a long time. Okay. Your friend actually joined yesterday. Great. That's a perfect... thank you. Tell me what your friend experienced when he decided to play. My friend actually joined yesterday, so me talking to them about it. I said there's a lot to do content-wise. Meeting new people. I did warn them about some toxic people. You have your own guild. You make sure it's a friendly one. Good. I got a lot of questions, Apollo. It's harder for people who aren't good at choosing. That's also fair. But here's the thing. All right? Endgame is fun. I think the endgame of WoW is very fun. That is the experience and the lens of which I would reference. I would tell people, yo, you should play because endgame is very fun. But a really good question. How do you get to the endgame? If that makes sense. Because most people who start WoW don't know what Mythic Plus is. They don't know what Raid is. Their first experience for the first weeks that they play are actually going to be leveling through a Chromie time campaign. They were starting in Battle for Azeroth before. I haven't leveled a new character in forever. Do you still start in a jail cell in Battle for Azeroth? That is most people don't know what dungeons are. They don't know what IO. Remember we had that conversation yesterday where I was talking about the problems with IO and there's my thoughts about IO, and somebody goes, "What's IO?" And I was like, "There you go." And then we were talking about the lore, and somebody said, "Who's Arthas?" And I was like, really?" And they're like, "Yeah, like what? You keep mentioning this Arthas guy. Like, who is that?" And I was like, I mean, I guess you wouldn't know, right? Like, that makes sense, actually. There would be no way for you to know. You think you're starting the war within now? Are very unique mental and cooperation challenges. You're starting Dragonflight now after Exile's Reach. Okay, all right. I don't know if that's also... I have 1390s. I do love leveling, so I'm super happy there's time on here for a few more weeks. Great. Is your friend... Do you think your friend will keep playing WoW, Ray Rose? You said you have your own guild. Sarcasm. Took only 3 seasons of retold to grow to be competitive now for 18 to 20s. Fucking Mythic rating. I have plenty of... Yeah. Mythic rating is cursed. I think that Mythic rating in the modern atmosphere of gaming is pretty cursed. Like, I just don't know if it has the same thing that it used to have. I don't know if you can have Mythic rating in a similar sense. I don't know if it could be what it used to be, if that makes sense. The reason that I ask and the reason that I'm having this conversation is because I want people to enjoy World of Warcraft. But I think we have to acknowledge that a lot of the design choices and changes and effort should be put into helping people get into the game. Once you get into it, amazing game. Once you develop those connections, Ray Rose, super fun. Once you do those things, you're going to have a great time. But I kind of need you to get to do those things, because the average person who starts doesn't get to do those. They don't get to do those things. They don't actually get to experience what makes WoW fun. I think that's a shame, actually, because there's so much about this game that's just amazing, right? I know that. You know that. Most people don't know that. I'll make him. You have an anime-based guild? Dude, that's super cool, actually. All right, give me some of your favorite anime, Rayros. I'm tired today, apparently. Oh, apparently he's very tired today. Give me some of your favorite anime. And I'm ordering ice cream. I want vanilla ice cream. I want calories. I'm actually kind of tired today. You don't play World of Warcraft? That makes sense, Malden. You're just out here trying to survive. You're just out here trying to survive. Lex Lol's just starting to woo rant. Would you like to choose my rant, or would you like me to rant about my own topic here, Lex Lols? Would you like to choose the topic? One Piece, Frieren, Black Clover, Jujutsu Kaisen, Dr. Stone, Wand and Sword. All right, bet. I'm debating on whether to give you a very spicy anime take or to just be genuine. I think I'm going to be genuine about this conversation because I have a spicy take about one of those anime that you've mentioned. I'm also just realizing I need a snack. Black Clover is one of the weirdest anime because I love that show. Hype as hell. But goddamn, the first episode, I almost couldn't make it past because he screamed so much that it grated my ears. But I'm very glad that I eventually stuck with it because obviously it shows hype. But you watch the first episode of Black Clover and you're like, bro, stop, please. God, I can't. Please stop. They just speak in a normal voice, my dude. Yeah, it actually gets very hype and you get invested and the story is pretty decent. Like there are some moments of Black Clover that are very good, but it's really tough, man. What's up, Tesla? All 10 classes, you got me into the idea at least. If you were, so for what it is worth, if you are going into, if you're going into the new season trying to be the meta tank, the only way to guarantee that you will have a meta tank is by having all 6 prepared. That is actually the only thing to do, but I think it's a shame that you have to do that. Getting into Black Clover 2. Man, it was a different time. I honestly don't know if I would get into it today. I think that Black Clover was a show that came out exactly when it needed to because I don't watch as much anime as I used to. I grew up with anime. Anime was my entire life. I'm too old, I don't watch anime. I would say anime has almost a weird reputation because it has changed a lot over the last 10 years. But when I was a kid, anime was this very fringe, weird thing that you had to be a little, you had to get into it. Nowadays, anime is just a different word for TV. And when people say, what anime should I watch? You're actually just saying, what TV show should I watch? I'm like, do you like reality dramas? Do you like Love is Blind? Do you like action shows? Do you like things with spies and espionage? Do you like gunfight? Do you like sword fighting? Do you like horror? Do you like comedy? Do you watch How I Met Your Mother? Like what you got to give me some more information because anime is so vast and has become a little bit more mainstream. It's like, what direction do I go in here is very difficult. There are so many anime, just like there's so many TV shows. I feel like there's only a few TV shows that have ever got this. I don't like the silliness of anime as I age. Well, there are some anime that are great, but you think they're great because you're willing to accept their flaws or their silliness, Yumburrito. One of the biggest ones that I think of is No Game, No Life. I have a different anime poster, it's not in the back here. No Game, No Life, amazing anime, but you can't recommend it to anybody because 50% of the humor is just boobs. And that can be very off-putting because many people will start it and they'll be like, bro, what's going on, dude? Why did you have me start this show? And I'm like, it's good. Like, I promise it's good. You gotta invest. But there is that factor to it. All right, I'm ordering ice cream. 1 second. I want to order ice cream. I want... Do they still have the promotion? No! Wait. The promotion... Oh, wait, it's still here? Oh, they got me, dude. The promotion... I should have ordered a bunch more when they still had the, like, the sale on ice cream. Damn. All right, so there's no like, special deal on ice cream now. Bleach Black Clover, solo leveling. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Malden. Still waiting season 2 of No Game, No Life. It'll never come. That show is unfortunate, but it will never be here. All right, I'm buying a whole ass quart, apparently. Vanilla. And a basket. Do you know how much delivery is in Thailand? So I'm ordering ice cream. The actual price of ice cream, inflation sucks. It's much more expensive than it used to be. But do you know how much the delivery is? Yeah, that's actually... Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for many other reasons, too, but... It is... 20 cents. Biscardi for work. Talk to me about anime again, Ray Rose. I love talking anime. But I think that for me, the thing with anime is... I learned how to live based off of anime. All of my role models growing up were anime coded. I didn't know how to talk to people in real life. Like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't have friends or go outside or touch grass and play with the kids on the cul-de-sac. I played games and I watched anime. Games did not teach me how to live. There were no stories back in the day that really gave me an actual mission, but anime did. Growing up with Naruto and this and that, I have a relationship with it, which is I really like the more in-depth meaning behind anime. And I think that anime can tell a story much better than regular TV can in general. Not all of them choose to. Some are made today to be more flashy and be entertaining because it's become more mainstream. But anime had so much soul, I feel like, back in the day, where it wasn't so much about the flash. It was way more about what it was trying to convey. And I feel like media today doesn't have that. It's all about flash or marketing or this, and it isn't about the thought process. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Yes, Yum Burrito. But I mean, I think of shows like the background of my phone for about a year was No Game. Your Lie in April. Toxic as fuck. You know, sup? There are two things I should probably say. Number one, based purely off your name. I hope we get along. Number two, do you like anime? No, I'll give it a chance. Naruto's the one that got me hooked. I think Naruto, for me, growing up, I would actually think to myself all the time, as silly as it sounds, I would genuinely think, what would Naruto do in this situation? I had a very overwhelming childhood, and I would oftentimes just ask myself, what would Naruto do in this situation? And I was like, great, that's what I'm going to do. It was a serious driving force in my life. I feel like kids today don't get the opportunity to grow up with something like that. I think the only similar show recently is My Hero. My Hero Academia is a show where if you grow up watching that, it's very difficult to not think, I should improve my life. Can you imagine growing up with My Hero and then not choosing to do anything productive with your life? Like you'll probably just at some point end up feeling the motivation to work out a little bit, or this, or that, or so, it's actually inspiring, and it gives you real context, real meaning. It isn't all, big, powerful hero wins all the time. Like it's got more depth to it than that. And I know some people don't like it, but I think that's what we're missing. I was thinking earlier today about this. Ernest and someone like Naruto kind of hooked. I think so too, Yum Burrito. Actually, I would agree with you. I think that earnestness is not necessarily rewarded in today's media. And hi, Mish. If you're asking how Guardian Druid is doing, feels tanky, hard to say exactly. Also, I've never done King's Rest before, so this will be an experience. But I can't see what my actual damage will look like. Don't you feel a little bit like media today is specifically designed in such a way where the purpose of it is not to try and convey anything. The purpose of it is just to be flashy. That's what I feel. I have noticed this. I think it's a shame. I think that people crave a little bit more meaning, in fact, but don't oftentimes get rewarded for it. Like, they don't get what they need. I would say if you really... Not everything is for everybody, and truthfully, Zachariam, we are different people. I cannot ever tell you what you should or should not like, but in my opinion, My Hero is actually one of the best anime maybe ever to exist. Like, I'll go off on a limb and just actually say I really like My Hero. I felt that it was handled beautifully. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to go down. Down doesn't seem right. Left? I'm a big fan of My Hero. And it's one of those shows where I hope that kids get to grow up with it, because I think it is actually, I think it's like healthy to grow up with a show like My Hero versus a show like Jujutsu Kaisen, which, to be honest with you, is almost all flash and zero meaning. I can't say I'm a huge fan of JJK. Even Demon Slayer has a really good level of emotion while trying to balance itself. It's beautiful. The animation sells it. But the problem with Demon Slayer is that all of the training and motivation in that show is so out of reach that it doesn't feel applicable. If you, just as an example, watch the Infinity Castle movie and you go, damn, or you watch any of the arcs of Demon Slayer and you're like, wow, they work so hard. You don't think to yourself, I could work that hard, because you're not going to run up and down a mountain for, 100 days straight without sleep, and the only thing you're going to rely on is your breath. Like, it's cool, but it's not applicable. I don't know where I'm going. I'm assuming it's this way. So I think that shows that are a little bit more applicable are helpful. Living in Thailand, do you need to come back to the States every bit? You don't need to go to the States, but you do need to figure out your visa. But it isn't the States. You don't need to go back to America specifically. Okay. Go back this way. Is it a double pull here with cooldowns? It's not so much about it being an actually, like, you don't have to ground things in reality necessarily, Hoopu. Because, like, Naruto is not exactly grounded in reality. But if you are a Naruto fan, dude, I gotta send you something. I saw yesterday a use of AI that I actually was just like, this is probably one of the best things I've ever seen. You know the Jubilee system, where they basically have the expert fights 20 people on this thing or whatever it is? There was apparently a dude who made a series, and it was Madara talks to people about the Hidden Leaf Village. It was very funny. But also, he was kind of fucking cooking. He was making some good points. The narrative, never give up, just make the best of it. Yeah, Black Clover may have an issue of being a little bit too one-sided, just blinks, which I don't think is a problem, because it's good to have a hero. But I like things that are a little bit more nuanced, or at least... I'm a big fan of shows that go a little bit further. Psychopaths, or... even something like Death Note, or even there are many shows that have made me think. Code Geass, just as an example for a more classic take. Something like that is a different experience than Black Clover. Death Note is almost... Wait, where are we going here? The Golden Serpent. Is this a boss? Yeah, it's a boss. Death Note's pretty good. My first cosplay ever was L. I mean, it's hard to say what damage will really look like. Ghost in the Shell fan here. Not many like it, but I do. Good show. There are so many good shows. When people say, what's your favorite anime, it's actually pretty much impossible to answer that. If you've been watching anime your whole life, like, how do you choose one favorite? But there is the king of anime. In my opinion, there is one anime that has managed to do something that nothing else has ever accomplished. No, I don't know about that. I think every second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, all those spots are contested. There is only one. Nope. Bleach doesn't. Don't let the blobs hit the boss. Got it. Thank you, Acorns. Nope, there's only one. Gintama. Fucking goated anime. Nope. Every other anime you can rank. Try to put them wherever they are. They've all got Gintama. Is impossible. There is never going to be anything that somehow does what that show did. I'm doing okay sleeping. I'm feeling a little tired today. I've just ordered some ice cream, so hopefully that makes me wake up a little. Doing all right. How are you? Do you like anime, sleeping boy? You don't think so? Have you ever seen Gintama? Do you know about Gintama? Because somehow Gintama accomplished something, which is it has the best of everything. I watch anime. I know Gintama's a hard one because I don't know. You can't really get people into it, but there are 366 episodes in Gintama. It has some of the best writing, some of the best characters, probably some of my favorite sword fighting sequences ever across the entire history, not just of anime, but also of borderline regular movies and TV. It also is very funny, and it is a comedy show. But I swear that the comedy is not what drives that. That it's just, I don't even know how to describe it, man. I don't know how to convince you. I could show you a few scenes of it, and you would be like, wait a second, what? Because if you debate somebody with Gintama, and you show them episode 309 or whatever it is, they'll just get like, oh, but I want to watch that. That looks super cool. And then they start watching it, and they're like, what am I watching right now? Because the reason that it is so infamous in my mind is specifically because of its ability to accomplish every single genre simultaneously in a flawless way. And I don't think that there's anything else that's ever been able to do that. It's a slapstick comedy. It's a slapstick show. It's a comedy that is random, has no consistency whatsoever, no writing. It's whatever. Until you get to X episode. Then you're like, wait a second, what? About One Piece 2? One Piece is a completely different story. I don't even know how, I mean, the best question would be, have you ever seen an episode of Gintama before? Mr. Pekdo, have you ever seen, do you like anime? And if so, what is one of your favorite anime? I've heard some good things mentioned here. Hope you're doing okay today. Thank you, T-Muck. So, I'm noticing I'm feeling a little lightheaded, so I'm not going to try to make the best takes I ever done had. In fact, I'm probably going to make some of the worst takes I've ever done had today. I plan on talking about things that I am heavily unqualified to talk about things. Let me think about it. Here are my thoughts on a topic. T-Muck, do you ever wake up and you think to yourself, I should have been a singer? I discovered 2 days ago that I might actually not be the world's worst singer. I'm certainly not good at it, but it turns out that I'm not the worst at it. And so I feel like I made a career decision early on to go into health and fitness. Should have just gone into singing. Could do it. Drunk karaoke enthusiast. Watched Gintama 2 times and OP3 from start to finish. Not sure if that's good or bad. I have rewatched it, and it's got such rewatchability. But Hoopo, I'm thinking of like, how do you explain Gintoki versus Takasugi at the end, or Kagura versus her brother, or this, you know what I mean? Like those types of things. If I show you that, it's tough. There's a cat thing if you're singing. Is that how you found me today, Acorn? That's actually, I wonder, does it, you know, very few people actually know I even do that. What is this hallway? I don't think I like this dungeon right now. Oh, no, that's not how you found me. Okay. I tank a lot. Got it. What is this? I don't think I like this dungeon. What are we doing here? We're just fighting like 2 mobs that are spawning and they kind of suck. Ruby life pools didn't feel the worst with some of the changes. This doesn't feel nice. I don't know what we're doing. Yeah, this is going to be okay. But Thai is a cat. If you want to ask more about the Thailand stuff, hopefully soon I'll actually be able to do that stream. Wait, there are 4 packs? Charon Bladestorm, okay. It's wild not to connect your WoW videos to that TikTok. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I haven't had social media that long, Moonglance. I just started it like the beginning of this year. Hoopu, I feel like if people like me, they'd like Gintama. My humor is very Gintama coded, actually. I don't know how to link them, to be honest with you. But if you think the 800K view, you know I have some reels that have like 10 million views. Yeah, I've seen this video. I love the cat video. It's pretty interesting. Last year I wasn't on social media for a few years. I didn't use it at all. And then eventually Stream convinced me. They were like, "Yo, ooh, if you're gonna keep streaming, you really got to make social media." And I was like, "Do I though?" And they were like, "Yes." And I said, "Okay, I'll eventually do it." I know Razan. Oh, dude, Razan is hilarious. I was joining into your stream because I know Razan. It was cool to see him today. I like his videos. His videos make me laugh. Not fall over if I fail after I started playing World of Warcraft. Got 2 kids and had a trip to the... I'm not sure. Could you clarify with me what you mean by that, by the way, Stargazer? Yeah, I think Acorn's the only thing about a person like Razan with the type of humor that he has. You can get into trouble by being a little too sarcastic sometimes. I get myself into trouble because I've realized I actually like this game. But sometimes when you keep criticizing it, it's easy to forget that you like it. As silly as it sounds, it is like a genuine problem with WoW, where there are so many things that we want to mention and talk about, and it's like, well, hey, there are some real issues, and there are some real points of critique here, but also, there's also good things that happen too, and there is a reason we're talking. The reason we're talking about it is because we actually like the game. I find myself in that, not trap, but I find myself almost in that mindset sometimes of like, oh, right, having a good time. Then I tank Seed of the Triumvirate, and I realize not having a good time. Opposite of a good time. All right, what are we doing? I'm being pinged to go over here. Am I supposed to kite the blobs away? No blobs? Move construct away. Heavy slams. Melee swings inflict additional physical damage to everyone. Okay. Well, I've done something wrong. I don't know what I've done wrong. What is this? Wail of Morning. One of the things that I look for... You need to click the coughing, shaking things. Okay. One of the things that I look for... Wait, where am I? Nope. How easy is it to understand the mechanics of a dungeon intuitively? Because I had no idea what just happened. Oh, I'm actually lightheaded today. I want to listen to some music. One second. Whoa, my body's doing a thing right now. One guy gets trapped on one of the 4 coffins, and that coffin shakes, and you have to go get the coffin, okay? Pull the ad near this, though. I think this is, so far, the weakest dungeon that I have seen in the pool. Is there any redeeming quality that I haven't yet seen? Is there something I'm not aware of? Nope, that's bad. What causes my lightheadedness? It's just the genetic condition. And it depends, basically. Favorite is Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is really good. But I also think that Hunter x Hunter would not work the way... Okay, I've missed something again. What did I do? I went to the tome. Wait, hold up. What is this? Pull ad near the big tome. What did we miss? Oh, just the cast going off. There's a cast? I can't even see the cast. Oh, that's a great question. Let me answer that. I've got certain genetic conditions. They don't normally affect me too much. Right now, I do feel affected by it. I feel like I should put on the leggings. That might help. The coffin that is shaking needs to be checked. Wait, res for a second. But I can get very lightheaded very fast. And the problem is that a lot of people don't experience this. I wish they did. It's very hard to explain. I'll be sitting here and I'll be like, all right, look, this is my very eloquent take about life. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, look, the point that I'm trying to make is the fact that there's so it's a pointy point, and it's the longer I think about it, it is actually a very pointy point. And my take, it's a point. The point of the point of like it literally my brain just I gotta stand up. Normally sitting down makes it worse. Sitting down, and then I need to exercise on top of that. Exercise would also help. So blood pressure, it's not blood pressure, it's not blood sugar. Let me try to explain. And if I can't explain my point properly to you right now, I have to accept the fact that my IQ has been reduced by 80%. Hurt the dirt, caveman. If I had a club right now, I would be smashing things. But I don't have any Flintstone gummies or chocolates anymore, and so unfortunately for me, it do be tough. Can you reach? Can he reach me with mass res? I'll walk back otherwise. Yeah, it's a condition called POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It goes along with the connective tissue thingy. You know the cause? For me, I know what it is. Salt. It's the hydration. So you see this, my fingers here? My joints are very bendy. I've got a genetic thingy. Go right, pull 50-50. Okay. Wait. But, okay, so one of the harder things for me is to accept the fact that I just sometimes can't think. It's hard for me sometimes because I know I'm streaming and I want to be able to put myself out there. I want to be able to play the game and have conversations. But then other times I don't feel like having conversations when my head gets like this. I can barely even keep my eyes open. It's okay. The standing will help. Pay attention to the coffins. They'll start to shake. Got it. Poison. Okay, and then pull the other side? Or do I not move away from the coffin yet? Entome. This one. Got it. Does everyone need to click or only one person? One. Got it. That's not too bad. Telling. I hope that they can find a reason for it. There's a lot of reasons why people become lightheaded. I, to be honest with you, do not currently have the emotional capacity nor the mental wherewithal to properly tell you. many of the reasons why that happens. But you can, at the very least, just look at hydration and salt. There are many reasons why it happens, Sepulcher. It's not as simple as just, it is definitely a parasympathetic nervous system response, because some people it is actually blood sugar. Some people it is other factors. Some people it is a nervous system response. Some people have unique forms of syncope. I'm trying to work with somebody right now that has a unique form of syncope, and it's an interesting challenge. It doesn't work the way that you think it works. More often than not, you know. Offset to one side, he drops fire. Got it. It is hard to generalize any medical condition because we are fundamentally different people. And the reason of why something happens to you, what's your unique life story about it? There are some things, I mean, obviously we're human, so that matters. Okay, shaking coffin. Got it. And there are some things that are consistent, but not always. Oof. I think Guardian is okay. I just can't test the actual damaging talents. Guardian feels tanky. The dungeons do not feel like they are checking me that much. So Guardian will definitely be able to live, and that's good. But I can't test with Apex yet. Oof. Yeah, they're fixed. No, Prop Pally got fixed. They got everything they wanted. Prop Pally is now basically perfect. It is the primary reason why, if you had to ask me to predict the meta tank, it would probably just be Prop Pally because... Excuse me. Shit, got my leggings. Hurt the dirt. Hurt the dirt. Hurt the dirt. Hurt the fucking dirt. That's how I feel right now, Acorns. Damn. I need those leggings. Probably make a big difference. Make me move. The other thing I can do is weightlift. And just force the movement. Sometimes it'd be like this. To be honest with you, I used to get very self-conscious. When you stream Acorns, people are very likely to judge you or view everything you do as a reflection of who you are as a human being. So sometimes when you're not feeling very well and you put yourself out there and you basically stream, as an example, people are likely to say, oh, look, he made a bad tank play. That's now his entire identity. This guy sucks. Or whatever it is. What's up, JJ? They also tend to view you as an authority on certain subjects. So if, for example, I was like, look, the thing about the nervous system is the parasympathesis response. You're like, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But it is in this moment, the thoughts, they ain't forming. This is my life's work. I know how to fix it. But when I am live on stream, you don't get to see the finished result. You don't get to see an edited or filtered thing, especially because I don't filter on my stream to begin with. You see me trying to work through it live. And I used to feel very self-conscious about that. Not only do I feel bad, of course, but it made me feel really tough to put yourself out there when you know that you're not functioning the way that you think you should be functioning. This one feels terrible. Hell, Ruby Life Pools felt surprisingly all right. This one doesn't. This one feels bad in every way. I don't think I've found a single redeeming quality about this key yet. Everything about this key sucks. I don't know why they would bring it back. This is easily going to be the worst key of the season, I think. Just because I don't know what's fun about it. It's got everything you don't want in a key. One second. Uno momento, por favor. That definitely made sense. Have you guys ever been through something like this? Does this ever happen to you? Well, like, as I'm texting now, I try to say, if you're not in a call, could you get the ice cream at the door? But what I actually texted was, if not see, can you get for cream door? That is the level of functioning my brain has. It's also why I like playing Guardian Druid and Ret Pally. It was a good attempt. Good night, JJ. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my god, what the hell? What happened? What did I miss? What happened? Oh my god. The fuck was that? What happened? Hulk smash. Did I get hit by something? Okay, let me just door. Leave the door. God, I have to actually text this. Sounds like hypoglycemia. I used to think it was sepulcher, but I have certain autoimmune conditions and I know what this is. It's a pretty unique feeling. It's kind of like hypoglycemia. It's something along those lines. If I had wild charge back, I could have survived. But you can see it's like my body doesn't have enough oxygen. If anything, the actual diagnosis of this would be hypoxia. That's why I keep yawning. What to do about it is force circulation. Even though I do not feel like it, I should do a whole shit ton of burpees after this. That would be the best way to immediately reset this. I don't think so, D-Love. I think the Apex is still bugged, although I haven't tested it today, so I'm not 100%. This is easily the worst. This is a terrible dungeon. My message of hope has been defeated by King's Rest. I have no message of hope. This is a terrible dungeon. And we're like halfway through. Yes, I've tested almost every tank at this point. I don't really want to test VDH. And Brewmaster is effectively the same. You would just have to see the damage intake pattern for Brew Tier set is cool for Brew, but Brew doesn't really change going into next season. So I probably won't test Brew that much. But I'll be on mostly Bear, Pally, Warrior. Whew. I feel as though I am moving through sludge. Okay. Yeah. What was this back in BFA, Hoopu? I don't know. Yeah. The problem is I've learned, Rudig. If I... because it's autoimmune related, and because it is regulated by your nervous system, as Sepulchre said earlier, if you allow your body to confirm that something is wrong, it will spiral. So you have to simultaneously be willing to accept that you do want to know what's happening, but also you don't actually want to give it a name. Giving it a name does not necessarily help. Like accurate, okay, I can't actually talk about this. I'm going to say all the wrong stuff because I won't be able to think about it properly. But the idea is you have to be very careful about saying I am sick or I don't feel well. Because actually I'm going to be just fine. I just feel bad right now. The reason that I feel very particularly bad is because when I stream, I want to be able to talk to people. And I feel as though when I get like this, I can't talk to people. I feel like I'm not able to process things. That gives me a level of anxiety because I want to be presentable. I've spent my whole life studying communication and learning how to talk to people. So right now I am fucking terrible at it. And I am inclined to just be like, oh, okay, sorry guys. And then just end stream and not be willing to be a fool because I can't think right now. Or rather, I am struggling to put together full sentences. I do feel bad, but to be honest with you, it is a manageable bad. It's worse if I'm at work. And so there are certain things I can do to manage it while I'm at work. But this is a part of my life. I've got a good life. Got a lot of good things about my life. And I think that I have to just accept the fact that sometimes I won't be able to present myself the way that I would prefer to. And it's not so much about trusting that other people will give me the benefit of the doubt. It's a little bit more about me being willing to just fail or rather just be an idiot or be a fool. Because right now I feel like a fool and an idiot. So that was a terrible boss. Dude, what is this dungeon? What was that one thing spawning at a time with different... What was that? Does that make sense, Rudig? Work in progress. Ooh, the holy shit. I thought this dungeon was from BFA. King's Rest, this has got to be one of the worst dungeons I have ever seen in my life. I'm looking fine. Thank you. You need to see the last boss. I've heard that this guy was bad. I mean, I've heard him referenced so many times. I don't know what he actually does, though. how you think you present yourself right now is way worse in your head. Yeah, so that's what I've learned is I hold myself to a particular standard, and it is better to trudge forward, but part of me feeling comfortable of being here right now is the fact that I have to be willing to be an idiot. But I think that fundamentally, I would rather be an optimist and a fool than a cynicist and right. What's the point of being... What's the point of being... What is this? Okay, circle. Soak circle. Okay, what is this? Visually, he's pretty cool. Oh, he hits hard. What is this? Why are there so many circles? Yeah, why? Is there like a safe spot? Whoa, wait. Okay, never mind. There's no safe spot. Increase damage to that. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dying through incarn. Rotate him around the room. What is this? That's not the right spot for this. Gilded Destruction. Frontal Cone. So you have to, okay, drag him around the room. Yeah, basically, I have certain health conditions that really do affect me and sometimes make it difficult to do things. Can be quite difficult. But to be honest, I have spent 29 years of my life living like this. So the actual conditions are not... I know how to manage them. They suck. I wish I didn't have to manage them. But to be honest with you, I'm kind of used to it. That's my reality. The thing that I can't do, or rather just won't be able to process and will make it way worse, is the anxiety of feeling as though I have failed. That is destructive. That's what actually is destructive about it. Like right now, I'm gonna get through my day. I'll be able to work tonight. I'll be here. Am I tanking my best? Nah. Did we still complete the dungeon? Yes. Could I have performed better? Absolutely. But the anxiety of feeling like I have failed is way worse than the actual thing about this, though. I always work nights. I mean, I don't work nights as a... I mean, it's just my timing, because I work with foreigners. It's just time difference, hell. But all my clients are either in the morning or at night. I don't have any daytime clients. That's why I stream during my daytime. Thanks. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier. This dungeon is actually terrible. I was very optimistic. The Ruby life pools didn't feel that bad. This is just... What the fuck is this? I don't understand why they would bring this back. This is actually seriously just a terrible dungeon. That's tough. Okay. Let me go get the ice cream I got at the door. Do we want to go Ruby again, or do we want to try Cithralis? Okay. I'm going to go get a snack, and then we'll decide what to do. Okay. When you tell people that you struggle with a chronic condition, Rudig, or that you have any sort of autoimmune condition, and you're clearly suffering a little bit, like Conan, you said you were sedentary and you've had this nerve pain that's running down your leg recently, people always ask you, how are you feeling? And it's coming from a good place, but is easily one of the worst questions to ask somebody who is struggling and feels bad, because the answer is not good, and that doesn't change tomorrow. But people will still ask me tomorrow, how you doing? And it's like, well, I can't yell at you because you're being nice. You're coming from a good place. So I can't be mad at you for asking me how I'm doing. Like, thank you very much for asking. But also, not good. And they say, okay, no problem. And then they come back. The next time you see them, oh, you feeling better? If I didn't have to feel like this, I wouldn't. So the answer is no. But they keep asking me that, and I keep having to justify that I either feel really bad or feel fine. It's not one or the other. Does that make sense? Like, it's really annoying. I would prefer that, Wiz. Genuinely, if people came in here and they were like, yo, stop being a little bitch, fucking, that's actually better. It's weirdly way more productive to say that, as long as you have some relationship with the person. But that's how you would talk to your friend, and I feel way more normal, and I feel actually, thank you, yeah, say that. When you come into my stream, instead of saying, how are you, if you want, just actually say, stop being a little bitch. Fucking yes, actually. No, I mean, I know it's courtesy, but people also, like, you have to tell people sometimes. Yeah, no, seriously, thank you, Wiz. That actually, appreciate that. Thank you. I agree. I should stop being a little bitch. I don't disagree with you. I agree. Yo, what's up, Arson? I'm glad I caught you today on PTR. Arson, you've come at an interesting time, though. GG's. I don't know why your lock was bugging in Cithralis, but thank you for bearing with me as I learned King's. Dude, I've never done King's Rest before. I've never seen it. I didn't play BFA, bruh. It's got to be one of the worst dungeons I've ever seen. That was just anti-fun. Everything in that dungeon was bad, and everybody's saying it's better now. But why was there 2 mobs in every poll, and then the polls that I could go a little bit bigger were all terrible? And effectively, there's just everything you don't want out of a Mythic Plus dungeon, that thing has. Good night, Arson. You came at a conversation, if anybody is listening to this. We were talking about autoimmune conditions and just chronic illness, and so random thing to join, because I'm not feeling so well today. But the idea is that if you have ever struggled with an actual condition that's chronic, aka it's just you've lived with it for a long time, people always ask you how you're doing, and it's very common for people to say, how are you? And you can't ever get mad at people for asking that, because obviously they're coming from a very good place. It's courtesy, it's social courtesy, it's what we say, how are you? Hey, how you doing? You never will feel bad about somebody asking that. But at the same time, it's very difficult to justify your position, because they're putting you in a spot where you actually have to say good or bad. And eventually, you either make a decision to lie and say, oh, I'm doing better, I'm good. Or you tell them the truth, which is, I'm not doing so well. And they go, oh, no, I hope you feel better. And I'm like, thank you, I guess. But if I could feel better, I would. And then you see them the next time and they go, feeling better yet? It's a chronic condition. It's not quite how that works, but thank you for caring. And it seems kind of harmless for a week or 2 or 3 or 4, but eventually you develop this weird relationship where the more that people ask that and the more consistently you have to answer, no, not so good. You end up feeling very frustrated because it makes you feel as though no one understands you and it isolates you from other people. And it is difficult to explain this without sounding rude. But there's something about the prevailing feeling just being frustration instead of sadness. Like, I don't actually need people to hold my hand or anything like that. I don't want people to do that. I actually would just prefer people to come in and treat me like a normal person sometimes, even when I'm not feeling well. But it's difficult to convey that. And obviously on stream, it's a little bit different. I'm more talking about when you talk to family members or people. Oh, Charan wants to come. What's up, Char? All paths lead to King Rest. That was not a fun dungeon. I did not like that. The opposite can close you up a lot. Ends up getting really difficult to share how you're feeling. Right, Gura. That's one of the problems, if that makes sense. Because the more that people ask you, the more that you are put into a position where you're not going to not answer because that's rude. But I think that the thing that's the most difficult to explain is if I could feel better, I would. So instead of saying, do you feel better? You could just say, suck it up, bitch. And I would be like, say what now? And that double take is really helpful because it gets me out of my head. So if I'm perseverating on a problem and you go, say what? I'll be like, what? What did you just call me? And it actually is weirdly helpful. Like, it's not a bad thing. I mean, you have to know the person, but just saying. What's up, Freedio? Hello. This is a perfect time to say, suck it up, boo. Actually, I'm going to get some ice cream. Let me get ice cream from door. Second. And then we go. I'm going to quickly, I ordered some ice cream, so I'll be right back. Then we can keep talking about this. Testing tanks on PTR? Correct. You could say whatever you'd like. I won't take offense to it either way. This is not so much talking about stream, but it's more, I have to tell my dad sometimes or somebody to just say, hey, I want to call you. I would like to talk to you because I like you. You're cool. However, stop asking me how I'm doing. New DK tier set. Power is fun in World of Warcraft, unfortunately, but it's very passive and kind of eh. I guess it depends on how the Mararan feels. I haven't played it yet myself. Matter what, challenge accepted. I don't take it. It's near impossible to offend me. Sometimes I'm in a bad mood and I can get a little pissy, but I don't. It's pretty impossible to offend me. I'll be right back. 1 second. Let me just get the door. don't think this solves all my problems, but I do have a giant quart of ice cream. Try it. It's a good question. Honestly, I should make it. Let me put on my leggings. Bearded lizards are lame. That doesn't offend me. Not everybody likes lizards. Hold up. Putting on my lizards. Oh, fuck. I was about to say putting on my lizards. Goddamn. Oh, thank you, Rudik. Hi. Corey in the swamp, is it you? Oh, we lost our hunter. My bad. You do sometimes with steaks? No, I mean, some people don't like it. It's okay, Wiz. The thing is, I'm way too reasonable. I understand that life is infinitely diverse, and I just don't believe that people are malicious. So if you, for example, like soup, you can be wrong, but I'm not going to judge you for it. Or if you tell me, for example, chocolate sucks, I'd be like, I mean, it's okay to be wrong, but again, I'm not going to judge you for it. That's just my thing. No, yeah. Thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate the subs. It's hard to put yourself out there. It's like, it's seriously the hardest part about all of this is when I feel bad, I have to watch myself a little bit. I genuinely do get concerned a little bit. Just maybe even worried that I'm not representing myself properly. Let me just tell the team. Putting on my leggings. 1 minute. And then we will go. It is hard to overcome that anxiety or feeling like I'm not doing my best. But you want to know a secret psychological hack if you are somebody who has struggled with much of anything in your life? Physicality, mental health, physical health, chronic health, autoimmune condition, etc., etc. You want to know an unspoken hack that's very important? There are two things to think about. One of them is this. You are here today, which means you are old enough. It also means that you've been living with this condition for a while. And if you've been living with this condition for a while, then you will know. It's very frustrating. Probably one of the most important things you can do is figure out how to win. You need to build positive correlation with your brain. Am I happy that I feel like this right now? No. Am I handling it as the person that I would like to be in my life? Yes. I think I'm doing an okay job, at least trying to talk to people and putting myself out there. Thank you for the gifted sub, Malhime. I'm counting gifted subs as 2 toward the in real life Thai stream right now. So, although I am frustrated, the only thing I can do is try my best. And for most of my life, my best was not enough. It is today. Today it is. Is Temple of Sethralis actually just this bugged? Because Arson was spam DCing here earlier as well. Mahime, thank you for the prime sub. Or the gifted sub. Holy. All right. More points. 37. I bought Wiz. I wanted a better microphone. Today, I made a purchase. It was $200. I wasn't expecting it to be $200. But I bought a microphone that I can use for the in real life streams so I can do more of them. I'm excited. Holy, wait a second. Gifted subs. All right. We're getting much closer to that. Reckless conduct. Thank you for the gifted subs. I know most of the people who just caught a gifted. Which one did I get? The DJ Mini, no, not the Mini, the DJ Mic 2. Tactics was in here earlier. Thank you guys. For me, winning is not about the result so much because sometimes I can't get the result I want. Winning is about being true to myself. As silly as this, I mean, I don't want to seem too, it sounds almost kind of silly, but winning is about being the person that I want to be. The person that I want to be is somebody who is just genuine and honest. I would feel bad, and what would be disingenuous is that if I pretended to feel better than I actually did. I hate doing that. And again, anybody who has ever struggled will know. I hate acting. I hate having to mask what I really feel. I just want to be able to say, I'm trying. It may not be the best that I can put out, but I'm here. And that's got to mean something. And not that it will solve all your problems, but this tub of ice cream is certainly helping. Bro, I think this dungeon is cursed. Arson was spam DCing here earlier, and now it's happening to Charmed. Vanilla ice cream. This is already cursed. Amazing. Meow. Brand? Swenson's. Swenson's is my favorite place to order ice cream from, but inflation sucks. People are upset about inflation because, it's driving up the prices of homes and people are having a hard time eating and supporting their family and their children. But no, honestly, the worst part about inflation is the fact that Swenson's used to be half the price. And now it is double the price. But McDonald's ice cream sundaes are still exactly the same price. And so now the problem is I feel as though I am spending so much money to get my favorite ice cream, and it's a big purchase. Because a McDonald's sundae is $1. $1 chocolate sundae in my hand right now, but I don't like them as much. This is expensive, technically speaking. This is a quart, right? This is like, for Thailand, I can get a lot of food for this. This is like almost $10. Ice cream is weirdly expensive here now. No, this is almost $10. So it's like if I get 2 of these or something like that, it's closer to 15, 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. That's actually a lot for Thailand because I can get a kilo of chicken. It's cheap as hell. It's not cheap here. Compare it. For $10, I could literally feed myself for like a few days. You can get several kilos of chicken for that much. More gifted subs. Yo, Moonglance also gifting subs. Thank you. That is very nice. This is gonna happen way sooner than I thought it would happen. 57. Damn. Thank you, Moonglance. And thanks. I'm glad you found. I think that something that I will say. Let me link you something real quick. Okay. Something I'll say is this. It is so important to find the right environment to exist in. Because if I had a normal job where I had to work in an office, or if I put myself into a social setting right now, about 30 minutes ago, man, I would feel so fucking bad. Because I would be putting myself in an environment where people might judge me for feeling bad. Or I might not feel comfortable being honest. I'm the sort of person who would be anyways, but it would feel really awkward. My stream is a place where I get to be myself and just talk about the things that happen in my head. I don't always have solutions or answers, but I feel happy, proud that I've decided to stream, put myself out there, and can be honest. And therefore, people who vibe with me can hang out, and people who don't like me, that's okay. There are a lot of people who don't like me, and that's all right with me. Like, that's why it'll be impossible to offend me because A, I've already heard everything anyone could say, but also B, this is my space. I'd like to say, relatively speaking, I know a little bit more about who I am today than I used to. There have been things that have challenged me, called that into question, but I actually like who I am. I know how bad I feel. I like how I handled that and how I continue to handle that. I feel bad for Charmed. I was really excited to play with him. That's a Giga Rogue. He's high-end pusher on live. Ice Cream in Australia. I'm scared to click on it. This dungeon appears to just be cursed because the same thing happened to Arson earlier. We just couldn't do this dungeon because he just spammed DC'd at the beginning. But thank you for supporting, and I hope that as I continue to stream, I will continue to be as honest as I can be. As I mentioned yesterday, sometimes I'm not feeling my best, and I can be a little pissy. Ultimately, I view my life as a story. Mr. Zog, Razin wants to come back. Keaton also wants to come. Both of these, I know everybody here. I know who that pally is, but Raz wants to come. I'll play with Raz. Growing up with anime, talking about what we were talking about earlier, I've always viewed myself as a character in a book or a story. And I just think to myself, how would I want my favorite character to respond to the situation? And my favorite characters don't always tend to be the most skilled or the most successful at everything they do. Oftentimes, they're just doing their best. But most of them are honest. Almost all of them have been through hardship. I don't think I've ever liked a character truly that didn't go through hardship. And so this is just another example of that. Overcoming the hardship and deciding to be who you want to be. That's what matters. Although sometimes you just feel bad. It doesn't solve the frustration or the bad feelings. But knowing that people are out there that actually do like me for me is pretty cool. I'm a little worried about going to BlizzCon, to be honest, and meeting people in real life. Bruh. I'm kind of awkward in real life. I feel like I'm like in my zone, in my environment here. Dude, I feel like I'm so awkward in real life. Sleepy Griffin subscribed with Prime. Thank you. I'd love to meet you. You're such a chill guy. The thing is, Maz, I like being here because I'm in my room. The AC is running. I have my ice cream, and I can be like where I am. I'd like to meet people too, but I'm very okay with like running away. I'm into fitness, so I have the ability, the physical strength of character to just physically run. If there's like if I get overwhelmed and there's a bunch of people, I do have the skills to deal with this, but also I feel like I could also just run away real fast. Yeah, I wonder how BlizzCon's gonna be. Does Arson go to BlizzCon? I should ask him. I didn't ask him yet if he's going. Gora, do you know if Arson goes? If he's going this year? He's going, sweet. Then I'll be able to. I'm going as well. I happen to be in LA visiting family, so I'll be there this year. I've never been to a BlizzCon. Wait. Okay, we all go out and reset. Yeah, I went to conventions before. I used to work for conventions. Actually, I was hired as a cosplayer to work for Garena. This is kind of cool. Do you know Garena, the company? I was hired by them to work at the Thai anime conventions and gaming conventions as a cosplayer in the first year I was in Thailand. We're trying to progress the website. Thank you, Sleepy Griffin. I appreciate the those are kind words. It is the strangest thing. You know, I haven't been streaming that long. Like, I haven't been making videos for that long either. There are people who have such longevity with this game and have been doing things for a long time. It's happened a few times that I just log in and I join a raid and people go, "Oh, woo?" Like the streamer, and I'm like, that's me. Hello. It is so weird to me that anybody would know who I am because I've been playing this game for so long, but I was always just a rando. And all my characters had different names, and I didn't add people to battle tag, so no one knew it was me. Like, I recognize people sometimes, but no one knew it was me. And this is a very strange thing. Oh, we're all here. It was a little weird. Sometimes it has happened. I joined a raid and people are like, oh my god. Like, well, people talk about what is it against a Pokemon? Usually people say, I won't actually run away. Like, I am awkward, but let's be real, Techno. I'm probably not going to really, like, run away. It'll be a little bit more of a, just be awkward. Destroy my beloved DK again. You mean Unholy and Frost? Not Blood, yeah. I was like, all right. I haven't done this dungeon, by the way. I'm learning it. I'm glad that people like my content. Hi, Sleepy Griffin. When I used to work conventions, I would go all the time. All of my friends, after just the first 6 months in Thailand, everybody was an anime fan or basically from these conventions. That's how I basically made all of the connections in Thailand. And they became my social network. So I would also just go to conventions even if I wasn't hired to work them. But I would feel pressure to cosplay. Maybe not pressure, but I wanted to cosplay. The thing is that I didn't have my own cosplays at the time. What I had, because the company that hired me would give me the cosplay, and basically I would be their character for them, which is a super cool opportunity. And also, I'll show you at some point, those cosplays were really cool. Did it go well, Sleepy Griffin? Hopefully if I join a group, I hope it goes well. I haven't done Mythic Chimeras in a bit. But I used to have like fox ears. I still have them here. They're the same fox ears here. I've had them for a long time. So I would have the fox ears, but it also comes with a tail, and the tail attaches to a belt. So I would wear this and the tail, and in order to make friends when I first came to Thailand, I'm a very direct sort of person. So I held up a sign. This is pre-COVID, to be fair. I held up a sign that just said, if you play this game, please talk to me. And I just walked around with this because that's the game I was playing at the time. I literally just held up a sign. It said, if you play this game, please talk to me. And then the other one, wait, did I say that? Oh, shit. Wait, Sleepy, that must have been a day. Hold up, wait a second. That sounds kind of aggressive. It probably was a day. I most likely was like, please, let's just kill this. Oh, wait a second. I don't remember saying that. I joined a pug raid and I said, don't feel bad if you're below me in tank damage. Damn. Okay, this doesn't seem terrible. But then the next thing. Oh, okay. I was just okay. Hopefully, But I also went to a convention, the biggest one, the Thailand game show one year, where I wasn't working there, and I held up a sign that just said "free hugs," and I went to give everybody hugs. Exposure therapy, real thing. I will show you a photo. You know that none of my stories are cap, right? I also just said the word cap because I'm trying to be. I'm feeling a little old these days. Sleeping. You know how we used to be younger and now we're all a little bit not younger. So sometimes I try to use language where I'm like 2K 6 7 numbers. Yeah, that was real hip. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was tight. It was aight. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, I try not to be hip with the kids. That's not okay. Yeah, I actually went to a convention, though, and I did really just hold up a sign. It just said free hugs. Giant sign with my fox ears and my foxtail. It just free hugs. I do wonder if you actually polled and could figure it out. What is the average age of World of Warcraft players? I think that'd be interesting. Thank you for stopping by, though, Sleepy Griffin. Hello. How long have you been playing WoW for? 34? Is that actually a statistic, Maz? Would it... I feel like it's closer to 30 than 20. Which is pretty wild to think about. Okay, this boss has some sort of shield. Last study in France was like 30 to 35. Bro, really? Way too long. I was asking this earlier. I'm feeling a little bit more present. I do actually think these leggings make a huge difference. I didn't put them on earlier today. This is very interesting. I can think a little bit better right now. I think the ice cream has certainly helped, and I have a little bit more cognition than I did even 30 minutes ago. Very interesting. Leggings are a new thing. Off and on since back end of Wrath of the Lich King. Long time. Got it. They're not exactly femboy leggings. They're compression leggings for a condition fae. But also, I suppose, I accept. There are... The fox ears are certainly not helping. I admit. Sleepy. If a friend of yours was going to ask you, should I play World of Warcraft? What would you tell them? Just in general. This doesn't feel as bad as King's Rest. Compression socks, they help. They actually help, but they're very tight and they're long. Temple, this is my first attempt at Temple. I haven't tanked it yet. Yeah. If you want the best and worst time of your life, could you attempt, and I know this is a loaded question, but as if you have a theory, it doesn't have to be a perfect answer. Just give me one reason. Why would this game give you one of the best experiences of your life? What about it would be a positive experience? I think it's easy to answer what would be a negative experience, but tell me something that would be positive. This doesn't feel that bad. It's kind of hard. We are over-geared for a 15. Yeah, this is Guardian Druid point of view. Compression leggings, just make sure they're medical grade, Rudig. If you get them, you have to actually look at the number attached to them. But they're not expensive. If you ever wanted to try them, I mean, this is not medical advice. I can't give you medical advice, but they're pretty chill. Does he enrage? Yeah, Shindig's here too. We were playing with Arson as well earlier. We had the whole crew in here. A little PTR testing again. And then Arson had to go. Dude, Arson was crazy buggy. The problem with this dungeon so far seems to be the fact that Arson couldn't load into it. He actually tried for like 10 minutes, and then we also lost another player because they couldn't even load in. This happened again. It's Mr. Charant. I'm good in a bad way at the same time. I would say your community dedication. How would you attempt to describe this to a noob. The friends I've made get better every season. You can also push too hard and get burnt out. I agree with that. So here's the thing. I was thinking about this, and the reason I'm asking is because I was having a thought process about a video I'd like to make soon. This is I think it's an important video, so I never script my videos. You know, any video you've ever seen from me is unedited. They're either directly clipped from stream in a conversation, or I hit start record, and then I hit end record, and whatever the product is what it is. I don't really edit anything. I did actually edit one video a few days ago, but ultimately I don't edit. How do we show, or what could we change that would allow new players to World of Warcraft to experience the things that I have experienced as being good about this game? Storm Adept. Well, it's actually one of the best games when it comes to guides and resources online. Oh, they're both casters. Okay, so that sucks. Why should people be required? I don't think that most people will watch a YouTube video or a guide if free TO. I do think there's a lot of great content about WoW, but I think that it is terribly inaccessible to new players. Like, if people could have the experience of raiding potentially with some good people, just hit or miss, or playing keys with people and maybe progressing their character, learning how to play their character. But like, there's a lot of great things about WoW, which really reward you with a lot of progression, dopamine, etc. But there's also a problem, which is how do you get into that? Because most of what I just said still requires you to get to max level, understand what to do at max level, and get invested. You have to be invested already to know all those things. Do you know what I mean? Because most people, you have to, it's crazy for us to think about, and this is the wildest shit, but you realize that most people, when they start World of Warcraft, don't have a point of reference, and their experience is going to be leveling through whatever the current expansion is set to for the leveling journey, which currently is Dragonflight. It was Battle for Azeroth, and they don't make it to max level on retail. It's a different thing for Classic. Classic leveling is the process, and it's actually the game. Your goal is not to get to max level. Your goal is to enjoy the experience. You can have a very fun time playing Classic up to level 10, up to level 20, up to level 25, and then never continue it. You could still have it. You could have a great relationship with World of Warcraft with that. I don't know if that's true for retail. Like, I'm not super sold that if you play retail World of Warcraft and you only get to level 25, that you would have any positive things to say. And that's, I guess, what I'm curious about, is if I'm wrong about that. There's probably a lot I don't know, because I have not been a new player to World of Warcraft in 21 years. Been a long time, and the game was very different back then. So I'm curious to know what they would do, and I want to continue talking about it, because ultimately we need new people in WoW. He got lost when he got a flying mount. I think Blizz should make a clearer way for new players to get into Raid and Mythic Plus. I agree with that. But also, there was the video recently from G-Bay. He's a YouTuber. Thank you, Wiz. Appreciate the compliment. Like, everyone tells you to just spam dungeons to level. Exactly, but you don't have any relationship with what that means, and getting to the end cannot be the goal. Wow, this is just poisons? Is it melee and poisons, or just poisons? G-Bay made a point that actually sort of stopped me in my tracks, and I was like, oh my god, he's right. Every advertisement that you have seen for World of Warcraft in the last little bit, over the last 5 years, how many of them have mentioned Raid, Mythic Plus, or endgame systems? There are advertisements for WoW. This is a super weird thing, but they don't do a good job of telling you that these things even exist. Just super confessing in terms of questing, where you need to go. I got confused with Chromie time, having quest take me to other expansions, and that puts you off. That makes sense, Adins. We have a relationship with these expansions and this experience. You do not. If you're new to WoW, can I ask you, Adins, did you stick with it? How do you feel about it right now? I wish you could level up with the Lore Walker Cho quests. I can't say I'm familiar with those, to be honest with you. So many amazing lore nerd stories. Although keep in mind that we can nerd out about a lot of the stories in WoW, but yesterday I was talking to somebody who was very passionate. We were talking WoW. They were in my stream, Jesse, for like an hour, and we were having a conversation about the game. And then I mentioned they basically were just like, "Yo, who's Arthas?" And I was like, what? Like, they've been playing WoW for a bit. And they were just like, who's Arthas? And I was like, okay. No, I was like that. But at first I was like, whoa. And then I was like, well, that makes sense, actually. How would you know who Arthas is? I guess that was a while ago. He's not exactly in the story right now, so fair enough. And I said, do you know who Illidan is? And they went, from Heroes of the Storm. Ooh, that was tough. Every person in the stream was like, ooh, but they didn't know. They were like, why? What'd I say? What'd I say? Like the guy from Heroes of the Storm. I was like, oh my God. But it was such a illuminating thing to consider the fact, why would you know? Because I realized I don't have it bound to my keys below me. Because I went to click it a few times and realized I think I forgot to enable it on click casting. And my frames are not, because I forgot it's not key bound. That's the only reason. The straight up, I actually went to dispel people a few times and then realized that I forgot to bind it. I don't have a better reason for you. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you I didn't notice that there were poisons. I did. I just forgot to bind it. Visually and content-wise, I love watching WoW and PvP and dungeons. All super cool, super overwhelming. Honestly, me and my mates have the same take on it. I genuinely wish the progression in terms of clear understanding of what's the main quest and what will teach you. Like PvP. Your friends play PvP? But I compare the clear questing with Final Fantasy. There are pros and cons to that. I cannot and won't try Final Fantasy because it would require me to complete the entire MSQ. They don't let you skip it. I think I would try Final Fantasy if I did not have to complete the entire MSQ. That seems like such a barrier to me. I've never felt like trying Final Fantasy just because for as long as I've known about it, there was simply too much to think about. But I do think it's important to understand that even if it's not my relationship with the game, a lot of people's relationship with World of Warcraft is that initial part, Adins. And I don't think they do a very good job of teaching you where the progression is and also giving you... It's so interesting because I don't think they give you a very clear objective. But technically speaking, they give you way more direction now than they used to. It's just that the direction doesn't feel rewarding. I would compare, one of the things about Classic is there was zero, you zoned in as a level 1 and you had nothing. The game did not tell you anything back in Classic. And yet somehow it felt like a more fluid experience because it was almost obvious that the goal of the game was the adventure. There was weight behind hitting something as a level 1 thing in Elwyn Forest. And there was almost like mechanics that you had to think about more actively. There was friction, and that friction made you feel rewarded at level 2, at level 4, at level... Like, you actually had checkpoints, and that was the direction, and you had a weird sense of progression, considering I don't think it was better than it is right now. Now they actually tell you what to do. You had to level up your weapons. You felt that. You had to get your abilities every 2 levels. At level 10, you got this talent tree. You were like, I don't know what this is, but you're going to, it's cool. And all the talents were super lackluster. None of them really mattered. I am lost. I don't know where I'm going. This way. Thank you. But it's very interesting because Classic was in many, I genuinely do not think that Classic was a better game, but it was more rewarding. And to clarify, by the way, we're talking as if, again, everybody already understands this. Adins, if you're listening to this, Classic is the name that we have given the original version of World of Warcraft, the one that released in 2004, although there have been some changes to it. But the idea was, back in the day, the game released in this state. There are many people who have an attachment to that and thought that that was a better version of WoW than we have right now. This is retail World of Warcraft. Retail is the version post 22 years. It has been 22 years. That is a long time. Okay, I can do this mechanic. I've got this for sure. Nice. Not even close. Rest in peace, Shindig. Would love for WoW to put a quest series to explain all the high-level features. I think there should just be a tutorial. I think there should be an optional, not a forced tutorial. That would be bad. Why don't they just make a... this is seriously... I'm going to make another... This is something I've been thinking about. Bro, make a tutorial for tanks, for healers, for new players... For Mythic, just make a damn 5-minute tutorial. Make it optional and put it somewhere obvious that you can ignore it if you don't. If you're not the type of person who wants to do it, that's fine. But make a tutorial. Give people, say, you have to get threat. What's threat? Here's what aggro is. Practice. No, I mean, the Exile Reach is not actually tutorial. I don't think that counts. I mean for endgame content. I mean, literally like, hey, you can use this feature to find a group. Like that, even that, as simple as that sounds. But like not Proving Grounds, because Proving Grounds was a little bit off. And also it can't be forced because then it would feel bad. But like just something like actually for tanks, if I told you, Adins, do you know what aggro is? It's also hard. Sorry, bread and butter of WoW, in my opinion, is endgame. I agree with that. It's so hard to swallow 20 plus years of content. It's almost impossible for a new player. I would agree with that as well. I believe, Adins, that WoW's greatest problem right now, although the player base certainly likes to complain, I make also videos, by the way, and I capitalize on that. Like, I'll talk about my concerns going into next season. Those concerns are for Mythic Plus players with the raid changes, etc., etc. I am passionate. Many WoW players are passionate. But to be honest with you, WoW's biggest problem is the fact that how the hell do you get into it? That is WoW's biggest problem. That's genuinely, that is actually the thing that will potentially end the game. Like, that we need to get new people into WoW. I hope that they are cooking on this and they're saving some big thing for BlizzCon. I don't think the current iteration of WoW is that. And also, for what it is worth, I have recently made a podcast for World of Warcraft. I want to talk about all things WoW. And I want to talk to different people about their perspective with WoW. I haven't filmed this yet, but I already know that there's one streamer. She's a very small streamer, by the way, but I really like her. She's cool. And I think I like her. I think she's just fun to talk to. And I asked her, I was like, hey, you have never played WoW. Would you, at some point, film an episode with me? And I want to ask you, what do you know about WoW as somebody who is not involved in the community? Tell me what you know about it. What are the biggest barriers to get you? I want to actually just have an entire conversation with somebody who has not played WoW and ask them these questions. I think that that is going to be something I'd like to do. Yeah. I want to know because she plays all sorts of other games. I've watched her beat Dark Souls or whatever. Like, it's not like she can't play games. She's like a variety type gamer too. Why not WoW? What is her what does she even know about the game? I think that's a really interesting question. Like, Adins, what do you know about the game? Yeah. And it's something that when I talk about, I also don't mean to pretend. There are a lot of great things about WoW. The idea is, how can we get more people into those great things? Not discrediting the good things. Because I certainly don't want to come off as like, oh, but like WoW is all bad, you know. Hey, hi, Space Age Mermaid, by the way. Good to see you again. But the idea is that's not actually what it is, you know. General, do you think it should be separated by physical and magic? Super Black. A terribly explained mechanic in WoW, and you know this as a healer. Do you know one reason why Death Knights, Ret Pallies, Warriors, etc. Do you know one reason why they're tankier, just in general for Mythic Plus compared to Mage or even like Warlock at times? Some of just giving as an OCE player, I genuinely want to give it another try. I think, Adins, that if you were going to get into WoW today, pretty much the only way for you to develop the relationship with this game that we have is having someone to play with. I think that it is almost a requirement for you to find a guild or find a friend who will hold your hand a little bit and take you where you need to go so that you can flourish on your own. But aside from having that person who will do that for you, I don't know how you would find your way in this game. But the question was basically, Super Black asked on YouTube, do I think all damage intake should be physical or magic? I think that damage intake should be just better explained in WoW. There are some people who have casually 50% less physical damage taken than others. Whoa, I failed. Oh, I'm going to die. So this mechanic is very clearly explained. I'm just bad. This is a mechanic that isn't exactly toxic. I'm just bad. So this one, I can't complain about this. I am apparently just bad. This is a very straightforward mechanic. I just don't know how to hold up. Nope, I'm dead again. That's okay. Next time for sure. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is actually they gotta remove this mechanic. This is the toughest. This is so anti-friendly. It's gotta be. They gotta take this out. Cannot exist like this. This is terrible mechanic. Oh, I'm dead again. I'm just kidding. I am in fact. Okay. I feel like I feel lost most of the time. Been playing over 3 weeks now. Yeah, that's right. We talked about this before, Space Age. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, of course. Yeah, no, it's Adins. If you thought it might just be your experience, it is absolutely not. It is 100% a factor of the way that the game works at this point. Also, something else that's difficult to understand. You know this if you've played Final Fantasy. There are an infinite number of ways for you to enjoy this game. And there is no right or wrong answer for how you choose to do so. And so what I mean by this is there are some people who really like Mythic Plus. And there are some people whose best experiences in WoW are from the raid. Both of these are endgame pillars. Some people really like PvP. One of the problems with WoW is that there is a very strange relationship. The people who like the one form of content tend to imagine that everyone is going to like that form of content, if that makes sense. Oh, I did buy my poison. It was just a different keybind. So PvPers say, you got to try PvP. It's so fun. And also it'll ruin your life. And Mythic Plusers say, you got to try Mythic Plus. It's so fun. Best thing they've ever added to WoW. And raiders will say, look, all of those things, they're not really what's up. You gotta find a raid. Mythic raid, nothing compares. The problem is there's just It's a big game. None of those are accounting for the fact that the vast majority of people who reach max level in WoW and have a paying WoW subscription do none of those things. Did you know that? This is kind of interesting, and it's really almost fascinating. But statistics show, I don't know how accurate these are. I feel like these get a little conflated. But to be fair, many people who play WoW and have a paying subscription, they don't do any of those things. The amounts of players who, for example, are really into housing and questing and just some collecting and some cool armor and some of this and some of that and just like a little bit of that. Like way more people interact with the game as that form of gameplay than the competitive end game of WoW. You know? I think you have pretty good takes, and to a certain extent, I'm sure Blizzard has heard. I feel like so as well. I have a feeling that Blizzard has to know because I am just one person on the internet, and I am not a game designer. I don't know anything about game design, not really. I'm just an enjoyer of games. That aggro on that sucks. I'm sure this is what Ion was saying in the interview to Cyber. I didn't actually get to watch that whole interview. I did see that he did that. I wonder how high the player retention is on those people. When I was streaming for a second on Kick, and I do actually stream there right now as well. There's a really big gold farm. Yeah, when I was streaming there, I met two people who were like, "Oh, hey, like, what do you do?" And I was like, "Oh, I play World of Warcraft." And they were like, "Oh, sweet, we love World of Warcraft." And I was like, "Oh, sweet, like, what do you do?" You know, like I think I asked them, "What do you main?" And they were like, "Oh, I'm a druid. She's a pally. We play together." I was like, "That's super cool. Like, do you guys raid? Like, what key level are you at?" They're like, "Oh, no. What we do is we go around and we do enough farming. Like, we pick herbs and mine and basically like water around the world. And we just get enough gold to pay for our WoW token every month." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, we love WoW. Such a good game." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, like, we don't want to pay for our subs, so we just basically, like, we spend, like, a few hours every night just kind of, like, walking around, picking flowers." And I was like, "What?" I mean, I was stun locked. I genuinely, I don't know what to make of that situation because it's such a completely different atmosphere than how we all talk about it. And we have a certain, you have to understand that there is a certain amount of selection bias because you and we are talking in my stream. So by default, you engage with the game in a particular way. But a lot of people also just do that. You know? Like, I do think that is kind of important. Why the real Rin? I do think that Blizzard has to know of these problems. I also think that they know where their money comes from. I feel as though there is a problematic relationship with this because, in my opinion, the thing that might ruin World of Warcraft or the thing that might have progressed it to the point where it's at right now, it's not the Disneyfication of WoW. That is overhyped, overrated, and pretty much unrelated, I genuinely believe. It's not that the story even sucks now. There's a lack of impact. I think that a lot of it just comes down to money. I think that when people go, "Oh, it's the Disneyfication," or it's the political correctness, or it's the this or that, I think that's actually a scapegoat in a lot of ways. You're not diving into the real issue, and I think the real issue is straight up money. Everything's about appeasing shareholders instead of making a product that they're passionate about. So I think the passion is just not there. That's what I feel personally. You can make systems that have friction. You can even give people what they want sometimes so that you reduce the friction. Normally, that's what people ask for. But there's got to be passion either way. And that's what I feel like is missing from WoW. And so the real Rin, I think that the reason they might not address this is because they have decided that the best way for them to make money right now is to do what they're doing. And they also know that they have a product that they will always have X amount of subs, Holly, because I kind of agree with you. Yeah, but you have to understand that this is the best version of WoW we've ever had. Retail, like gameplay-wise, there are a lot of problems with World of Warcraft, but you cannot convince me that this is not the literal best version that we have ever had. I know that we complain a lot, but the complaints are shallow. The complaints do not hold up to scrutiny whatsoever. They do not. People are upset about many of the systems, and that makes sense. I also think I'll just play WoW until I die, pretty much. That's how I feel, right? But I also think we should kind of hold them accountable for things like the 0.5 patch releasing the way it did. I think that that's kind of like, many people are like, oh, 0.5 patch, they added a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, yes, but also we sort of pay them like money to play their game. So I feel like they should have somebody who tests that stuff. Midnight is actually a great comeback. I think that Dragonflight was a good comeback. But Ifrito, my friend, I can convince you in 30 seconds that this version of WoW that we have right now is by far, the best gameplay for retail World of Warcraft that we've ever had. It wouldn't even be hard for me to convince you of that. Let me res him. Does anybody disagree with that? What is this fight and why does it suck? Yeah, a Dragonflight built some of the systems that we have. The War Within refined them. Midnight has now gone even further. I think that's not why we're frustrated. Warbound. Dude, that's the thing. We didn't even have Warbound. Dude, we didn't even have... You had to farm Korthia on every character that you wanted 2 sockets on. There was no such thing as Warbound reputation. What is this fight? What are we doing here? Is it just ad spawn the whole time? Have we even pulled the boss? Heal the snake. Me? I have to heal the snake? It's a gauntlet fight, so they just keep spawning. Am I missing something? Do I click on something? Okay, so to be fair, I like Shadowlands, but I'm not a good person to ask. I came back during Shadowlands, so I have a certain amount of nostalgia for it. You just walk around. That's the fight? What? What I missed? I feel like I missed something. Oh. We killed the boss? Did the boss spawn? It could be a season 3 angle, bro. It could be a season 3 angle. LOL. Okay. All right. I felt that after King's Rest, to be honest. All right. After that fight, it could be a season 3 angle. That's tough. That's not incorrect. Give him a chance to cook. I regret the YouTube short I posted earlier today. Ruby Life Pools was by far the best dungeon today. I didn't mind Ruby Life Pools. I don't know what these last 2 were, but I'm not a great fan of what we just did. I want to go back to Ruby Life Pools. I would be happy to not test either of these again, although of course I will. Yeah. Why was Ruby Life Pools somehow better? Queue system and Mythic Plus would help with the meta problems. Ugh. Solo queue is a tough one, Holly. Let me just tell you 2 things real quick. Before I'll talk about solo queue if you want my thoughts on it. I'll tell you 2 things though right now. This is tough. Oh my god, Pew Pew. Easily Ruby Life Pools was much better than King's Rest, at least. I think King's Rest was worth. That one had some redeeming qualities at least. So, if you rewind just a few years ago with World of Warcraft, you had bolstering, sanguine, necrotic, no warbound system whatsoever, shards of domination. You had to actually individually go farm Chorgast and Shadowlands for every single legendary that you wanted, and you needed two on every character, which you could not currency transfer whatsoever. You also had mechanics that were completely broken. You had to deal with explosive, quaking, inspiring. You had to deal there. I mean, the gameplay systems today are definitively better. The item level is better. The crest system allows you to actually gear your character, whereas before it was really a lot more RNG and you had to raid. We are upset about some of the other stuff. Legion is too far. I'm talking just in the last few years. But even going into Dragonflight, we had the crest system, and people had to learn how to game the crest system. But now, right now, whew, I want to go Ruby, but 17 maybe, or 18. I don't think we really got to see Ruby before. Yeah, but like immediately I say all of it. Yeah, the prideful. We had seasonal affixes like prideful and thundering. So, okay, some of them are cool, but I mean, the systems today are better. Jeez. That is not the thing to complain about. And yet, aren't you a little bit more frustrated? Aren't you a little bit more disillusioned with the game? Aren't you feeling just a little bit more sour? Do you have more passion or less passion? Isn't that weird? Isn't that really weird? That doesn't make any sense. How did they give us almost everything we ever wanted, and yet we are more unhappy today than we used to be? What's up with that? That's a real question. That is a real question. None of it ever kept you from doing what you wanted to do with the game. Jay Morrison, do you feel as though right now you are being kept from what you want to do with the game? Are we more unhappy today? Maybe. I think that we've changed, Kami. I don't think the game. I don't think the problems we're having with WoW are necessarily because of WoW. I think it's because of us. I don't think it's a WoW problem, which is rough. What's up, Shin? Shin. Oh man, you'd actually be such a good person to ask about this. We were with you. You haven't been playing WoW for that long. All right, I'm gonna catch you up real quick. If you're from Shin, hello. The thing is to understand. I was talking about how the current version of retail World of Warcraft, even though we just did Temple of Sethralis and King's Rest, both of which were pretty terrible, and I didn't get to play BFA, so that was my first time seeing them. Ugh. I will say this, however. The current version of retail World of Warcraft is the best version of WoW we have ever had. Gameplay-wise and systems-wise, it's not even close. It is actually incomparable how much better the game is today than it used to be. And if you disagree with that, I can convince you in like 30 seconds. Because I don't actually remember exactly when you started Shin, but if it was long enough ago, when we did keys, we used to have, I'll just go over it again, bolstering, sanguine, necrotic, inspiring, quaking, explosive, spiteful, this, that, and the other. There was no such thing as a warbound anything. You couldn't transfer rep. You couldn't transfer currencies. You couldn't do. You had to. Every single character had to get rep if there was player power attached to it. We had crazy systems that were absolutely toxic, like the Shards of Domination early on in the season. We had no crest system to upgrade our characters. I mean, it used to be way more alt unfriendly. This is actually the most alt friendly it has ever been. There are just so many factors to the game which are clinically better today. And yet, for some reason, something is wrong. Not wrong, maybe not wrong, but something feels off about WoW compared to what my brother was the most stereotypical emo teenager when he was going through that stage of his life. He sang a rendition, there's a video of it, of Welcome to the Black Parade at his middle school talent show. And that kid pitched a tent outside of a store for a WoW expansion release. Because there was passion. There was holy passion for the game. And I just swear, like, I just don't think many people would do that. And I wonder if BlizzCon will really get that hype back. I wonder if they'll announce something that will, I don't know if they're aware of this or if there'd even be a way to restore it, because I don't know if the problem is necessarily with the game as much as it is with us. But I swear, I don't know who would do that now. Yeah. There was a lot of things that were rough in WoW's history. I will say, okay, those last two dungeons, though, were on a less positive take. Bro, shin, what the fuck was King's Rest? This last dungeon was actually, this had some redeemable qualities. This last one had some redeemable qualities. King's Rest was probably one of the worst Mythic Plus dungeons I've ever done. Yeah, that was not good. Classic Plus angle. I wonder what they'll announce. I wonder what they have in store. I'm curious about it. I want to see. But I do think it's us, Kami. I would agree with you. I think that we all have TikTok brain. I think that, you know, WoW seasons used to be 2 years too, right? Yeah, of course. Thank you, Shin. Don't you have phones? Yeah. I mean, WoW seasons used to be 2 years long, technically. Like, we would have change up, but, you know, we would have the same dungeons for like 2 years, right? I mean, that was pretty rough. Yeah, I know. I was about to say, we didn't even rotate dungeons per season, and now we're like, season 2 dungeons. I mean, to be fair, right now, based on the last hour of my life, maybe they should go back to that. Maybe they should just go back to that and not change the dungeons for season 2. I mean, there are some cool ones. I think Altar of Fangs is actually a strong contender. That's a new dungeon, and they designed it, I thought, pretty well. There's melee anti-hand friendly, but the fuck was this? Season 3 isn't that far away. Bring Affixes back. Okay, I don't want to do Seed of the Triumvirate again. That's a fair point. You've convinced me. Let's not do 15, by the way. Let's do something higher. I didn't click your clickbait users wise mythos. I'm here on stream. I'm not going to click the video until you're off stream. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually want them to go back to it. Why King's Rest? I kind of see Temple of Cithralis. Like, I think that this might have some redeeming qualities. Just seems hard. And maybe like a little meh. This seems like a stinker, but the King's Rest was just bad. It was just objectively bad. Let's do like a Ruby, 17, 18? Something a little harder, though. Only influencers like yourself can criticize it. For now. It'll be live soon enough. Maybe try 18. 13 dungeons for your season dungeons. Oh, yeah, that's also true, though. How's the health? Ooh, thank you for asking. Just move my family. You moved your family to Thailand this week? Yo, Congratulations. Tips on finding OCE groups. Get exit lag and play NA too. Hamish, I play NA mostly, but you just have to get used to high ping. It is, Thailand's great. Living here, you have to get used to high ping. You will not ever have less than 200 ping, kind of. Maybe, I think with some OCE groups, you can get it to like 115 tops sometimes. But most of the time, you just play with 200 ping. However, you got to get exit lag. It's not optional. You basically can't play the game without exit lag. It's not that expensive, but it's basically required to stabilize your ping playing from Asia. Not sponsored. They should sponsor me, but they do not. Some people like Dawn of the Infinite. I didn't. I thought both of those were pretty bad. Glad they didn't bring back Shine of the Storm. Which Dragonflight dungeon would you dislike the most? Noctheris. No, that's the one. Yeah, you're right. Wyan. There's Neltheris. I think Neltheris had a problem with key level. It was actually, I don't think Neltheris was crazy bad at like average keys. Maybe that or Halls of Infusion. I feel like Brackenhide was okay until the last boss. I honestly think that Brackenhide was maybe not the end of the world. What is this lag? What'd I miss? He's turned exit lag off. Did stream just lag? Exit lag can't off. Damn. Did something happen? I'm still here. My internet seems fine. We're back? Did stream... What happened? I didn't even DC. My internet didn't even go out. What happened? What did I miss? Did my stream died for a second? How? But my internet didn't even go out. That's weird. We'll see what happened. What's up, Sarama? Weird. I think Brackenhide was okay until the last boss. Totem bosses suck. That's like a problem. That's a exit from exit. Like, that's actually crazy. That's wild. Halls of Infusion was rough. I think Azure Vault was good. Yeah, I think Azure Vault would be a good one to bring back. I think it's Twitch. It happened to a few other streamers these last couple days. Noted. Yes, and Ultim I do play on. I play on NA. I got exiled playing with OCF and at like, yeah, 300, 400 is 200. That's higher than I get. I think 400 ping is probably impossible to play, Hamish. Same thing for the second day. What is that? This is just ice cream. It's just vanilla ice cream. Yeah. It's just straight up vanilla ice cream. It's delicious. It's because I really need calories. I've been sick recently, so I haven't been able to eat properly because I have a random condition which affects my ability to eat food. And so, let's sit down for a second. And so I need calories. Whoa, I knocked my PC. Oh yeah, stream did disconnect for a second. Random. Oh, Holly. You asked me a question. What was the question? I was going to rant about it. Oh, holy shit. Stream is completely crashing. What'd I miss? Can you guys hear me? Oh, it's definitely not... It's not my internet for once. It is, in fact, stream. Very random. Yeah, I see. It is actually Twitch. That's a new one. I haven't seen that before. Interesting. Nah, oh well. This is about a queue system for Mythic Plus. Okay. I have thoughts. Those thoughts are going to land me in hot water. People will not like my opinion on this. People will not like my take, to be honest with you. Because the take is not good for me or you. but it probably would be good for the game, I think. Oh, I don't even know if I should say this. Let me think about it for a second. It's controversial. Okay. I don't think. Can you hear me right now? I think an ad just started. I just realized. Yeah, goddamn. All right, I'll wait a minute. I'll wait a second. Holly's not subbed. I don't know if they have turbo. It's a 16 Windrunner with a guy who told us to turn off DPS meters and enjoy the game. And then he proceeded to do 50k DPS. I mean, Dreamless, that's the problem. That's the conversation to have. That's what makes it hard. 4250 on retail. All right. That's one of the problems with considering what would happen if we all just played for fun. The concern is, how are you going to make it so that people don't waste your time? This is a concern. But I still think that the better question is, why do you feel like your time is wasted? In response to that. All right. The solo queue. Right. Should they add solo queue to WoW? If they're going to take big steps at Blizzard, the steps that they take should not be for me. They should not be for you. They should be for the new player. The retention of people who are clinically and chronically addicted to World of Warcraft is probably pretty high. From a business decision, the chances where even if Season 2 sucks, we will quit is very low. If solo queue were to brick the top 1 to 5% of Mythic Plus, you would lose some form of players. And those are the players that are often very vocal, make content, and so it would trickle down. But even if you lost 20% of the people competing at high keys, if you gained 200% new players, it would be good for the health of the game. And I think that the unspoken consideration of solo queue is not what it does to high keys, because I feel like that's what everybody talks about. It's actually just how people engage and interact with the game and what that might mean. Like, at the end of the day, that's what solo queue is supposed to be for and what it's supposed to represent. I disagree with that, Timok. I strongly disagree that it would... I think it would aid the social aspect, not hurt it. Just because you queue through Group Finder does not mean that you will socialize. This would be the conversation if they went far enough that they actually disabled Group Finder to begin with, Dogdad, instead of just adding it as an addition. But to be honest with you, I also think they should just add it as an addition. Like, I don't think they need to disable it, what we currently have. I think that they just need to make it accessible. Yeah, they could also just... Well, no. The thing is that there would be a lot of people who still engage with it at all levels. But then the fear is, if people are doing solo queue, does that mean that looking for group is dead? What if solo queue is a massive success? Does that mean that all the people who would otherwise be using looking for group is no longer use it, and therefore that bricks it there? Most sentence B. Join a guild. They need to improve the group finder. Well, I don't have to press refresh. I mean, all conversations about WoW have to be split into two categories. That's the hard part to talk about. That's what makes it complicated. Who are you making the system for? If you're trying to design the game for a high-level Mythic Plus player currently, and slash, or it'd be like saying, how do you design the raid so that cutting edge feels decent, whether or not you are Liquid, Echo, a world 200th player, a guild rank 200th player, or a 1000th player? How could all of those people still kill Mythic Lura and have a good time? That's a very hard thing to do, because you have to make it so that Liquid and Echo struggle on it, but it is killable. You have to get that right. And then you have to make it so that 10 guilds below them can also get to it a few weeks later. And then you have to make it so that 100 guilds below that can also kill it. And they do so through looking at it, basically nerfing it over time. They do so through by giving you more power. You'll have more gear than those guilds, possibly, not by much these days. But as of right now, there's around 17,000 players who have killed Mythic Lura. That is such a small fraction of the player base. That's not who you should design the game for, in my opinion. Because of those 17,000 people, the amount that would quit if the next raid sucked or they didn't get their game designed the way that they want to is not going to be anywhere near the amounts of people who will buy a $75 item off a cash shop for their player house. Do you know how much money they made with the Brutosaur? They release a mount. How much money did they make with this? It was like tens of millions of dollars, bro. It was a lot of money. And so I just think as a... Oh, I don't have an 18. Wow. I don't have 18. 17, okay? I don't have 18, apparently. Dog Dad, I traditionally would tell you patrons update their settings. Oh, is it Jark? I thought I did. Oh, I thought I did update that already. Oh, well. Well, basically then if you want a tip, you can just use bits. I mean, what? How? Then the best... I didn't realize that was actually working like that. I thought I had updated it. My bad. Then if you, for some reason, want to give a donation for the in real life Thai stream, you can do bits. There's a good way to support streamers. But does that make sense? I am a little concerned about Season 2 right now. But I don't know how to fix it. I'm not actually sure how to fix it right now, to be honest with you. Thank you for 100 bits. This all contributes. If I did an in real live stream, because we're actually surprisingly close to it. This is getting up there much faster than I thought it would. What would I do? By the way, Twitch dodgy. I'll happily tell you the breakdown, Jark. The way it works is if you sub, I do not get all of the sub, and if you, for example, were to give subs, I get very little of it, even if I have the Partner Plus thing. But bits, you get all of. So bits is a good way to support streamers. And yes, it's a little dodgy, but bits is like technically the best way to support streamers because they actually make 100% of it. All right, let's go. However, I'll try to fix my donation settings. Yeah, so there's weird like percentage models that they have with almost everything except bits. Which is also why I'm not supposed to really tell you that, kind of. Like, there's like they don't really like it when you do this. Because they get more money if you sub or gift subs. Like, they make a lot of money. Somebody can give 50 subs and the streamer might only get $20 or $30 from this. By the way, a lot. This happens quite a bit. I have done something weird with this key. There it is. My bad. If you do an in real live stream, can I show some of my favorite parks? I want to show parks for sure. Food places would be interesting. It depends if Kitty will come with me. Also, hi, Holy. Does that make sense, Holy? And I don't know what your perspective is on the game right now, but does that, what I was saying, does that ring a bell? Where if you think about the people that need to get into World of Warcraft, gets paid. Do you have to pay more for bits? Oh shit, we're already dead. What? Medium purchase. Viewer pays. The streamer gets 15. Also, Twitch does still actually make something from bits. I understand. So they still make some money, but I get more of it compared to subs I see. So they actually, you have to pay more than the $1. So if you're cheering $1, I get the dollar, but you have to pay more than that. Got it. I'll have to fix my donation page at some point. Yeah. Something looked like it butt pulled there. I did have an issue with hence prefer. That makes sense. I appreciate the fact that you would be willing to donate to begin with. I will try to update it at some point. There is a way to do so, but I don't know how. They don't need more of my money. That's right. I also pay for Turbo. I have a friend whose job is to look at the VOD of their mythic raid, and he was showing me how he had literally only 2 defensives on cooldown for his Prot Warrior. The top 100 guilds are in their achievements first. But I still think Sarunas, I still think that though. Yes. It's supposed to be connected to PayPal. That's where it's supposed to go through. I'm going to take a look at it now. Actually, not many people do the donation, so I kind of forget to update that setting. I had to reset some stuff. But it should work through stream elements. Revenue, tipping settings. Oh! I bet you I know how. Oh, that's why it didn't work. I got it. I understand. I forgot to update the link on my Twitch page. I got it. You're the second person who's told me that they went to donate and realized they couldn't. I bet you I know what I did wrong. Edit panels. Oh, I still have the... Dude, I have the Factor Meals panel on here? Oh my god, I am a bad streamer. I am a very bad streamer. Okay. That's not good. Submit. Can you see if that works now out of curiosity? Dude, that sponsorship ended months ago. I am not good at the back end side of stream. I am unbelievably bad at this, apparently. So Jark, what I did this morning, I was really excited. I like the idea of doing it in real live stream. I bought a $200 microphone so I could have a good audio quality for in real live streams. So the question is, do I get a notification if you do it? Oh, we lost Buff Warrior. Sorry. What's happened? Relisting. I'll relist now. What happened that last? I don't even know where people died. I bought a nice microphone, the DJS something. But it looks like notifications aren't going through, so I will not see it, but I will appreciate it if you do decide to donate. Thank you for considering Sojark. I've always been the type of person to be really awkward about this, but also kind of direct. Please do a donation page. For Twitch Turbo, I'd like to donate money when I can. There's a donation page here. If you go to the About section of Twitch, there is a donation page. I don't exactly advertise it. And to be honest with you, people don't use it, probably because I don't advertise it. But there is one. If you go to the About section of Twitch, there's a picture of a raccoon. And if you click on that, there's only one panel. That's it. Trinvoker. So there should be one there at this point. What I was saying about the game. If I was Blizzard, I would really take a look at how many new people I could get into things. Shouldn't you be a woo multitasker? Depends. I am very tired today. Please tell me your mic brand. I want to use my super hyperfixation to be useful today. I bought is called the DJS Mini or something like this. It is called, I'll show you the name. I check the order. One second. View all orders. Yeah, DJI Mic 2. That one. It's a thing. I plug it into my phone, and so I can also charge my phone during it. I have done a live stream before, and my phone died during it. So I had to find a way to charge my phone, but also use it. I had a previous microphone that Stream helped me get at one point. But I think it's time that I reinvest a little bit into Stream. I am very allergic to spending money. And so there are a few things I want to get. One of them is also an actual DSLR setup for webcam. I think that that's important as well. Because currently my webcam is just here in the corner, and you can see it's just this. But I actually think it would be really cool to have like a proper camera. But those are expensive as hell. They're very pricey. I was going to see when I go to LA for BlizzCon if maybe my brother or someone had maybe like an older one that they could give me. What, aggro mechanic? Good question, Sanity. I have an idea for aggro. I don't think you could remove it. I actually don't think it's a good idea to remove aggro altogether. I think that would be bad. But you can solve aggro by simply buffing tank threat by like 800%. Let me just check the deaths. What happened there? It was the first cast because now they hit the thing. Yep. Okay, so it was just cast. Man, I actually wish that they just kept these bolters on the tank. It would be better if I could deal with them instead of my whole group having to deal with them. So what should happen, Sanity, is if you hit a mob, yes. Oh, absolutely, Zeralian. Massive problem. Yeah. I think for tanks, there are two primary issues that people have with them. Number one is routing. That's probably the first and foremost issue. Yeah. And then number two is aggro. But aggro is an incentive for tanks to do damage. Just let people play the way they want to play. I'm serious. Like, if a tank decides that they want to be what would be the equivalent of a healer pacifist, let it happen. That's not bad. Just actually let that occur. I don't think it's a problem for tanks to want to engage with it. The fuck? What'd I miss? What? What? Why did he hit me twice? No, I mean, I'm a bear. That doesn't matter. But why did he hit me twice? Oh my god. It looked like he hit me twice there. If you want help with which setup you need, I'm not a streamer, I'm a filmmaking nerd. I am very bad at setup stuff. Okay. Well, we lost the healer. I don't think that's supposed to hit me twice. You need to get more HP. Apparently. Is that supposed to hit me twice? It was fine on the previous key. Oh, we lost everybody. My bad. Okay. That obviously looked bad. What did I miss about this mechanic? That was very fine earlier today. Earlier today, that was actually a non-issue completely. They did, Mac. The new talent change to Prop Pally is amazing. They got everything they wanted. Yeah. Doopelbunk. What's up, lad? This pack has mobs that give you a damage increase, but does it hit me twice? I was in Incarn plus cooldowns. I just don't think that guy is supposed to hit you twice. Yeah, they did, Zeralian. It's better now, to be fair. Please tell me about the prop pally changes immediately. They're good. You got everything. You basically just get everything you want. 35% more damage. Kami, does the big guy double tap you? That is my question. Does the big guy double tap you? Because I got crushing smash twice. Yo, by the way, Razin, bye. I'll see you later. I know that there's a stacking something, but I don't think that this is supposed to kill me like that. Physical damage increases or damage taken. That I knew, but it wasn't a problem before. I'm is it physical damage and nature damage? So this was the physical hit, and that's the nature hit. Interesting. Holy shit, you did actually tip. There's the whole stream right there. All right. I'm glad that I can see the actual notification for tips now. Yo, thank you, Jark. They also nerfed the overpower trinket, yes. I could hop on Prop Pally for a key or two. I see what happened. So there is a nature component and a physical component to the hit. And I guess I overpulled a tectonic guy. I see. So there's an amp here. And this thing gives me 35%. Yeah, I can log over to Pally while we're waiting here anyways. If Keaton wants to do another one. Link with all the good macros used for different tanks. Do Discord. You find almost everything in Discord. Jark, thank you for the $40 tip. Should I put an overlay? I've actually... Okay, very few people have ever tipped. There's like 2 people on stream, I think, that have really ever used the feature. There you go. Thailand stream on the way. All right, what do you want to see in Thailand? Thank you, Jark. Would like to see you continue. You know, I believe that if you want to stream and it's something that you're passionate about and you want to make it work, you cannot be motivated financially, because financially this is a terrible investment, pretty much, in my opinion. But it is something that I love. I would like to continue it. I do want to make it more a part of my life. I want to make it worthwhile. It absolutely helps. Thank you. I will try Prop Pally right now, actually. I'm swapping Pally. I'm going to swap to Prop Pally right now. I'll play it for a second. People support means the world. The best support you could ever give is actually not financial. It's just emotional. It's quite validating to stream. It's a place where I get to be myself and people like me for me. I'll make the key. I make key on Pally, no problem. But yes, it does help. If you are in a position to ever support financially, it does make a difference. And makes me feel like the time is more worthwhile. It's so easy. Like, well, it's different than it used to be. I feel like it depends on when as well, because if you started streaming a long time ago, then it was a very different story back then. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I got the tip. Thank you. I had some esports YouTube. It was really hard to balance between performance and entertainment. You have to accept the fact that you will not be perfect all the time. Although I also think that people's relationship with streamers is weird, because sometimes people forget that I'm live and that I have not actually... This isn't... What's it called? This isn't an edited footage. Like, I'm just giving live takes. But sometimes people will come in here and hear one sentence and they'll go, oh my God. And then they'll harp on that instead of context. I'm also a little tired today, so I might not be as eloquent as I normally am. Let me show you the new Prop Pally changes and go to Ruby Life Pools. Plus 17 at least. And see if we can find anybody for it. Doesn't seem like there's that many people on right now. Keaton said he wants to come, and then see if I can get anybody else. So you're constantly hopping in and out and everyone. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I mean, it's a big commitment for sure. The tree is like this. So watch the new talent tree. You can just pick up anything. So first they put these two here, which is fine because you can skip this. And then you basically get spell warding for free. Now you just get spell warding or Uthers. So this is either group utility, kinda, or for yourself, or you just take Uthers. Either one works. But this is, you get this for free. Then you get everything else you want. So you could take Solace, Wings. This is Seal of Reprisal. You probably won't ever play Improved Ardent Defender now, which is a little sad, potentially. Like, this is a new talent, and it's kind of cool. But the idea is, most likely, it's just Seal of Reprisal. And then you're going to take these. You get your 5% haste. Kings, you choose now between these two, kind of the same way you did before. And then you get Sanctuary here. So see how you get everything you want? I guess you do lose Instrument of the Divine, and I weirdly think that maybe this wasn't the worst thing with how Pally's playing right now. Take Bulwark, take this, and you take Undying Embers, of course. This last point here, you're going to probably play Light of the Titans. And then you get double kings still, obviously Apex. Here, bam, drop the shields, throw. And you can basically just pick up what you want. Make sense? This is what you get. So now you don't have to make decisions between 5% haste. You don't have to make decisions between Sanctuary or Spell Ward and double kings, bubble taunt. You just get all of it. They reworked this, by the way, 1 week, just to clarify. Just to clarify, 1 week. Guardian Druid Apex talent has been bugged since day 1 of PTR testing. Favorites. The hardest part for me with streaming is that my health is always up and down. Sometimes I don't feel good, but I still want to hang out with people, but I'm also live. You can donate directly through PayPal, yeah. You just have to, I guess you have to use my email, not Stream Elements. Probably. I guess if you wanted to donate directly, you would have to use my email. That's what I use for work. I don't think I want to give you my email. It's my actual email. I appreciate you offering, Sanity. I don't know how to do it outside of Stream Elements. Is there not a link if it works like this? I guess I could put it somewhere. Just through like a Visa or a MasterCard? I don't actually know how to set that system up. I do not have only pause. What's up, Pristine Frog? Good point, Kami, actually. I don't actually know. No one has ever asked. That is a good question. No one has ever actually asked that question before, so I do not know. Interesting. What should I do for the in real life Thai stream? Also, what are we doing? Eating some ice cream. Apparently talking about donations, which is an interesting conversation. Because I'm kind of bad at accepting gifts. So I'm simultaneously wanting to have an honest conversation, but also like, people would donate to me? That's crazy. Oh, did I just break my own stream by doing this? Dude, okay, this is a very strange thing that's happening. I have to restart the game. Sometimes PTR, when I try to tab back into it, almost breaks my computer. This is super weird that this happens. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, Moonglands. PayPal is connected directly to my bank, not just your card. That's what my PayPal is as well. My PayPal is my bank. They're like the same thing. Yeah. But it's mostly... Jark, how long have you known that I stream? Out of curiosity. Can I ask you that? I think for your live stream, show whatever you think is worth showing. I'm guessing a lot of us have never been there. So show us what you like about... I can tell you that easy. Do you know why I stream? How long have you known me? I do want to do more Thai streams. It's a beautiful country. It's an amazing country. I speak a little bit of Thai, but it's a very difficult language because it's a tonal language. I think people around the world use PayPal. I haven't had an issue with it. Oh, did I lose Keaton? Who is here? I see one person here. Cinny. Wait. Apparently I have a group. Did that say Cinny? The Shadow Priest? And I didn't take him? Whoops. Hello. Jark has spent... Okay, apparently that command doesn't work. You got 3,400? Congratulations, Teresi. Yes, Prop Alley is currently the best tank on PTR. Pretty much by far. June 21st. Oh, you're like brand new to my stream, Jark. Okay, I didn't realize you're that close. Can I tell you the story of why I decided to stream? originally. Oh, okay. Let me tell you the story. Yeah, it was tough in season 1. Can I hold? Yes. I need to buy. No problem. No problem. Let me also maybe stand up because I think I'm going to get too lightheaded if I sit down too long. Do I have all the gear I need? I never got the new special cantrip items. You can buy the neck, though. Mostly these 2 options. I'm not sure if people use it. I haven't been to Europe very much. But thank you, Sanity. Let me tell you this story because I think it will help. It will make sense why it matters to me so much. That people feel the desire to support and also just want to see me keep streaming. I have a motivating factor that's more, that really means a lot to me. And I want to tell you what that is. But let me just quickly go ahead and pick up an item that I will never ever get in the actual season, which is going to be sad because this is a Giga neck and that is a Giga weapon, which will probably do crazy damage with this trinket. If we're dropping the ball, which one? Acorns. Which one? Which one? Darren's Gaming subscribed. Thank you, Darren's. I wonder how many people are here. This is kind of an awkward time, I suppose. How many people know the story I'm about to tell? Because this is some lore back in the day. When I first started streaming, I was very married. The actual decision to stream was because I had dogs. And I fostered dogs in Thailand for a period of time and eventually had to stop fostering dogs in Thailand. They were my entire life. They were everything to me. I loved those dogs. But they were also a lot of work because they were street dogs who had issues and basically everything I had went to them. So when all of a sudden I didn't have any dogs left in the house, the last day where the last foster found a home up north, I decided to turn on stream. It was just like a few hours. I had 0.8 average viewers. No one was there. I didn't know anyone when I started streaming. I had zero like backing or anything like this, you know? I didn't have any contacts. I didn't have a plan. I just made a choice to start streaming. And then I kind of enjoyed it. I was just off and on every now and again. Zero consistency. This was for a few months. I was just like, meh, it's kind of cool. And turn on stream, enjoy the game, hang out. But it was never anything whatever. I had average of 5 people or something like this. But the actual story comes later. That was, technically speaking, August. It's like end of July. August of, what's his face? 2024. No, 2025. 2025. Year and a half ago. Wait, fuck. That is not a year and a half ago. That is more than a year and a half ago. Holy shit, I just realized. God, time goes fast. So basically, I didn't really start streaming until probably just pull this. I don't think I actually started streaming until January of 2025. Yeah, about a year and a half ago. Oh my god. Dude, this pull is kind of wild. That's why I died on my bear. I almost died just now. But also, if you check the DPS meters, I do a lot of damage on Pally. So I'm realizing that Jark probably isn't here, and he is part of the reason I was telling this story. So I'll have to catch people back up. This is going to be one of those pulls that definitely needs to die on time. If you decide to do all of it. I'm assuming that the right play is probably just not to do all of it, because that hurts a lot. I'm going to play safe this key. I'm not going to try to do anything too crazy, though. All right, bet. Jark. When I first started streaming, I played Presevoker. That's the first thing to know. I didn't actually play tank back then. 2, I got divorced pretty randomly. I wasn't anticipating it. It was very sudden. My entire life changed pretty much overnight almost. And I was a little bit in despair. I didn't know what to do. I needed help. Like, I needed some support. I needed to not be in my own head because it was a pretty dark place to be. And I had no family here. I had no friends. This was December 27th of a year and a half ago. So this was 2020, the end of 2024, as we went into 2025 last year. The January of 2026, my mom and my brother were going to come visit me, but only after a month because they couldn't get a flight basically overnight. And they were like, can you hold on for a little bit? I said, yeah. So during this period, I really needed to be distracted. And I am a little tired right now, so I'll talk slow. I decided to stream because I realized all of a sudden that this was how I was going to get by. When I turned on stream, I didn't have to be alone. And it was the only thing that would give me that. And I really needed the support. That's why I decided to stream. It wasn't a financial decision or anything like that. It was actually just straight up. I didn't have any friends. I never invested properly into real relationships. So when I got divorced, and I was not anticipating getting divorced, I found myself in a situation. It's the whelp mechanic. Oh, I'm super dead. Oh. L-O-F-K-N-L. I forgot about that. The whelp mechanic stacked on me. It stuns you at 10 stacks. The 10 stack stun. I forgot about that. Interesting. I should also probably actually take a look at my gear and stuff. Because I don't have enough haste. My Sentinel is not nearly as long as it should be right now. And I don't think I put my folio on either. Nope. All right, reset it is. I am not doing a very good job of explaining the story. I'm a little tired. And I kind of miss my Guardian Druid already. I streamed in those days for 12, 14 hours a day. Because I really needed to just be distracted. That's when I decided to stream. Because if I could make this work financially, and if I could make it a part of my life that rewarded me for my time, I would never have to be alone again. When I had to do my visa last year, I had to go to Laos for a bit, and I was very bored, and also I don't like traveling. So I just turned on stream for a few hours and hung out with people at a bubble tea cafe. The audio was bad. The connection kept breaking. It wasn't very good. But again, nothing else would give me that opportunity. This is a good distraction, I'm sure. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's a part of my life now. I have a real job, Pristine Frog, and this streaming in general, it depends on people's support. Jark donating money earlier, you make more from that than you ever will from the actual streaming platforms, because the streaming, you don't make anything from like ad rev and stuff. That doesn't literally, it's irrelevant. I would probably turn them off if I could. You can't really do it. What's up, Danny? So it's basically people's support is what makes it a good or bad financial decision. I'm not explaining this very well. You'll have to give me the benefit of the doubt. I'm feeling kind of tired today and a little bit out of it. So if you pull this, and then I add these to the pool, the question is how and can you live this? Because you'll probably proc Ardent like right away. Whoa, so what's that pull? How did that pull? Is that a bug or something that aggroes that? That's what happened before. Yeah. I'm just streaming so much just because I like hanging out with others in my day life. Yeah, I think that's most people. Yeah, we can't aggro the second big guy. No, I did not, Jark. I was pretty antisocial in WoW. But I think that's really cool, and I think that that is absolutely worth the investment. The biggest reason why it is worth the investment is because what it will become will absolutely be worthwhile. Although I think to build it there is hard. I eventually want to pursue like more sponsorships and whatnot, and more other stuff, because I do think that will help. I'm very off stream. I have no time. I am so busy nowadays, and I'm very booked up with my actual job. So I do not have. Normally, I even struggle to just respond to things in Discord. I'm the type of person who's a pretty bad friend because you'll message me, I'll read it, and then like 3 weeks later, I'll be like, oh yeah, sorry, here, this was the response. I do this all the time, constantly. Yeah, I'm super bad at responding to messages because like, this is the only time of my day that I have. One of you thoughts I'll sit with you. One, there was a Malinois mix. There was a single dog. We had him for a long time. He was the last one to find a home. And that dog was a little bit of like a heart dog. And I think about him a lot. Same, I'm not even busy. I wouldn't describe myself as being a social person. And a lot of people have this weird thing. If I talk to you on stream, by all means have a conversation with me. But just to clarify, okay? Let me make sure I live this pull first. And that nothing but pulls. Because this is going to be kind of toxic to live. I'm going to proc cheat in a second. I should have done both sacred weapons before this. My sentinel extension will be kind of bricked because of this. You need to only hit this global. It's only going to be hammer, 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 shield, etc., etc. This one needs to probably be bubble here. That was a better sentinel extension, and I need to get better at this. That will actually be how you play Prop Alley now. It's just those extensions. There have been a few people who have randomly said, oh, hey, Awoo, like, I'm going to be in Thailand. Like, you want to get dinner? And I'm like, what? No. And they're like, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, thank you. And they go, why don't you want to get dinner? I'm like, I don't get dinner with people that I've known for 5 years. What do you mean, do you want to get dinner? It's a very strange thing. It is a weird to me. It has happened a lot, though. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you, but then sometimes people take offense to that. And I'm like, I don't... Like, if I'll be at BlizzCon, I would love to meet people, but I will also run away if need be. Yeah, like, I'll recommend where you can get dinner. I'll give you suggestions, but I'm not going to get dinner with you. I have a few people that I like a lot who live in Thailand. Do you know how many times I have seen them in real life over the last 365 days? If you actually average the last year, or let's make it a little simpler, last 6 months, okay? Does that kill me? Does that one-shot me? Let's find out. Oh my god, it does! Alright. I found out. That would make sense. I was wondering if I needed to pop a cooldown there. I wanted to limit test. That was a bit of limit testing. I saw it coming, and I made a decision. So, anyways. Try not to break the whelps. That's what killed me last time, was the whelps here. I still don't like how dependent Prop Pally feels on my team. Other cultures are weird to have such meetings. In some cultures, like meeting with a certain no. Meeting with, like, I'd like to meet people. I'm just not going to grab dinner with you as... I don't know how to explain this. It's either that I'm just very introverted. It's not that I don't like people. I do like people. I actually really like people. I think people are like the coolest puzzle of all time. I think people are great. Dinner kind of involves that I'm locked in and can't leave. Like, dinner sort of implies that we're going to be sitting there for a while and I don't have a choice. That's what I don't like about dinner. Does that make a little bit more sense? Okay, Sentinel extension. Commitment issues. Like, this is my space and my environment. I'm not saying this well. You know what? Hold up. I actually said this earlier. Today is not my day. My brain is not working. It is not firing anywhere near the cylinders that it is supposed to be firing. Please give me the benefit of the doubt. Have this conversation with me another day. This is I am starting to talk about things that I am actually currently not qualified to talk about because I do not have the mental wherewithal. This is where I'll start saying some stuff because I'm just going to start talking, but I don't actually have the emotional valence for this right now. This is where I'm going to land myself into trouble because, again, most of the time when people come into someone's stream, there is this... Let me put it this way. Is every single thing that you say 100% the best definition of what you fundamentally believe in and in all circumstances, no matter what? Like, you're playing a game with a friend, and no matter what situation you're in, every single thing you say is going to be 100% a reflection, not true, but a reflection of who you are. And you're like, no, sometimes I'm just tired or I'm shooting the shit and I say something sarcastic, and if that gets clipped out of context, my life is over. The group chat gets leaked, GG's. It's over for everyone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that mentality. That's how I am right now. This is some group chat territory where I'm talking about things that I actually really care about, but I am not talking about them in a way that is reflective of what I probably really believe in. So, yeah. I will have this conversation with me another day. We did not break the shield. We have no damage. Frost DK was nerfed very much. Well, we're at 29 stacks. We used the heroes earlier. Yeah, that's a better way to put that. I've done it. I have explained myself. Fantastic. But yeah, sometimes you're just kind of shooting the shit and you're like, haha, I'd kiss you, bro. And they're like, what? And you're like, JK, unless... But also, although of course I can play Prop Pally, there is actually a fundamental issue with it still. And I don't know if I like it. Which is just, I don't know how long the poll's going to last. It's a really good question. Is Amir's dungeon a bit... No, this one's the good one. This is the best dungeon by far. Holy, this is actually the best dungeon. King's Rest and Temple of Sethralis, I actually don't even want to play them again. No, this is the best dungeon. 100%. Huh. What are you talking about? This is the best dungeon, bar none, in this pool, right? Like in the current, we can test 3 dungeons at the moment. These 3 are the best. It's not that bad. I mean, it's a little challenging for tanks. That shield, look at the damage. We have the Frosty K, they've nerfed him a lot, and maybe they broke his spec a little bit. Take a look at the DPS meters. Oh, yeah, no. Tank-wise, well, most of the times that I've been clapped here as a tank were because something butt pulled. That wasn't like an actual tank problem. And there, the shield didn't break, because you can see his classes got broken a little bit. That's not like a dungeon problem. You have to be careful about associating dungeon design with just straight up his class wasn't doing damage. No, your health shouldn't be spiking as a tank. You're only taking melee hits. This is also a higher key-ish. Not really a high key right now, 17. People will do this on 19. But first pulled certainly claps at tanks a bit. Maybe a bit much. I'm also just tired, and when I'm tired, I don't tend to play my best. That is a factor, remember. I would not describe this as my best tanking at the moment. And also, tanking is a lot of reps. One of the things that makes you a good tank is just having a plan for the dungeon that you identify over time. That changes, you know? What? Hello there, Open. Wow. Do you guys think I could make a career out of this? Got some weights to lift. They're downstairs. I have a lot of weights in this room, actually, but you guys think I could make a career out of streaming? Would that be... I could do it. I know this guy. I recognize that name. A balanced druid. Ugh. Unfortunate. Take a balanced druid. What's up, Brenna? And then record all my runs into... What am I supposed to do? Need to branch out and try to keep... Yeah, I wonder about that. I don't think you're controversial enough. I'm supposed to be controversial, Maclet? I see. So I just have to start having some really strong political takes. Is that right? I just have to be like, and here are my thoughts on immigration. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Is that the key? I'm just kidding. I will never be like that. No, I mean, like, listen, I would never... The thing is, it wouldn't work for me. And the reason it would never work for me is because I can't help but be myself in pretty much all circumstances. And I'm just not actually a bad person. Like, I do have opinions, but I also hate talking... I don't like talking about things that I have zero... I mean, you know... hold up. No, that's the wrong direction to take this conversation. Point is... who I am on stream is exactly who I am in real life. If you were to meet me in real life, I am physically identical. Because mostly when I stream, I forget that I'm live. You know? So maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not controversial enough. Unfortunately, Maclet, it works. I mean, there's some truth to it. There's a reason people do it. Don't do it as a trap. If somebody offered me, I'm gonna be real with you. I'll always be honest. That's my biggest problem, is that I'm very bad at lying. I'm gonna be real with you. If you told me right now, Owu, for the next month on stream, you have to put on a performance and start saying these things. And in return, I am going to give you $10 million. I would say, what do you want me to say? And anyone who tells you that they wouldn't do that is lying. There is no way that you would say no to that. I mean, unless they already, even if you have $100 million, that's a lot of money. Now, if somebody said, I'm going to give you $5 to do this, I would be like, nah, probably not worth it. But like $100 million, I'm going to figure it out. If I need to take an overnight course, I will. I will do what I have to do. You know what I mean? Let's be real. Also, JJ, yeah, in a bit. I think we have, I mean, I'm not playing with DPS that I know, so. Yeah, hold up. Wait, hold up. Actually, just $1 million, I'm going to consider it. It doesn't even need to be 10. It could just be 1. I'm down. I'm interested. Close the bags. That was his own fault, and he knows that's his own fault. All right, hold on. I'm going to die this pull now. Well, that's okay. We're going to need to replace this DPS in a second, JJ. No, stop bugging. Why is this pull? Oh, I'm like super dead. I don't think I live this. Hold up. Oh, nope. Okay, so I got to come back a little bit. Please don't butt pull stuff. Okay. Give me a sec. I didn't mean to pull it. That wasn't me who pulled it. There's something that someone is doing that's like shooting this way and pulling something. It wasn't my shield. I was pretty good about that. Yeah, I mean, again. Folio? Oh, maybe Folio. Maybe Folio, actually. Let's see. I wonder, because that has happened several times today. Like, many people were like, why are you getting so clapped? I'm like, I'm not pulling that. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. It might be Folio. But, I am not motivated. Like, I'm not a super financially motivated person. But at the same time, money matters. You have to be compensated for your time. I have a job. I'm very good at my job. I can make a lot of money. Okay, not a lot of money, but I make enough with my job. My job is limited to me being one-on-one with people. And I get to help people. I really like being able to help people. I get to make a difference in people's lives. It makes me feel rewarded and like I have meaning. Because I'm able to accomplish so much. And the thing about my job is that I'm capped. Even if I charge people $150 an hour, I only have one of me. You know? JJ is very fit, Brenna. JJ's like actually very fit. He's not like kind of fit, he's like quite fit. Buying a what? Buying a what? A bloodleth. What's a bloodleth? Yeah, he's fit. Yeah. Do I have a profession? Yeah, I work in health and fitness. I've been working in health and fitness for a long time. It is a massive part of my life. And like I said, I like my job. I never regret showing up to work, although sometimes I'm tired. Like sometimes I'm like not feeling very well. Like tonight when I show up to work, I'll probably be very tired. But stream, who knows if it will ever make anywhere near the amounts that I could make if I actually just worked instead of streamed. Probably not even. I don't think so. If I actually did the math on how much money I have lost by choosing to stream in this portion of my life. All right, I guess you just can't pull. I mean, so I have to Ardent. in Sentinel. So that was just Ardent on top of Sentinel. Yeah. 1, 2, 2 Tectonic Strikes. $90K overkill. Huh. All right. Noted. Last time I lived that, no problem. But I guess I had Ardent up for the last second. Ardent it is. My armor's not red, is it? No. No, it's just that particular tank pull is challenging. On my bear, it doesn't hurt. On my pally, I just need to overlap things. I was 10 seconds into Ardent. My Sentinel was almost maxed. It wasn't that much of an overkill. All right, JJ, come here. We lost someone. Perfect timing. I just want to be thin. Careful about just wanting to be thin, by the way. There's a funny thing with that. But everybody should be happy with how they feel. I'm not very eloquent today. I'm feeling actually all over the place. I should really just stop giving all takes whatsoever. All right. The snow blows wide on the mountain tonight. Not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation. And it looks like I'm the queen. Do 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 do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't know. I forgot to even put my folio on at all. Yeah, I figured that was MG, actually. I don't know. I should probably just stop giving takes. I'm actually just too tired. You ever have that, JJ? If JJ does big damn. There are some days where I still want to stream and enjoy my time playing the game. But honestly, my head, I don't know. I guess I just didn't sleep last night enough, or I had too much caffeine this morning. I don't know what it is, but I'm just super out of it today. What's up, Buff Boy 3000? That's what I'm trying to be, man. I'm trying to be a Buff Boy 3000. Buff Boy 3000. I actually think it might be too much caffeine. I don't know. Normally, I don't get like this after sleep, but my head is all over the place right now. I mostly just feel like I'm gonna pass out. I should probably lift weights or something. It's just one of those days. So I'm also not playing very well. You want 2 red pallies? I could log back over to the Druid probably. You just have to overlap Ardent and then bubble the second one. It's not a problem. You just need to make a plan. Even if Pally is very good, you need to make more of a plan on Pally and other tanks than you do in general compared to Guardian Druid right now. People have no idea how spoiled they are the fact that Guardian Druid is currently the meta tank and then Mistweaver is the meta healer. If that makes sense. I think that people don't realize how difficult current tuning is for tanking because you have Guardian Druid this way. Oh, thank you for the gifted subs earlier, Reckless. It's not actually that hard of a pull. You just need to know to press Ardent or not. And the way that Prop Pally works is it's a situation where you need reps. Like, you need to go in, make a plan, and say, this time it's going to work. And then go in again and say, oh, it didn't work. Does that make sense? It's one of the unspoken things about this tank. Where once you get it, and then you should make the same plan every time, and then you could be consistent with it. But you need to walk in, like this first pull as an example. Yeah, you need to walk in, die a few times, and then you go, got it. And then you know that you have to overlap Sentinel about 5 seconds through. You push Ardent, and then the next one you bubble, and then you Kings if it lives too long, and then you're good. Depends. People are comfortable with different things. I've also seen Guardian Druids die when they shouldn't. Whoa, my lord. I seriously think it must be caffeine today. I'm crashing. Woo. Do you guys know Sky King? It's a reactionary. Yeah, T-Muck, I'm going to make a video very soon probably talking about this. I have a solution to solve most, maybe not most. I have a solution to tank design. I've been thinking about it for the last few months. I've been developing this take, talking about stuff. And I have a really, I think, solid idea. And I want to make a video about it, but maybe not today, because I am apparently too tired. Goddamn. I actually do want to go back over to my Guardian Druid for a second. Not that Prop Pally would have a hard time with this. Prop Pally is very strong right now. Very, very dominantly the best tank at the moment, I think. And we pray that VDH will not be the meta tank. Please. No VDH meta. It's a bad meta tank. Yep. Reflexive versus proactive tanking is very different. Whoa, why do I feel so bad today? Mother... God damn it. God. This is a sloth. That is all. We don't know what the actual meta will be right now. Since rather squishy, you have to understand how Prop Pally works. Quick little flex will help. Dude, I actually should, if not actually go to the gym, I should weightlift right now. I look okay right now. I'm losing a lot of weight. I have not been able to eat properly. So I'm currently in this spot where my physique looks more muscular because my body fat is just passing a threshold. But any further than this, and I just lose a lot of size. Well, threat would be one thing to help with. Can't lose weight. Weight is a very individual thing. I don't know if I have the full-on... Mika, can you ask me that question another day? Like, could we talk about weight stuff another day? Because this is my entire life, as in it's my career. And I have a good... I would like to engage with you about this conversation, but it is a conversation I would like to be fully present for. I do not currently have that capacity. And I would rather be honest about the fact that I do not have that capacity instead of pretending like I do. Yeah, instead of trying to be weird about it and be like, oh, this, and pretend that I feel any better than I do right now, I would like to just feel bad. Listen to some music and play the game. Yes, but please ask me that question another day. I can tell you at the very least this. I'll see if I can get through it. When it comes to weight, health, this, or whatever, people normally have pretty good intentions when they tell you, just do this, just try this, or whatever. There is such an infinite variety of human beings. At most of the time, those suggestions come from a good place. They come from this worked for me. Let me give you what worked for me. However, that is not a good way to look at it because people just have fundamentally very different genetics, very different lives, very different systems. My body don't work like your body. So first of all, it's more individual than that. We're all human beings, sure. But if you travel, you will understand quickly just how many different types of people there are in the world. It is incredible. Like you basically just haven't been to Thailand or Asia if you think that everyone should do this thing. The things that people do here and the physiques that they have and the joint stability and tendon thickness and the fact that they can Muay Thai, like, bro, it's crazy how it's just insane how strong. The Thai diet is not exactly healthy. So, like, what's the secret? Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. We focus so much on all these factors. We completely forget that people are not a book. You cannot treat people like they're a book. The only if you want to actually help people, you have to start treating them like individuals. Ain't nobody look like the textbook where I got to learn about fitness and corrective exercise and this and how to help you. No one looks like that. Have you ever seen what the charts, the anatomy charts look like? Most people's glutes look like Mike Wazowski from that movie, Monsters, Inc. Ain't nobody walking around with a physique where it's anywhere near what I saw in the textbook, okay? So that's thing number one to understand. All right, let's see if my bear lives this, by the way. Let's see how hard this is. Okay, pre-frenzied region, incarn up, thrash before the global. Did the strike already happen? Easy. Just play Guardian, I guess. Yeah, you just gotta play Guardian. Didn't even notice that. It tickled. Okay, this one is not gonna tickle. This one is gonna hurt. Crushing strike, bark skin plus frenzy region. Oh, it's easy. There you go. Just play Guardian. My rotation was wrong there. What's up, Carols? The balancing just changed. What is the best DPS to play? Right. Anyone who tells you, this is actually like a giant red flag. And do you know the system of red flag versus green flag, Carlos? Have you heard this before? So if, for example, I was feeling very lonely and I wanted to go on a date, right? Imagine that I went on a date with someone. I would look for green flags and red flags. Anyone who tells you right now that they know for sure what the DPS meta is going to be next season is a red flag. This is the type of behavior that would cause me to swipe left. But I probably wouldn't know that because if I'm in this situation, they had at least thick enough proportions for me to consider swiping right. And if they've swiped, and in that situation, I have to consider this, right? So ultimately, though, is just we don't know, and be wary of anybody who tells you that they know for sure what's going to happen next season. Tuning changes all the time. What I can tell you is based off of historical evidence, I have a problem. Okay, like a fundamental problem. I have an actual problem with how Blizzard has been recently deciding the meta. Because it's very frustrating that there is some truth to what I'm about. Oh, what is this pull? Okay, so we've something. Yeah, Kami, my brain is not quite there. We pulled 2 casters. Where are these casters from? What is the thing that's actually butt pulling these 2 casters in here is going to be tough. Thank you, Kami. I'm glad you noticed. Okay, so Guardian, I mean, I'm feeling super tanky. I think we walked too close to the left caster, so we didn't skip it. And then we butt pulled this because, yeah. So I'm probably dead here. Okay, so I just chained too fast. I will go slower next time. This is probably a reset. I mean, actually, no. We're fine. I live. Guardian Druid. Hi, Equinox. Yo. What's up, dude? I'm glad that I'm just happy that someone else has mentioned in the official. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. Hi, Equinox. Hello. It is nice to meet you officially, by the way. I've never actually met you. I've known of you for a long time. And I died to the the welt mechanic. All right, quick reset. I can't test with Apex, so basically I'm not looking at my damage whatsoever, but I can still test tankiness. No Apex is not that different in terms of straight value of how tanky you feel comparatively to Apex, but my damage will be a lot less because that's the current design of Apex. Honestly, tanky. I'm not noticing any problems. Did they swap? Oh, they swapped it. We trying to solo run just now? Thank God. That would be great. Let's try right now. Yeah, sure. Yep. That'd be great, actually. I'll try it. Let's see if it butt pulls. We were having other things butt pull. It's going to be something like this. Let's see how this feels. Yeah. Oh, I would love to try the Apex. Okay. Very exciting. I think that people on PTR also, they don't tend to want to play the things that have been meta in the current season. So that's why you don't tend to see like a ton of Devour Demon Hunters or a ton of things that are already meta right now, just because people want something new. 20s and higher, maybe there's another tank that can hold more than Bear. Can you clarify what you mean by that, Miss Lofty? They're just intentionally undertuning the last season's meta quite often to force variety. So my problem... My general problem with how Blizzard seems to want to design meta is they have something in mind before the season starts. They spin a wheel, or some developer is like, hey, Jimmy, you have been promoted. And Jimmy says, I fucking love Shadow Priest. And then he says, hoo-hoo, I'm going to make Shadow Priest meta. It seems to me that that is how it works. Before the season starts, they go, Prot Pally. That's Carla's thing. And Carla goes, I love Prot Pally. And they buff, and they basically just give Carla a promotion. And Carla's like, I am now in charge of the tuning of this game. Prot Pally it is. And then they just make it happen. Prot Pally has gotten 3 reworks in the last 3 weeks, whereas most other tanks have been completely ignored. It feels a little off. Historically speaking, we don't know. If anybody tells you they know what the meta is, you wouldn't be able to tell right now. Of course, we're in really, really, really early testing and values change all the time. But in general, the thing that they give the most attention to tends to be the thing that ends up being in a good spot, at least. Because if they do a lot of work on a spec, they don't want you to not play the spec. But Equinox, I'd love to ask you if you have a second. Thank you for stopping by. It is nice to officially meet you. I'm very tired today. My head is all over the place. The question that I was going to ask you, wait, I'm getting to it. It's coming back to me. The point, wait a second. Wait. Thinking about it. Bro, I fucking lost it. That's awkward as hell. Wait. No, it's not coming back. All right, we're continuing on. So, the other thing I would like to rant about. Do you like cats? I'm trying. I'm not feeling well. I don't know what's happening. I feel like I had way too much caffeine this morning. It's not going well. Come here, buddy. Warm me up. Yeah, I hear you screaming outside my door. Come here. Yes, thank you. All right. You're so cute. And I feel like it's kind of cold in here, huh? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this little one. So cute. Yeah, he's a very vocal cat. Yeah. There's 2 cats. He's the vocal one. He's very cute. Man, I was going to ask you a good thing. What was I just talking about? Balancing, tanks, this. It's not coming back. I'm just going to accept that fact that it's not coming back. Yep. Ooh. Oh, thank you for coming to say hi, buddy. You have a cat TikTok thing? I do. Yeah, my entire social media is just cats. I started it at the beginning of this year, and people really like cats. I know. You're going to start annoying people, though. You got to be careful, buddy. You got to be careful of this. Oh, right. Equinox. I remember. Holy shit. I've got it. I remember what I was going to say. Okay. So I wanted to start a WoW podcast. I recorded an episode with Shaw yesterday. Oh, nice, Dan. Yesterday. It was several days ago. Point is, Point is this. Do you actually think that the meta between the tanks is as bad as people think it is, or do you think it is a perception problem within the community that drives so much of the issue? As somebody who has been a long-time tank player, but also as somebody who has been a brewmaster for a very long time as well, I was wondering how you feel about, in general, the meta perception and actual function of these specs in World of Warcraft. Okay, let's give you some treats. No more treats for them, no matter how much they complain. I don't care how much they start screaming out there, no more treats for them. They are well fed. Both of them are extremely well fed. Extremely well fed. Okay? Probably too well fed. Do not let them convince you otherwise. They do that. All right. Let's get this dungeon. Yes, I know who Topics is, of course. I agree with that, by the way. And he made a Giga video, which he actually took down, and it was probably one of the best thumbnails I have seen on a YouTube video, maybe ever. He made the video where it was him on a path, and it was like right and left, and he was like, it's time. And I was like, oh, it's time for what Topics? And he was talking about how it's like he's over it. The truth is, if you want to play off meta, and it is a perception problem, I think more than it is an actual power problem. But this entire game is a perception problem. And in my opinion, I get to test Apex. That's right. Let me put more on my bars. Let's see what my damage looks like playing this. Yeah. I thought it was a good video too. You simply cannot pug. And establishing yourself in the World of Warcraft community is a very interesting thing. Many people who make content, I'm going to see if I have enough mental clarity to do this, okay? Many people who make content for WoW have been playing this game for an incredibly long time, and they have a certain relationship with how they find groups and how they do things that is just simply not applicable for a vast amount of other players and what most people will actually experience. And so what I mean by this, press Maul here, actually spawn my little spirit. This is cool. This is my first time getting to play Apex for Guardian. How interesting, man. This is fun. I'm pretty sure that he had aggro on the big Juggernaut for a second. This is actually my first time getting to play Apex. I literally haven't been able to test it. It looks like it's actually fixed. Yes, I can stop complaining about this. Ooh, Apex. Nice. Solid. I have to bark that. Okay, very exciting, by the way. Yeah, sorry, my bags. It's just PTR. My whole UI on PTR is completely messed. It's not good. And I apologize that I have to expose anybody to this UI right now. Ooh, I mean, it's just a regular... This is just first poll. We'll have to see how it... I want to see single target in particular. I don't need to SI, right? Whoa, I do need to SI. I was thinking that. 4 stacks on that. I was curious. Not bad. But I don't want to show you the breakdown. I knew what would happen. By the way, I knew exactly what would happen the second I read the changes. I'm a big bear enjoyer. I've been a big bear enjoyer for a long time. The second I read those changes to what the Apex was going to be, I already told everyone... And I will not show you my DPS breakdown. I refuse to show you what the DPS breakdown will look like. I also don't know if you're supposed to pull this guy or not. I wonder if you still try to skip him. No, I won't do it. Do you know what I mean, Equinox? I don't know if you also like Bear. You're dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw it happen and I taunted, but he had already started casting. Do you know of that which I am referring? Because there is something about this rotation, which I like it, by the way. You won't have to, Kami. That's not what this new... The new Apex is basically just no Apex, except that you have Apex. The new Apex is identical to no Apex, with a slightly more nuanced rotation and a little bit less of a degenerate Moonfire spam, which I do actually... As much as I love Baron, it's straightforward, and I like the fact that it's straightforward, there's a certain level of what we have right now with the fact that you only hit Moonfire because of Lunation. That was solved. But this new damage breakdown, if you thought there was something about it before, you're going to have a fun time learning what this breakdown looks like. Because it's going to be, I mean, 75, 80% of your damage is going to be Thrash if you're playing this right. Give or take. And I don't look at my overall damage because this is not the route that people would be doing in higher level keys. I'm just kind of pulling stuff right now. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here, to be honest with you. It's gonna be so much Thrash damage. Because right now it looks more split for a few other reasons, but my breakdown is gonna be very funny. Okay, so do I get frozen here? Do I have to SI to... How many stacks is it for the whelps now? I thought it was 10 before, but I'm at 17. We only maul to activate the Apex. Maybe in single target you are supposed to... So like right now I have Apex, right? You just maul here to activate it, but I don't think I actually press maul rotationally. It's a very similar playstyle. If you currently like no Apex, you will still enjoy Guardian next season. But Equinox, I was actually really happy to see, and I'm not taking this very well right now, I'm extremely tired. I was really happy to see your take in the Discord. I have been saying for a while, when it comes to tanking in World of Warcraft, it isn't about designing the game for somebody like me who has been playing this game for my entire life. It isn't about designing the game for you. It's not about designing the game for the people who will interact with it at that level. You have to get new players into tanking. And you have to therefore acknowledge what is the barrier for new tanks. The barrier for new tanks, although something that experienced tank players won't be able to appreciate, routing is a big one. Just in general gathers and general tank skills. Those two things right there, threat and route, is 80% of the barrier for a new tank. And game design can fix a lot of that. On top of these takes, we just have the fact that the role has a lot of responsibility, and it's overwhelming. I have heard so many times, because I want to make more content talking about tanks, how overwhelming it is to consider starting tanks. Because also so if we don't kick the boss, we can't hit the boss. Noted. All right, rest in peace, my single target damage, but it was going to be cool. Do we have a kick? I guess, wait a second. It's a rep pally. Me is a Devour Demon Hunter as the kick. The Goblin Vendor. Lofty. Okay. Goblin Vendor. Do you still have to hold Apex for damage amps? Probably not. Okay. Point is, right now, the game is structured in a way. Yeah, you can also probably do this and still get the funnel like you did in before, right? Yeah, you can still get a little funnel like this. Not a problem. Okay. I want to make a whole video about this soon because I've been thinking about how you solve some of these problems. Ultimately, there is no real solution for the fact that the tank role has more responsibility, but there is a solution based off of game design, which is the fact that you cannot design mechanics that require premeditated knowledge. That is the biggest no-no. And what I mean by this is the first pull of Algathar Academy does not need the bleeds. It's not a functional part of that dungeon. If you took out the bleeds of the first pull of Alcathar Academy, it would be identical, except that your tank wouldn't die as often, so everybody would have a better time, because nobody likes it when your tank dies. Your DPS are sitting in full cooldowns and Lust. You probably wouldn't chain anything. They fixed the snapping. There was no need for them to add that bleed in the Alcathar. But the other example of this is something like Skyreach. If I'm a new tank player, and I'm going in and I don't understand the basics of a defensive rotation of this, of that, or whatever, the problem is that most tank mechanics in Season 1, if you don't know that they exist, before they exist, you die. Because a pretty natural response to your health dropping low is to run. So if you're in Skyreach, and the way that the Adepts work is they put a bleed on you, and then you go, oh shit, my health, and you run, it's too late. You're already dead. So the only way to deal with the mechanic is having knowledge that the mechanic will happen. Okay. The way that Altar of Fangs is designed is so much better because there is a tank buster in the first area, which is identical to the tank buster in Skyreach, except for the fact that the guys in Skyreach, they put a bleed on you. The ones in Altar of Fang, they put an auto attack ramping speed increase on themselves, which requires you to basically get 2 seconds of no melee hits. I'm not explaining this very well right now. Very tired. But the cook is, you need to make it so that tanks can reflexively respond to things instead of having to do homework and watch a video on YouTube to play the game. It is fundamentally the wrong way to design tanking. If the challenge comes from a knowledge check that happens outside of the key, it's no good. Because the way that that mechanic is designed in Altar is a really good one. The mobs get real big, real red, and very angry looking. If you die to it in one key, over the course of a season, you will identify quickly how to solve that mechanic. Great. It won't require you to watch a video that's visually obvious that they are going to clap you. And they have an animation on their swing as it gets faster and faster. You see sparks flying everywhere. And so if you walk into Altar of Fangs having never actually watched a video about that dungeon, you will understand what to do. I think that that's such a problem in Season 1 because most of the pulls that are going to evaporate you do so without any telegraph whatsoever. Think about, just as an example, think about the battle axes in Alcathar Academy. Again, they had already changed the way that the mana void works. They had already changed the way that those pulls function. You didn't need to add it. If you took out the arcane damage inflicted on hit, functionally speaking, you would do the same exact pulls. Maybe you would have one more pull. Great. It could only benefit Alcathar. Higher level keys, you have to triple pull the Veximus platform anyways, or at least double it. In which case, you're just fighting for your life in a way that isn't fun. Because if anybody stuns and you don't have the awareness as a tank, you're dead. You have one half a second gap in your defensives, you're dead. Like, it's just so, it's not fun because you are limited anyways. And then if the solution is to basically make it so that mid to high level keys are not going to be pulling as degenerately, congratulations, you still will. It'll just be much more punishing. But the other thing about it is that in mid or low to mid level keys, Equinox, how do you learn that the battle axes are doing that? You know, most tanks will go the entire season without realizing that they do. Oh, I forgot I'm playing Apex. You know, the vast majority of tanks right now have no idea that they do magic damage. Why would you know? They're tiny little mobs. The only way to know is, again, to either have the awareness of saying, I'm going to look at my death log, or I'm going to check their frame for a debuff icon. You would know, I would know, but how would anybody else know? They're the littlest mobs in the pool. On MDT, they're actually coded as bunnies. The MDT version, or their icon on MDT, is a bunny. They don't feel like bunnies. Bunnies are soft, fluffy, and cute. Those are not. You would expect as a tank player that the Dragonkins at the end of Algothar Academy would be the challenge. That makes sense. They're big, angry mobs. They're huge. But actually, they just don't. They're not the things that hurt you. They're the things that hurt your group. And so I just think that a little bit of knowledge about the fact that this is how tanks are going to be experiencing your game would go a long way for dungeon design. I want to make a video about this soon. Because I do think that... Oh my god, what did I do wrong? Was I just not paying attention? Flaming Barrage. What? Wait, was it cast? The creature throws flaming knives at its current target every once... Oh, wait. Oh, they changed how this works. Oh, it's not... It's not an AoE anymore. Now it's just a straight up hit. Oh, I see. I mean, also, I wasn't really paying attention, but still. Oh, I see. It used to be the just straight up AoE hit that one-shot your party, but now it is a tank hit. Current target every 1 second. Okay. It's a CC. It's fire damage and physical damage. Interesting. But yeah, if I just think about all of the times that I might die... This current season in one, yeah. I think that it would be better. Altar of Fangs is a good example of how they can actually make a dungeon that has a better relationship with tanks learning how to play the game. It's not the full solution. Yeah, you didn't even know about it. Yeah, Game Day on YouTube. You said you didn't even know that it existed until I referenced it in a stream. Why would you? Most people don't play the game in that way. So I think so. All right. Anyone want a duo? I care about my mental health. I don't play League of Legends. Okay, Apex. Let's just quickly take a look. I could have played it even better too. And I'm not playing super OP trinkets right now. No, I don't play League. I had my stint with this. Huh. The rage gen is pretty crazy. No, yeah, the thrash damage is going to be degenerate. It's hard to say what single target damage was because we had that period of downtime where the boss was out of range for me for a little bit. When the battle axes are going to hit hard, so I just vibe it out with defenses, then kite. The way it works in game is if a pack gets CC'd, yeah, oh boy, I'm gonna try to remember this. Is it 66 and 33 or is it 70 and 40? From Dragonfly JJ, it's health percentage based. It is. I think it's 70 and 40 if I remember. It wasn't the 66-33. I think it's 70 and 40. Yeah. And I think I'm supposed to pull funnel and higher keys as well for the Mistweaver and whatnot. Doesn't feel like it was so long ago, but it was kind of a long time ago, yeah. A flex redeem, I bet. What? Oh. I should work out. I should move more. Equinox, I'm honored that I could have a conversation with you. I haven't been streaming and making content that long, but I love this game, and I want other people to enjoy this game. And ultimately, although retail is actually the best version of WoW in-game systems that we've ever had, I think there is something missing. They have to be willing to adjust to the fact that community perception and our relationship with games have changed. Our relationship with failing at games has changed. It's not the same as it used to be. And I think they have to be careful about making tanks and healers. Yeah. Well, I mean, we talked about solo queue a little bit. No, it's a rough conversation, JJ. I have a take on solo queue. I am very tired today, so it's not maybe my best take, but it's a take that will upset people. It's like a controversial take. It's quite a spicy take on what solo queue actually represents for the game. I'm tempted. I don't think you have to. The worry is if you actually put solo queue as a separate ladder, then looking for group would be dead. Who would be doing a plus 10 and looking for group? That's the problem. Even like maybe higher keys has a looking for group, but like if it goes well and it succeeds, then looking for group is dead. And if it doesn't go well, then it doesn't work. I don't mind them trying and I don't mind them taking big swings, but I think that the important thing is when people talk about this shit, they mess up who it's for. Because everybody talks about how it would affect higher keys, but that's not who it's designed for. And also, with respect, if you are pushing 1% title or 0.1% title, especially consistently, or you are a CE Hall of Fame raider, bro, you're not quitting. You are addicted. Don't worry, me too. I hate to be the person to tell you this. They should not design the game for you because you're not quitting. If Season 2 of Mythic Plus sucks, maximum, you're going to lose like 10% of those players. Maximum. Because you sort of have to be a certain level of chronically addicted to even get to that point. Solo queue is to help people get into the game. The debate is whether or not there would be a game to get into if they really pursued it. But I think they have to be careful about that. They should not be designing the game for me or for Equinox or for JJ. Because if you want to play, you will play. And I don't really think their minor design choices for Season 2 gearing will actually make you quit. And if you want access, you can get access. The people who can't get access and the people who need to get into the game are the ones who have never done it before. Because Mythic Plus is super fun, but there's such a barrier to entry that people can't experience the fact that it's fun because World of Warcraft is fundamentally designed for people who have already been playing the game for 10 years, not designed for new players. I don't know if they'll ever make solo queue a thing, but the idea behind solo queue is not how it will affect high keys or even mid-level keys or like 1% keys. It probably will be how it affects a new player experience. Or like Myth Flex rating, most of what would be really beneficial about Myth Flex rating would be the ability for more people to interact with the system, not how a CE guild would affect. With respect, I know that it matters how people interact with the game at a higher level because it trickles down. I get that. But I just don't really think it matters like crazy if a world 5th ranked guild or Liquid or Echo decide that 17 players is the optimal amount for the end boss and therefore have to sit 3 of their players. They already have a bench of X amounts of people. Like, would that suck? Yes. Would people be kind of frustrated? Absolutely. I just don't think that really matters. And that's the hot take. That's the spicy take. Because like, those people's feelings matter too. But that argument of, well, if they make flex rating, what if they decide, the hardest boss that you're going to have 400 pulls on, what if the optimal size would be 23? How would you feel that? Or 17? Because they wouldn't be able to balance it perfectly. There are very few people who even get to the Mythic end boss. The game is an accessibility problem, not necessarily an actual, you know what I mean? Don't play retail because this is impossible. I agree. And I also agree, I know, Cambria, there are a lot of people who won't be able to play, but it's an access problem. It's not like a thing problem. So I think that for the overall health of the game, this would negatively affect me. It isn't for me. It's not my perspective of like, I wish they did this for me. If I get out of my own head, though, and I realize the vast amounts of people who have a paying subscription might benefit from this system, and then the degenerates who are addicted to it will figure out a way to min-max and optimize anyways, then maybe it's a good choice. But the choice is not how it will affect me or JJ. The choice is a little bit more about how it would affect people interacting with the system a little bit. Does that make sense? I don't know if I was explaining that quite right just now. Because there are problems with it either way. But if you make a problem for people at the higher end, they're going to solve the problem because they probably won't quit. And if they were going to quit, they probably would have quit anyways. Does that make sense? Comparatively to a new player who doesn't have access to begin with. And there are parts of this conversation that I am missing. This isn't a fully fleshed out take, but I do think it's important to consider. I would like to actually test. I can test with Apex now. Very exciting. Yes, and Ruin, yeah, that's still my job. Mornings and nights. I have a bunch of really cool clients right now. I've got a few people who have more interesting, nuanced medical conditions I'm working with right now. You look healthier now? I've actually been so sick recently. Like I've been struggling with my health. I can barely think today. It's been a little rough recently. I got the flu for a bit, Rune. And then it's triggered some autoimmune stuff. I'm kind of recovering. Trying my best. Doing what I can do. I'm wearing leggings right now because they help with POTS. I've got leggings on. They're compression leggings and they're very tight. But they do help for sure. You haven't touched your PC in a year? How do you feel? That's crazy. I guess I'm going to do an IRL Thai stream soon. I wonder when I'll do it. What should I do for an IRL Thai stream? We hit the goal today. We hit the community funded goal. I bought the microphone. I should check when it's coming, because if it comes tomorrow, I don't know if I'd do it tomorrow. But yeah, when should we do IRL stream? I think that'd be super fun. It would be cool to do some like street markets. It would be cool to do some other stuff. Let me see. This has been resolved. Okay. I'll have to see. Well, motor stuff. Some of the fitness stuff you taught me helped me a lot. Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, health and fitness is my career, and I get to help people. Makes a big difference. Ice cream and sunset. We'll see. I bought the microphone so that I can actually charge my phone, and we'll see. Look into the calf depression machine, $60, $70. I wouldn't actually do it while I play. I mean, I can do just some sort of calf raises while I'm doing this game day, but it's a good point. These leggings are really tight and they work. Neck is sore, yeah. There's no change they can make that will keep me from doing the content to the level I want, as long as I want to do it. And I'm a WoW vet. Bro, there's a take in the podcast. It'll be tomorrow. Every Saturday, there's a new podcast episode. Tomorrow, there will be a podcast. Shaw made some spicy takes. You ever do neck training? All the time. But my neck training rune is because I have a connective tissue disorder. So a lot of my neck training is because my joints are, they do this. And so my neck in particular, I have to stabilize it so it doesn't. So yeah, I train my neck, but not for motocross or anything like that. It's not to handle force. It is just to actually have a stable neck. I'm excited. Actually, I do get to post the podcast tomorrow. Matter of sector takes. Oh, yeah. Jay Morrison. My takes are simply one of many. Oh, we'll see. You'll have to listen to it. I do not mean to represent Jay Morrison, the entire WoW community. I want to have conversations about WoW, but I am but one of many. And I also have only my own perspective. How's your take for Season 2? Feels pretty tanky. Apex is apparently just fixed as of today. You want to stun him? As of today, the Apex is officially fixed. I was able to test it just this last key. I kind of want to do another one, but I am very tired as well. This is PTR, yeah. Oh, King's Rest is like one of the worst keys I've ever done. I got to do King's Rest for the first time today. Miserable experience. Don't like it. I made a very optimistic YouTube short this morning where I was like, hey guys, give him a chance to cook. And then I did King's Rest and I regret that decision. I am very positive about this game. I like this game. I enjoy playing this game. Bruh. The f is King's Rest? Why would they bring that back? How's the state of the game? It wasn't even the boss. It's just not fun. No, I mean, it's actually... Yeah, I think so. Kami. We could just do a 15 real quick just to test Apex. The problem with King's Rest was just simply... It's not fun. There was no part of that dungeon where I was like, this is a good dungeon. I didn't feel that at all. It was forced RP, 2 mobs, 2 mobs, 2 mobs, 1 mob, 2 mobs, 5 mobs. This one other pack is really annoying. What's up, Teller? Just want to say thank you for the impact you had on both your gameplay and your actual life. Thank you. I got to appreciate it as Doc's kind of luckily some... Thank you for saying so. I'm glad that my stream and my content has helped. The Ruby Life Pools is the best out of the 3 dungeons, which is not a strong indicator. It is unfortunate that is true. But right now, Ruby Life Pools, best dungeon of the things we can test on PTR. That is concerning a little bit. But yeah, I would rather do Ruby Life Pools than anything else. I don't want to do Temple of Sirthralis, and I don't really want to do King's Rest. Both of those seem like bad. I don't like them. I think Temple was actually... There were some redeeming qualities, but what was the point? Like, King's Rest, what's the first pull? 2 mobs? 4 mobs? Any tank that is down bad? So I have a perspective on tanks when you ask that, Nivi. Could I ask you for what level? You say, I know it's early. What tank is down bad? For what level? That might be the question to follow up with. I do 15 to 17s. You'll be fine. I think all tanks will be very playable for that. It seems to me that they are designing the season in a particular way. And that way right now has... I would not say, aside from this first pull of Ruby Life Pools, I want to say that the season is better for tanks. But the issue is that now your DPS have to be good. And I kind of miss it when they didn't. I feel like they gave us what we wanted. And that might not be what we want. Tanks will have less responsibility going into next season, which could be bad, because that means the DPS will have more responsibility going into next season. VDH might be one of the meta tanks, but I also think that VDH would be a bad meta tank. I hope that VDH is not meta. VDH and Prot Pally look kind of strong right now. I think that both of those would be pretty rough to have as meta tanks. Yeah. Well, because I realized all of a sudden that when I pug, the way I like to do things is if my DPS do nothing right, how can we still win? What are we perching for? I don't know. I don't feel well today. I'm just perching. I'm just perching. I want to test Guardian Druid Apex now. Tomorrow, I guess I can test it more. More time alive. I think Prop Pally feels good, but the problem with Prop Pally... Oh my god, I almost fell. That was close. Sorry. Prop Pally has an issue. I made a video about it, and I think it explains it pretty well. 2 things with Prop Pally. Number 1, I need reps, so I need a plan. and defensive cycling is not very intuitive. The fact that I might have to overlap some defensives. Yeah, the prop pally talent tree has been fixed. So prop pallies are they're eating pretty right now. They cannot be upset after this last thing. But the other thing about prop pally is that I do depend on my DPS finishing the pull. I need to make a plan for how long I'm going to live, which is a problematic thing with tanks, because if I think the pull is going to live 40 seconds, and I say, I can pull this, I have cooldowns for 40 seconds. There's going to be 3 overlaps I got to live. That's fine, I can do that. But if my DPS die, or they're just not that good, and it lives for 60 seconds, I don't have a plan for the 4th overlap, I'm dead. And that's kind of how prop pally works, is you're still a very cooldown dependent tank, which I think can be problematic for more average key levels. Baseline, you're tankier than you are right now. I would say that prop pally is it feels strong, very good damage, very solid. Nothing wrong with it. When I played it earlier, I was just playing it poorly, and I also hadn't seen Ruby in a second. So that was mostly on me. But like everything felt good with pally, and it does feel pretty strong. They might nerf it unless they want it to be meta. I think that right now its current power level would make it meta, and you're basically like a DPS. However, it does feel kind of cooldown dependent, and Sentinel extension is going to be more important. Not that it wasn't before. Live tanks, leopards, which is no. You have to have something, T-Muck. You cannot take it. You cannot take a tank buster naked. I mean, it depends on what the tank buster is, but it's one of the reasons why I don't play prop pally anymore, because as I kind of matured and I got abs and whatnot, and then I lost my abs, I've sort of lost touch with my desire to be naked all the time. Now I wear clothes like a damn functioning adult. Rip. Tell her. Thank you for saying what you said earlier. It honestly does make me very happy that my stream is a place where people can feel comfortable, and that I can make a community of people who do like WoW, and we could talk about WoW, but also can talk about other real topics, mental health, physical health, and whatnot. And if I could just make people feel a little less alone in the world, that'd be pretty cool. It's no good to feel alone. Life's overwhelming enough when you're not alone. Also, where the hell are the people and where's the DPS? No one is here. Thoughts on PTR Dungo so far? All right, maybe I'll make a video about this tonight if I have time. So, listen. The thing is, Stokes, before today, I was significantly more positive about the PTR dungeons. After today, I am slightly less positive about the PTR dungeons. Allow me to explain why. King's Rest was not exactly a positive experience. Dungeon is not fun. I don't know why they brought it back. I never seen it. I didn't play BFA. So I went into King's Rest today. Somehow, of the 3 that we are testing right now, Ruby Life Pools, King's Rest, Temple of Sithralis, Ruby Life Pools is the best one. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, TH, I probably should just go make a video instead. Like, that's the right idea. But, oh well. Also, let me turn on my light. Oof. I want to test Bear Apex now. I'm going to test it all day tomorrow, too, but... fix the lighting. Yeah. The fact that Ruby is the best one is kind of wild. All right. What do you think the wildest posture is that I could time this key? If we could find DPS, I could show you. We should do a challenge where I see if I can time keys with this posture. So I've got one leg to the left, I've got one knee here, and see if what level of key do you think I could time like this? This is the challenge. What do you think? So I've got my left leg is over here, and then I would have one knee on a sliding chair. +4, I feel like I could do at least a +5. Bro, there's no one on right now. Well, a handstand. Handstand would be tough. Wait, why? Where is everyone? There's actually just... what is this? I see Pecco. I guess... This is so weird. There's actually just no one playing. There's actually a few people on PTR. This is a weird PTR cycle, dude. Well, I want to test the Bear Apex. That's interesting. This is not looking good. Okay, should I go to the gym today? I don't know if I'm feeling pretty rough. I should probably do some sort of weightlifting at home. I could do a home workout. It's not the end of the world. Do a home workout. Oh, what's up, Sonic? I actually don't think that Ruby is a good dungeon, mostly because of how it is structured, and the first area is now very punishing to tanks and everyone. That being said, it is still better than the other two. I agree kind of with Sonic that basically it forces you into a path with... It's both linear but not linear. I guess the advantage is that there's not a lot of routing for Ruby life pools. There's no skip for the bridge anymore. They've changed the percentage. I don't think you'll do the invis skip you had to do, which failed often. So that part is kind of nice, I suppose. They have made good changes. The second boss is way more clear. Doing it earlier was a wonderful experience. I don't think you'll need a weak aura for last boss, although I'm sure people will still die to it. I think Ruby felt better with the changes, but the idea is it's like a workshop type dungeon. Some people like that because you don't have to route it very much, so it's kind of nice. The bosses all feel better, with maybe the exception of the shield being a little bit too much on first boss. Second boss, though, the visual clarity is a huge W change. Last boss feels a little better as well. Yeah, I'd have to test it some more, but actually I don't think it was the end of the world. I like what they did to Ruby. I just think that the path, like the fact that the route is what it is, I don't like. That's a good question, Sonic. As of right now, I didn't notice it this time, and the visual for it is really good. There have been 0 DPS who have applied to this. Oh, there's one. This fan. Where is everyone? Where did everyone go? I did at one point, Taller. I tried that one time. It was very difficult. Yeah, the no UI challenge. Did I knock my mic? It's because I'm sitting in weird ways. Sorry. Ooh. Oh, people. Thank God. All right. Yes, we got DPS. Yes. Oh, without an active subscription? No. I think you'd need an active subscription. I'm pretty sure you do. All right, let's see what trinkets I'm playing. This is a random trinket. This is a okay trinket. I won't play the crazy weapon that I probably won't get. I think I am playing the helmet in this. I have tear set on? Nice. Let's do it. Let's do it. No gems, not fully enchanted, nothing like that. I don't even think I have this. Ping on the chairs? I could, actually. Is it a good mic whiz? Do you know anything about it? I don't know anything about it, to be honest. I don't know how audio stuff works. I just know I wanted a better mic for in real life stuff, and I want to do it more often. I can see if it arrives tomorrow. I wonder when I'll do the IRL Thai stream. PTR is cross-region. You can play EU to NA, correct. You can also play with the Chinese realms. Yep. Yep. It's one of the best parts about PTR. I wish that they did that for the actual game. Let me see. I don't know if I'll get it tomorrow. I ordered it this morning. What's the date today? 9th of July. 10th of July? Maybe it'll arrive tomorrow. Opinion of reality. Oh, this is so different. I'll judge it. Yeah, we'll see how it works. Yeah, you can download PTR. Anybody can download PTR. Just go to your Battle.net client and get the 12.1 PTR. That's the key. Okay. I'm testing the limits of how I can be here. I've got this. Ready? Let's do it. Is this a 16? That's a 15. Yeah. Anybody can play with anybody on PTR. All right. Watch this. This is peak gaming posture. Can you guys see me right now? Do we time the key? What do you think? How is this going to go? I feel like we got this. I've got this. For anybody who doubted whether or not I actually have a genetic connective tissue disorder. Ooh, I forgot to Apex. I forgot I was playing it. Holy habits. Holy habits. I overlapped Apex. I'm going to lose a lot of damage. I'll bark here. Ah, this is comfy for me. I just have EDS. This is just called having a connective tissue disorder. Oh yeah, I gotta close my bag, sorry. I got this. Watch this. Look at my back leg. I'm peeing like a dog. I mean, I'm not actually peeing. I wouldn't do that live on stream, but I'm basically a dog, like a fire hydrant. Holy shit! I'm dying. Healer's dead. There you go. This is the one. This is peak. I'm doing good right now. Look at my damage. I'm winning. Yeah, this is the way. I'm winning right now. Healer died. I didn't even need him. No. What do you mean? I'm doing good. I just forgot to activate Apex earlier. He's no problem. So I think in higher keys, you'll want to combine this into 2 pulls here, but for me right now, okay, no problem. Apex. I think you have to thrash before Apex though. Oh, what's up? This is surprisingly the best dungeon that we have to test right now. It's a shining indictment on the rest of the dungeons, because King's Rest and Temple of Cithralis were somehow worse than this. But this actually wasn't. They've got some okay changes. Like, look at the visual on his charge. There are so many simple things for World of Warcraft that they could have done a long time ago, but just decided not to. And one of them is visual clarity. Anytime they add visual clarity, I swear it's actually such a W. Look at this. Look at the charge. No, I've got this. My right hip is stabilizing. What's up, Poons? How's it going? Ooh. All right, we're winning. What I'm doing right now is I'm just displaying to you prime gaming posture. This is the way. I think you might want to skip the second stone. I have to check percentage, but I'm pretty sure you want to skip the second stone guy. You can't expect telegraphing in a game about not standing and stuff. It's pretty, I mean, kinda. Well, this guy is a long-term enhancement shaman, so whatever enhancement shaman can do, This guy has been playing Enhancement Shaman for a long time. I recognize his name. No, there's a wall. Yeah. I was not a huge fan of the wall there, actually. That's right. This is how you get the top 1% title. I think you can still hold Apex for the ads here. You probably still have to do some min-maxing with it. I got this. What's falling? Do you like my posture, Poons? Oh, I'm going to change legs. My right hip is locking up. My right hip. Okay, I've stabilized for too long now. I've got changed legs. Oh, we're dead. That's not good. I res. I click. No. His boss actually has gotten a lot easier aside from the phase. You just have to dodge. Which is, to be fair, visual indicators. It's not that bad. Alrighty, well, we're going to go Boomkin form, Starfall for aggro, back to bear. Apex. Watch it. Bam. Good timing. Alright, right leg. Stabilize with the left hip. Here we go. Right leg out. There's no... Hold on. Wait. That's the one. I've got this. Alright. This is the one. This is how we win. One hand. Yeah. That's good. I can't kick because my kick is bound to my mouse, but I can do everything else. I've got Apex proc. That's nice. Alright, I'm a soak. Good. Yeah, I just gotta bind my kick to probably like E. There you go. Bark. I don't think exclamation clip works anymore. I fixed some settings today earlier. What happens if you don't take your medication? No, wait, I forgot to activate this first. Apex. I'm on blast right now. Big damage. Big aggro. Oh, okay, my neck started cramping up a little bit. It's mostly the neck angle here I gotta change. So what if we went and we balanced on the legs of the chair? Would that work? I just got here. I'm stretching. That's a good question, Red Mutineer. What happened? So, you know how some people like rhinos? You know what I'm talking about? Like, some people are just like, bro, rhinos are fucking sweet. And then there are other people who are wrong. What damage? I'm actually performing extremely well right now. The thing is, I'm doing like really proper damage here. I just can't kick. Well, wait. Look. This chair has wheels. Wait, I'm standing. I got this. This is the one. This is the one. Oh, my neck is not gonna do. Oh, here, I got this. Watch this. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I got this. Here. Oh, no. I'm just dying. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, I got this. All right. If I this angle here, this one's gonna be a little tougher. This one, I think if I open with the lunar beam, and then, okay, so this one is basically I have nothing on my mouse right now. Yeah. I can't. I'm only clicking now. This is only clicking. I have no keyboard. I need to stretch my hip flexors. They're feeling tight. There you go. Oh, that's good actually. There we go. Yep. Okay. Oh shit. I'm not really much of a raider. Raid does not fill me with a great sense of joy, to be honest with you. I must leave. Thank you for the gifted subs earlier. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a good night. This is so hard. Oh, I got external. No, I'm fine. I got this. What's in the back? Something's happening. What's this caster in the back? Oh, I'm gonna die. Fuck. My shoulder. My right shoulder is supporting my entire body weight right now. Fuck. That's like. Ow. Holy fuck. God damn. That was tough. Well, that was a good stretch. All right, left side. All right, now, no mouse. It'll be just this. We gotta kill this caster. What is this doing here? Oh, I'm dead. No, the cast went off in the back. Okay, I actually almost don't like that they made that a tank buster. Hi, Rotten Frodo. I don't know what I'm doing right now, to be honest with you. I don't have a plan. It's not like I planned this. It's not like I'm not trying to go viral. If I was trying to go viral, I would just tell you my views on immigration. I'm just gaming. Just getting a little stretch in. My neck is feeling this a little bit. Oh, that's good. Now we gotta fight the fire dragon. Yeah, remember my issue is constantly trying to avoid getting banned for making a joke I am not supposed to make. That's how it ends. That's how it is. I go back to the left hip. My chair seems to be quite stable, I will say. I'm impressed. I sort of wasn't. Look at that frontal. This is what I mean by visual clarity. The visual clarity is so far improved that it's actually a massive difference. It just makes this dungeon feel more smooth. Like, was it needed? Not necessarily, but a lot of people would die to that breath or the second boss tank buster just because the second boss boulder. Just because people couldn't see it. And I think that that's such an easy W is to just make those types of changes, right? I feel like that's like a really easy choice. Is just add a little bit more visual clarity in dungeons. All right, Apex. No, I can't. I'm actually. Whoa! No, the chair. Fuck! I kicked the chair over. Oh my god! I'm dead. No, I'm alive. I got this. I can rotate the bark. Why does it look like we pulled? Okay, we didn't pull it. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I'm just stretching JJ. I'm not that. That's okay. It's just fitness. Yeah. I don't know why I put interview down there. This is why you should play Guardian Druid. This is why I struggle to play the other tanks. Because when I play other tanks, I can't. I have to actually, like, not do weird Pilates stuff. Sort of the idea behind this, right, is just think about how impressed the Pilates moms are going to be when I join their class. Because they're not expecting this either. And I've got my priorities. You know what I mean, JJ? So I just think about how this is going to go. And it's going really well. It's actually a very nice stretch, to be honest. Yeah, the thing with my flexibility is, although I have trained it, keep in mind, it is a genetic disorder. It is actually a genetic disorder. It's not a good thing. This is good. I should tank like this more often. The thing is, I have to keybind things so I can play better with one hand. Because right now, like, I can't go cat form Heart of the Wild. I would normally Heart of the Wild right now, but I can't do it. Looks like this dragon still sucks. I think the fire dragon is kind of okay, but this guy seems... he should get nerfed again. I need a chair to the right. You know, the thing is, JJ, everybody's got different perspectives and stuff, but should clip you tanking like this and put it on YouTube. Dude, the video I made yesterday for YouTube, I don't think anything is ever going to top that. I was dying laughing at my own self with that. I thought that was very funny. But if you are curious, look at the visual clarity on this boss. And this is what I mean when I say it's just so much cleaner. Look at the boulder. See how giant that beam is? It also just looks cooler. I do think that a lot of tank players focus on the wrong part of tanking. And if you understood what you need to do as a tank, you can get away with stuff like this. And not that I would recommend playing like this necessarily. It's definitely suboptimal. Yeah, query. I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting. I figure if my glutes are big enough, I might just be able to convince the devs. It's possible, query. Like I just need to do some. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. 1, 2, 3. And for everybody who says I don't keybind my abilities, I do. I just choose not to use them most of the time. I'm using them right now. Whoa, that's good. I gotta build my glutes so I can convince the Guardian Druid dev to pause. That's good because I'm mostly just grunting right now. Rick, let's call the... Oh my god. I almost died. In real life. Okay, I got this. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Great. I figure, YN, I'm just trying to get Guardian Druid buffed. So if I can manage to just get my glutes like a little bit more this, you know, a little bit more caked up on a Thursday afternoon, I feel like maybe I could do some things for the community. And you know me, I'm really big on trying to help. Oh my god, the boulder! Well, good to know this dungeon hasn't changed that much. Oh, the cast. Why are you standing? I'm technically not standing, to be fair. I'm actually stretching like this. This water bottle. Oh, cool, boss is dead. Oh, I'm just turning the hip, internal rotation. Internal rotation. Internal rotation. God damn. Okay. There you go. That's the one. I've got this sausage. I can do it. I'm falling like a bit. Oh my god. Okay, this isn't going well. I overcompensated. Blame the tank. No. Don't blame the tank. The tank is doing great. The tank is doing great right now. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. That's the one. Okay. Oh, my left shoulder. I heard a pop. I don't think that's good. That's probably not good. Click. Click harder. I like Ruby Life Pools. Ruby Life Pools, best dungeon right now. They did actually fix Apex. I'm playing Apex right now. Fuck, my Moonfire's a mouse over. Okay. I just gotta get close enough and then trust that my team will kick. I got this. Yeah. Well, everything's okay. Oh no, Apex. I got this. All right. Oh, my shoulder. All right, I gotta get back up. One. Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. Oh. All right. Good workout. Oh my god, my health potion. Oh. Wow. Well, I gotta say, I do feel as though I have spent a weekend just now with the Guardian Druid developer. I feel very stretched out, very ready, prepared. Yeah. Overall, it's not even close. Probably timed this dungeon easily. I should do that more often. I feel really good. I actually seriously was stretching myself out. Well, I mean, not in like a weird like in an actual context. Again, for the Pilates class. No, hold up. Wait a second. That was the wrong verbiage. That's my bad. I wonder how the layoffs affect them. I know there was the article saying that it's not going to affect them too much, but it still bothers me a little bit that we might have less people working on a game that I feel like needs more people working on it, not less. Whew. That was very nice. I am actually not kidding when I say I should do that more often because I feel loose. I have to be careful about my lips being too loose because I already have a problem with filtering, so should probably tighten that up a little bit. Oh. Yeah. That's good. JJ, are you still here? Thank you. You said you were playing with Lisa and you're at a match. Okay, no problem. I was wondering if you could listen. So there is, oh my God, the fire. Look at that visual. That's the visual clarity. Anyways, what I was saying was a lot of people pursue flexibility. I have to intentionally make myself less flexible. It's very interesting and I think almost funny that most of my fitness career has actually been about intentionally making myself less flexible. Because I can put both my feet behind my head, but the problem with the condition that I have is that in order to do so, I will dislocate my hips. Sublux is the technical term, not actually dislocate. But it's obviously not good. And a lot of what I used to consider as being very good mobility and like drills that I could do at the gym, et cetera, were actually just me straight up dislocating joints without realizing it. Game day, everybody has a different relationship with how they play WoW. For me, I just like Guardian. Guardian is so second nature to me that it's one of those things where I just don't think when I play it. Even though I have 2 dispels on me right now and I might die to the next one. It's actually the thing that I just don't have to think when I play. As long as I don't have to play Druid of the Claw. If Druid of the Claw is like required for Guardian, I just won't play it. I do not like Druid of the Claw. Personal preference. It is a very personal thing. I'm not saying that it's bad for Guardian. I just don't like it. It's not the way I enjoy the game. I do not like responding to procs because most of what tanking is, although there are exceptions to this, is a lot of it is just memorization. We time the key, right? GG's. Easy yoga. Easy yoga. Never doubted. Now, I can't really use that for a DPS test because obviously the route was a little off and I was stretching the whole time, but Apex does make me feel a little better about my damage. Not bad. Not bad at all. I can finally test with Apex. Great. Let's get some logs going. Okay, tomorrow I will see if I can get more dungeons done, learn about the routes a little bit more, and get logs for Apex because we can now identify a little better. I also want to see how powerful the items are, considering that that's a big issue. They never actually changed the items. They never walked back the mythic things. And they just added them to the vendor today, so we can actually see how powerful like the head proc is. And a lot of WoW players are kind of unfamiliar with how powerful head can be, but they will learn this season. Because if you take a look, this thing is 337. Your spells and abilities have a chance to increase your haste by 367. It's a lot of haste. And then the neck piece here as well, giving me the crit. I'd have to see the proc rate. I don't actually know how powerful they are. But I should also enchant my rings. If I was really going to test, I don't know. Might be worth it. How much was the guillotine? 3%? I'm not sure. I can't say I know what DPS will be the play right now. I can tell you for the folio, if you are curious about a Curie Dev, you should just take whatever stat isn't going to be in DR. So crit is fine, verse is fine. If you like haste and you're not already in the DR for haste, that's fine. But I don't think that this is an actual value. And so I have a feeling that you should not take the thing. Like more haste for Guardian, there is a finite amount of value that you get from haste. Eventually, you will run into that barrier of haste. Ready Player Ali, hello. Hello there. What's up, Daddy Ops? You have come at an interesting time. I have recently been doing yoga as I timed the Ruby Life Bowls on PTR testing Guardian Druid. Recent changes for what, Bill? Hello. I don't actually think I know you. I've seen you come up and suggest that every now and again, but I'm always down to make new friends. Hello. You've also come at an awkward time of stream, mostly just because at this current moment in time, I am tired. And I think I had too much caffeine today because as of right now, I am full ranting without a filter. I am saying things I probably shouldn't say. It's a great time to ask me questions. Yeah. It's like 7 p.m. here, but yeah. When you were stretching, nah, nobody will ever know. No one will ever believe you, Ophil. Zero, no one will believe you that happened. What stretching? You mean just like a regular, like, yeah, I was like in the key, right? I was just like, see? I was like, no problem. I just did like a little stretching. I was just doing some light stretching. My shoulders, you know, and you play games all day. You just do a little stretching. Your shoulders get tight. So throughout that last key, as I was tanking, I was just like rolling out the shoulder a little bit. It's not a problem. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah. So I'm missing caffeine. I don't have a good relationship with caffeine. I stretched and walk around a bit too. It was mostly a joke. I was actually playing like this. You want to see what I was doing? I'll loop you in. I don't mean to be too sarcastic. As I was playing that last key, mostly it was something like this. I think this was the predominant posture of that last key. It was like this. And then I swapped to the right leg for a little bit, and then just got some leg motions in. I think it's good to move around during the dungeon. Oh my god, my chair. And basically I just tried really hard not to. This chair is like $30. The amount of trust that I have in this chair certainly surpasses what the structure of it. Yeah. It was just one of those moments. It's been a day. It's been a day. But at least Guardian Druid feels good. Oh my god. Anyways, what do you play in World of Warcraft, Ready? And what do I think about the changes in general? If you gotta go, no problem. I probably go soon as well. Bell. I can't say I'm positive about them. Should call you Allie. Got it. I can't actually tell you I'm positive about the changes. I think that Blizzard has to be careful. It's not technically up to them to make sure that we have a positive community. It's mostly up to the actual community to be better. But I'm sure you've noticed that there's a lot more toxicity in game than there used to be. People yell at each other more. People are less likely to have common goals, etc. And so the idea is, I think that some of the changes next season may increase the divide and might harm the player base more than help. I wonder if they will make the game feel better. I think the raid gearing changes in particular are suspicious. I get what they're trying to do, and I do think that they should do something about it. But I don't think that this is the right solution. Devour, Demon Hunter, and Ogavoker. Got it. The bombardment change to Ogavoker today was weird. I don't know if I like that either. So, personally speaking, I think they have to be careful about isolating and segregating parts of their community. Mythic Plusers and Raiders were already kind of split. Now they will be even more split. And I think that that's the primary change. Also, the dungeon pool is suspicious. I don't know if I like the new dungeon pool. Well, Allie, thanks for coming to say hi. It's nice to meet you. I hope you get some sleep. I think perhaps very soon, if not tomorrow. I don't know if the mic will come tomorrow. So maybe in like a few days. We've met the community goal for an IRL Thai stream. But potentially, the next time you tune in, I will actually just be outside. I want to show people more of Thailand. It's a great country. It's really cool. The raid gearing issue might be the thing about the raid gearing issue is not actually a problem. It's not really about raid. It's not about player power. It's about perception. And the perception is Blizzard doesn't care about Mythic Plusers. Does it actually matter? Will it matter as much as we think it does? Probably not. But it feels bad, doesn't it? Like if you're a Mythic Plus player, doesn't it just feel bad? I think that's the problem with it. Much more than anything else, it's just a feeling. But feelings drive decisions. If every WoW player was logical, we wouldn't have most of the problems we have with the game. No, I live here. I've been here almost 10 years at this point. Yep. I've been here for a long time. It's actually crazy it's been that long. Just being sarcastic. No, you're fine. Yeah, I've been here for a bit. Oh, it is kind of late. It's 7:10 p.m. for me. I do have work tonight. So I'll probably head out for today. Tomorrow, we test more with the Apex. I did not realize that Apex was fixed. Now that Apex is officially fixed for Guardian, we can actually test it properly. Very exciting, by the way. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, Drogo's on PTR. So wait, a lot of people are on PTR, but where do they all have groups? I live in Thailand. Sorry. I'm from the US. I'm born and raised in the US. I lived all over the US. I I grew up in like LA, and then I lived in Colorado for 3 years. Then I lived in Connecticut for a year, Ohio for 2 years. So I got to experience a lot of the US. But I moved to Thailand on accident when I was 20. I am now 29. I'm getting older. Yeah, me too, Ophil. Me too. Not gonna die today. Yeah, it's not exactly the best place, right? I mean, some people like it, but it was tough. I didn't make any friends in Ohio. I had a very hard time. I'm probably not going to, but if I do, clip it and memorialize. Oh boy, you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, just make sure you clip it. If I do, I do this for the content on my phone. This is just what I do. It's a $40 chair. You said you moved to Thailand on accident? Yeah, I didn't plan to move here. It was a complete accident, basically. It was like a pretty random decision. I am stabilizing myself. All right. Not even close. Never doubted. Yeah. I'm going to have to tell you this story another time. But I had a return flight. I wasn't supposed to stay. I was only supposed to be here for 3 weeks. That was almost 10 years ago. I mean, it's not quite 10 years. It's approaching 9 years. But I guess we're closer to 10 than we are not, which is pretty insane to think about. It is kind of wild, actually. What happened? Have a good night. TLDR. Basically, my business had just failed. Everything was going wrong for me. I had nothing to go back to in LA. My best friend invited me on a 2-month round trip to Asia. Never been to Asia before. Decided to go. Was just going to basically travel for a little bit. First time in my life. I've always wanted to go to Asia, right? We went to all sorts of different countries here. Landed in Thailand. Within a week, realized that this might be where I want to be. Canceled my return flight. Decided I would give myself a month to see if I could make it work. Made it work. Got married. Got divorced. Still live in Thailand. Wish I had a dog. I have 2 cats. And I also wish I had a turtle. Kind of wish I had a starfish too. They seem cool. I don't know. They just chill. You like cats? He's not currently outside my door screaming right now. He normally is. But if you like cats and you have social media, anything there. I haven't had a reel go viral. What am I doing wrong here? So, hold up. Recently, in the last 2 weeks or so, I have not had a reel go viral. What am I doing wrong? I'm looking here. Let me see. Yeah, like it's been okay, 1 million views a little bit ago. I don't know. People just don't like cats as much. You gotta do that stretch thing. Well, hold up. Now hold up. Now wait a second, Harith. That's not quite right. I don't think that's true. I think you were debating me. I think I'm getting debated. Let's see how the TikTok. Yeah. Let's see. 400,000 views a little bit ago. I don't know. I started posting reels of my cat, and then people liked them, and I was like, oh, okay. So I just kept posting reels of my cat, but now I'm looped into the social media algorithm thing where I'm just like, how to viral? Because some things went viral and I was like, this is super cool. And it wasn't really a decision. It wasn't like a business decision or anything like that. I just started posting reels of the cat. And then I was like, well, I could just keep posting reels of the cat. But now I'm on the dopamine treadmill where I've experienced what it's like to have some things that have gotten 10 million views or whatever it is. And I'm like, how to 10 million view again? Yeah, well, I don't make any money from TikTok. You don't get paid while you're in Thailand, TH. It's very sad. I only make money from Facebook. Facebook pays directly. And for a reel that recently got 6 million views, I earn something like $1 per 100,000 views, give or take. So 1 million views, $10. Yeah, he's not. He's like still better than Twitch ad rev. I mean, could be worse. Yeah, I mean, why would I buy soup? Thanks for coming to say hi, Ali. I'm having a weird day today. I've learned to accept it, and if I'm live on stream, I just sort of send however it goes is how it goes. But I've had a weird day today. Yeah. You have a good night. Okay. First person. Holy shit, she has cats. Instant raid. Oh my god, she has 2 cats. They're very cute, and she's feeding them right now. Perfect. I don't know who this is. First person unsuggested. I'm going out. Who this? Wait, her cats are cute. I will be back tomorrow. I probably won't do the IRL stream tomorrow. We'll have to set up a day for it. I'll think about it in the next few days. But very soon, we'll do IRL stream. I have to think about what I'm going to do for it. I hadn't actually decided. Okay, hold up. I don't know this person. I'm going to go make a new friend. All right. Bye. Oh, I like her. She's nice. Okay. Good night. Yeah, the real rain. It seems like it. I'll test it more tomorrow properly when I can actually get a group together on PTR. I'll test it for real when I am a little bit more focused. All right, bye.